Noida, are you ready? Hello everyone and welcome to the day 2 of iQOO Battleground series. और जिस तरीके से day 1 चला है, बहुत ही अलग, बहुत ही exciting, बहुत ही fascinating से पूरे मैचेस हमने देखे. Although अभी तक one sided जरूर जा रहा है, बट पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन आज बदल सकती है. स्वागत है आप सभी का नोएडा इंडोर कॉम्प्लेक्स के अंदर, एंड जो भी हमें ऑनलाइन देख रहे हैं आप लोगों का भी स्वागत है. मेरा नाम है ओशन शर्मा और मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं अंकित एंकी बॉट पांडे. एंकी, कल का दिन बहुत अलग, आज एक्सपेक्ट क्या कर सकते हैं हम?
देखिए, आज है डे नंबर 2 एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आज का दिन वो रहने वाला है द डे ऑफ कमबैक. और बहुत सारी टीम्स है ना जो कमबैक अपना करना चाहती हैं, और स्पेशली कल का दिन जैसा गया जहां पे हमने डियोनिसिस का 1v3 देखा. इस पावर का जो गेम था वो बहुत शानदार, वो सोलो चिकन डिनर और साथ ही साथ AKOP वो अभी आपको सबसे ऊपर देखने को मिल रहे हैं. अभी भी ये चमचमाती हुई ट्रॉफी किसी की भी हो सकती है, और आज का दिन वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण रहेगा.
एक बार नजर डाल लेनी चाहिए उस ओवरऑल रैंकिंग के ऊपर जहां पे पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन आती है. एंड व्हेन वी जस्ट टॉक अबाउट इट, OG इज एट द टॉप, बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट टीम्स लाइक 8-Bit, टीम फॉरएवर, यार 8-Bit तक चलिए मानते हैं, ठीक है, बट एंकी टीम फॉरएवर के बाद की टीमें क्लाइंब कैसे करें?
देखिए, उसके लिए OG कैसा खेलती है ना वो बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है, क्योंकि अगर OG एक दिन में 97 पॉइंट्स लेकर के जा सकती है, इसका मतलब बाकी टीम्स के पास भी वो मौका है कि सच में अगर वो हर एक चीज सही करे, अपना जीवन का बेस्ट बीजीएमआई खेले, मुझे तो लगता है कि यहाँ से भी बहुत कुछ पॉसिबल है.
और क्या यहाँ से बहुत कुछ पॉसिबल है? क्योंकि सिंसिनाटी किड्स का जो दिन था वो कभी भी ऐसा दिन नहीं रखना चाहेंगे. फिनिक्स, आई मीन प्लेयर्स अलग है, बट फिनिक्स के साथ गुंडाई तो हमेशा जुड़ करके रहती है.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल. और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अब यहाँ से वो कितनी गुंडाई कर सकते हैं. मुझे लगता है कि या तो वो किसी का खेल बिगाड़ सकते हैं, मे बी जो शुरू के 3 मैचेस होते हैं ना वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस रखते हैं कि वो आज के दिन की फाउंडेशन कैसा रखने वाले हैं.
8-Bit और OG की हम जितनी बातें कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है स्पीरो से ज्यादा उनके प्लेयर्स के साथ थोड़ी बहुत बात करते नजर आ रहे हैं. तो एक बार उसी बात के ऊपर झलक मारते हैं. ओवर टू स्पीरो.
थैंक यू सो मच ओशन. अभी मेरे सामने 2 ऐसे फियर्सेस्ट राइवल्स खड़े हैं जो जब भी गेम में उतरते हैं तो तबाही जरूर मचाते हैं. एक है ओरंगुटान के AKOP और दूसरी तरफ है 8-Bit के कप्तान सोमराज. तो शुरू करते हैं ये स्पेशल इंटरव्यू. AK, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेल प्लेड यस्टरडे, बहुत अमेजिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस, बट आई रियली वांट टू नो, हमेशा हर कोई कहता है देयर इज अ कर्स ऑन OG, क्या OG उस कर्स को ब्रेक करके सबको गलत प्रूव करेगा इस टूर्नामेंट में?
2025 तो कर्स ब्रेकिंग ईयर है, तो ऑब्वियसली कुछ कर्स ब्रेक हो हमने कर चुके हैं, कुछ रह गए जो कि अभी करने वाले हैं. बाकी थैंक्स टू माय टीम जो मतलब इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया कल, प्लस हमारा डे 1 ही है आज.
ऑलराइट, ये मेंटालिटी बहुत अच्छी है, बट सोमराज, एक बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस बन चुका है 8-Bit एंड ओरंगुटान के बीच में. क्या प्लान्स है इनको टॉपल करने के लिए आज के दिन में?
इन्हें ऐसे कुछ टॉपर करने के लिए हमने प्लान्स नहीं बनाया है. हम लोग अपने गेम पे फोकस्ड रहेंगे और वही डिपेंड करता है, ये अच्छा खेलेंगे तो ये जीतेंगे, हम अच्छा करेंगे तो फिर वो वाइस वर्सा.
Right, typical Somraj, but Somraj, there's a problem going on. क्या playing for रहने वाली है? Because we heard Equinox अभी recover कर रहे हैं अपनी इंजरी से. क्या वो fully recover कर चुके हैं? Is he fit enough to play 6 matches today?
नहीं, अभी तक वो फुली रिकवर नहीं किया है. एट द सेम टाइम हम ये भी नहीं चाह रहे कि वो ज़्यादा मैचेस खेले और प्रेशर ले और अपने फिंगर को लॉन्गर टर्म के लिए इंजर नहीं कर दे, क्योंकि अभी वो बैठ जाएगा और फिर फ्यूचर में उसे हेल्प ही होगा. मैं नहीं चाह रहा हूँ कि उसे लॉन्गर टर्म में दिक्कतें आए.
Alright, perfect. AK, I mean, सोमराज ने इसी स्टेडियम में कुछ समय पहले किसी टूर्नामेंट में बोला था कि आप हु करते रह जाते हो और ट्रॉफी कोई और ले जाता है. दिस इज द प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर यू. कुछ रिप्लाई करना चाहोगे आप सोमराज को?
वो सिचुएशन अलग थी, अभी सिचुएशन अलग है. पास्ट मतलब रात गई बात गया, ऐसे मेरा रहता है हमेशा से. पुरानी चीज़ों को मैं गड्ढे वापस नहीं खोदता. बाकी सबसे अभी अच्छा है तो जो डिजर्विंग होगा वो जीतेगा.
Well, जो डिजर्विंग होगा वो जीतेगा. बट सोमराज, डू यू थिंक ओरंगुटान कैन विन दिस टूर्नामेंट?
डेफिनेटली आई कैन सी देयर हार्ड वर्क एंड डिसिप्लिन, और जो हार्ड वर्क करता है उसको ऑब्वियसली वो डिजर्व करते हैं जीतना.
ऑलराइट सोमराज, बट अगर ओरंगुटान जीतती है, क्या आप उनके साथ वो हु OG वाला चैंट करोगे स्टेज पे?
ये क्या क्वेश्चन है? नो कमेंट्स.
नो कमेंट्स. क्या आप चाहते हो कि सोमराज आपके साथ वो चैंट करे अगर आप जीतोगे?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मतलब सिर्फ सोमराज नहीं, मैं चाहता हूँ कि मतलब सभी करे, क्योंकि ऐसा है ना कि अभी तक के कुछ जीता नहीं है, और जितने लोग यहाँ पे आके परफॉर्म करते हैं ऐसा तो नहीं कि वो मतलब ऐसा नॉर्मली कोई भी ऐसा एरा उठ के आ रहा है. सबने हार्ड वर्क किया है, यहाँ तक के आया है तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. तो मैं मेरा सेलिब्रेशन जो होगा मैं सबके साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगा. इफ़ दे वांट टू मतलब ज्वाइन, दे कैन.
ओह वाओ, ये बहुत ही अमेजिंग एक चीज चल रही है। एक तरफ ऐसा प्लेयर है जो जीतना चाहता है और एक तरफ ऐसा प्लेयर है जिसको जीतना आता है। आई एम रियली एक्साइटेड। बस चलते हैं डेस्क पे। ओवर टू यू स्पीरो।
All right, that was quite some throw there, but welcome back, folks. It is day 2 of the grand finals of iQOO Battleground series. It is raining cats and dogs here in Noida Indoor Stadium, but yet people have shown up in numbers, and we are super stoked for day number 2, which is touted as the day of comebacks. I'm Fixes. I'll be a host and the cast of few segments, and I'm joined along with two gentlemanly figures who apparently are in pursuit, or rather on a quest to find out which team stages their comeback. So we've got Necro and Scared, and we did have some glimpses of the interview there, and seems like there's that friction isn't there anymore.
I mean, look, at this point, we all know OG's currently at the top. There's no denying that. They've got a lot of points, a massive lead. And 8-Bit currently has gotten 60 points in the overall standings. And OG has more amount of finish points than the total points of 8-Bit. That should say it.
I mean, that's the best part about OG, right? Because the amount of lead that this team has built up, I don't think so it's going to be very easy for the other teams to climb until and unless they try to, you know, specifically maybe cut some of their rotation paths or maybe try and take them down in some of the lucky fights. Because if OG keeps their performance up, I think so we could probably say we're going to be crowning them and giving them their first ever championship.
All right, to just bring the things down to numbers, Orangutan had more finishes than overall accumulated points of Team 8-Bit, who are currently on the second position. Orangutan had well, more possession points than the finishes that 8-Bit managed to secure, who are on the second position right now, which goes on to show day number 1 was an OG day. With some glimpses, we did see 8-Bit being quite consistent. One beautiful clutch coming out from, well, S-Power towards the end, ensuring they won the chicken dinner. But all of that being put aside, Cincinnati Kids is a team that is yet to break in double digits. What's up?
That is true. Look, first 3 games are going to matter the most. As Ocean even said on the stage itself, that first 3 games are pretty much going to be all about laying down that foundation for teams like Infinix Esports, Cincinnati Kids. Because if you look at their standing in the overall standings, 15th and 16th respectively, CK's only got 5 points. It's unexpectable. It's disappointing, honestly. And CK at this point, if they do want to make a comeback happen, they also need to make sure that OG does not score a lot of points.
Well, you're a believer in OG. You feel like OG's got this. But somewhere down the line, in the realms of BGMI, we know anything can happen, Scared. And by anything can happening, do we anticipate REVENANT X SPARK making a comeback today?
I mean, they've really got the potential, but if we are really talking about it, can they make that comeback? If they keep up the performance like yesterday, yeah, that's not happening. But history has shown, REVENANT X SPARK in their previous matches, or rather the tournaments, they have shown that even though the day 1 does not really go in their way, they have that potential to make the comeback in day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, but I highly doubt in the past anyone's able to accumulate such a massive lead, right? At this point, yes, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but over here in this tournament, day 2 is also supposed to be the day of comebacks and also supposed to be a day where OG fumbles.
All right, all right.
Oh my God.
Necro is yet to be a believer in OG and their supremacy, and I hope this thought changes, because again, honestly speaking, Necro, that's the kind of a gameplay you want from your dream team, right? Pure aggression, and then you've got that balance of good position points, and OG has done that.
Of course, OG has pretty much excelled whatever you talk about it, right? You speak of position points, they're there. You speak of elimination points, they're doing exceptionally well than any other team currently inside of the lobby. You clearly mentioned it. The team on the second spot, I mean, it seems like OG's got more placement points than they've got elimination points combined, and that's a major statement right there. And as I mentioned, if other teams do want to make a bounce back, they somehow need to disrupt OG's flow. That's the only way they can actually stand a chance to take that trophy.
I really think that the new meta zone, or rather the new zone that's been happening out here, OG has adapted to that meta faster than any other team. Like, you could really see it in the map feed as well if people are watching it, and whenever that comes up on the screen, you see OG in the dead center and every other team is just around them, and they are the ones who are fighting against each other. OG gets the best timing, catches in a few scraps as well, and then we know their firepower. So I think so they've got a solid chance.
No, Necro and I were of the belief that Meta Ninjas and teams like OG actually have cracked that new zone meta, code, whatsoever you call it. Maybe in Necro's words, the secret sauce to success. But Necro, you know, I'm still of the opinion that what is really setting OG apart from the rest is their sheer confidence and their preparation.
Yeah, they're just not backing away from the gunfights, right? And that's probably one of the best things. Now, if you try and bring up NINZA, it's a completely different team. NINZA just likes to move on towards center, sit there completely pinned down, and not care about anything. And then NINZA just crosses their fingers and hopes that they're going to get as close as possible to the chicken dinner. That's not the way you're supposed to play. You're supposed to take the fights. You're supposed to dominate. You're supposed to take the initiative. But NINZAs are not doing that.
And day one was also another day of surprises, I must say, because Genesis Esports, let's be honest, nobody thought they would also dominate on day one. I mean, they started off really well. They got a chicken dinner, had a good position points. What do you make out of their performance, gentlemen?
I mean, to be very honest, after the first game, I thought they're really going to have that momentum. They're going to ride that wave. But after that, let's just be honest, for the next few games, the wave just kept on getting lower and lower and lower. And the tsunami that we all were expecting from their side, it did not really last that long. And I think so they had a good buffer, but they could not keep up with it afterwards.
I mean, look, if you really speak about it, Genesis Esports isn't doing too bad in the overall standings. They're currently sitting on the 4th spot. They've got a decent bit of points as well, which is 46 points in the overall standings. The only reason why these stats do not really sound that mesmerizing, it's because of OG. They've got 97 points in 6 games. That's unbelievable. Just because of that one stat, even if team is currently sitting on the 2nd spot, they still need a lot of hard work.
Yeah. And you know, day number one was all about OG's domination. We talked about it. But there was another team that was fighting its way through and through. That was GDR. Yes, finishes-wise, did get a lot of finish points. But I think the biggest concern, Scared, has to be those placement points. Just mere 7.
That has been one of the big problems, right? I mentioned when, after the couple of games, GDR were getting a lot of finish points as well. I was like, yeah, I really like this new GDR. They're going on to the aggressive. They're finding their footing in terms of the eliminations. The firepower is showing up. But when it came down to their timings of picking when they want to rotate and enter in the zone, that's where they were constantly facing the struggles, because it's not just one team they have to fight against. It's 2 to 3 different teams that are gatekeeping them that they have to fight against.
Truth to be told, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat anything. It feels like God's Reign, they're just lost. And in my opinion, they're still trying to find themselves inside of this new zone circuit. And in general, the other teams like OG, yes, they found their ways, but God's Reign is still trying to find it. I'm going to be honest.
I'm pretty sure that there have been some issues there with God's Reign. And I did have the opportunity to have some quick words with Destro, but I think my folks also had an interview with Destro, so over to that.
मेरे साथ जैसा आप देख सकते हैं मौजूद है डेस्ट्रो गॉड्स रेन से। डेस्ट्रो, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। डे 1 कितना सेटिस्फाइड हैं आप अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से, पूरी टीम के परफॉर्मेंस से?
Not very satisfied because I think we could have converted more matches. वो हम कर नहीं पाए. Strategies were okay हमारे end से, कल rotation on point था. Convert नहीं कर पाए, otherwise अभी हम 3rd या 4th spot पे होते, comfortable spot होता.
बिल्कुल, बट अभी अगर आप करंट सिचुएशन को देखो, आज के दिन की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? गॉड्स रेन आज क्या अलग करने वाली है जो कल के दिन पे वो नहीं कर पाए?
I think कल सबके लिए न्यू था because we played the qualifiers on the old zone meta. अभी न्यू zone meta है, तो किसी ने किसी को रीड नहीं किया था. कल सब जब वापस गए होंगे, सब ने स्ट्रैटेजीज देखी होंगी, क्या कर सकते हैं. हम भी कुछ चीज़ें सोच के आए हैं. We'll try to implement that and hopefully we'll get some points.
डेस्ट्रो, यही वो वेन्यू है जहां पे आप एक ट्रॉफी उठा चुके हैं, 2025 की पहली ट्रॉफी। अभी आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि ये जो गैप है इतना बड़ा, जो ओजी इतना ज़्यादा ऊपर चल रही है, आपको लगता है कि वो गैप यहाँ से अभी भी डुएबल है, वहाँ तक पहुँचा जा सकता है?
If they can do it, anybody can. अगर उन्होंने भी इतने पॉइंट्स लिए हैं तो कोई भी टीम ले सकती है अच्छा खेल के. It is not impossible, definitely difficult, but अगर कन्वर्ट किया, गलतियाँ नहीं करी तो हो सकता है.
बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, अगर आप बस गैप को देखो ना, वो 1st पोजीशन और 9th पोजीशन, इट्स टू ह्यूज। और अभी के लिए पोडियम तक पहुंचना भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो सकता है। बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, डेस्ट्रो, पोजीशन पॉइंट्स एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क अभी भी देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि सिर्फ 7 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स अभी आपके पास। अगेन, आज क्या अलग?
ऑनेस्टली आई डोंट थिंक मच, इतना ना डिफरेंस का देखता हूँ मैं फर्स्ट और हमारे बीच में क्या डिफरेंस है. पोजीशन पॉइंट्स वगैरह आई थिंक वो सब हमने कल मिस्टेक्स करी, इस वजह से नहीं हम कन्वर्ट कर पाए. एंड सबको पता है सब ने क्या मिस्टेक्स करी है हमारी टीम में. आज होपफुली हम वो नहीं करेंगे. विल गेट सम पोजीशन पॉइंट्स, विल गेट सम फ्रैग पॉइंट्स एज वेल. तो होपफुली टुडे विल बी अ डिफरेंट डे.
फॉर श्योर, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द डे. सो ये है डेस्ट्रो एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आज का दिन इनकी टीम का बहुत बढ़िया जाएगा. लेट्स गो बैक टू द बॉयज.
On one side, we have Captain Cool, Mr. MS Dhoni, and in our BGMI world, I think, Destro, I think it's rightfully said that he's also known as Captain Cool.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much he knows how to keep himself calm, and that's also one of the main reasons why he's got so many trophies, right? And even those trophies are one of the main reasons why the man is so calm, because he knows he's almost achieved everything other than a few trophies, and maybe this one as well. He probably does have his eyes set up onto it. As long as OG's still at the top, getting that trophy is going to be tough, and with that playstyle Godsreen's trying to execute, it will be impossible. Now we've got True Ripper's card on our screen, and clearly True Rippers as well, they're not doing too bad, but we expect a lot more.
All right. I mean, this has been a change, a big change, in fact, that Chelly is implemented in his roster. He's got Hydro from Silly, and then you've got Harsh. I think we all know him. He's one of the OGs in the scene, and finally he's separated from Skips. I think that was quite some interesting departure, but I think it's all starting to align, Scared. Hydro is getting there. Harsh is getting all those finishes. Kyolo Mao. Now True Rippers, they feel like a whole unit.
I mean, this was again the group stage start as well, right? So they were feeling like a very solid, well-knit unit as well. But when it comes down to the finals itself out here on the LAN, yeah, it's not really working out that very good. But I think so they can find their footing very soon.
I guess the real question over here is going to be, are we going to see any targeting against OG? There's a big possibility. If you want to make a comeback, you got to stop them somehow. And maybe for a team like REVENANT X SPARK, they definitely got to do it. They need to stop and disrupt the flow of OG. And we've got their team card on the screen.
And the biggest concern whatsoever is that Osmium did not go live streaming today. He did not make any bold statements as a result of with REVENANT X SPARK need to stage that comeback. So I had a quick word with Shadow actually before this day began, and I asked what was going wrong for you. And you know, the sync was sort of missing. They were not finding those right entries inside the circle, and yes, that has been quite troublesome. And for REVENANT X SPARK, they have done this in the past. They've done this in the previous rendition of the BMPS, which was held in Kochi, and they managed to stage an epic comeback. Can they do that today or not? Let's find out from the boys themselves, as Ocean is there with us for an exclusive interview.
थैंक यू वेरी मच एनालिस्ट एंड ये जो कॉन्वर्सेशन रही है जहां पर ग्रुप स्टेज को टॉप करने वाली टीम और सेमीफाइनल्स को टॉप करने वाली टीम की बात आई है, दोनों के आईजीएल्स मेरे साथ हैं. वी हैव जेली, वी हैव शैडो. स्वागत है आप दोनों का. जेली, आपसे शुरुआत करते हैं. जिस तरीके से अभी तक लैन इवेंट की क्वालिफिकेशंस हर बार रही हैं, एक अलग डोमिनेशन की बात रही है. यू हैव डन दैट. यहाँ पर रिजल्ट्स अभी थोड़े अप एंड डाउन है, बट आपकी लर्निंग्स क्या रही हैं ओवरऑल?
लर्निंग्स यही यार कि स्लो एंड स्टडी विंस यू द रेस. एंड मैं इतना ज़्यादा धीरे धीरे यहाँ तक आ जाता हूँ हर बार, सारे के सारे लैंस क्वालिफाई कर जाता हूँ, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली शायद वो चीज़ नहीं मिल पाती जिसके पीछे मैं बहुत टाइम से भाग रहा हूँ. एंड इस बार होपफुली एक ट्रॉफी आ जाए, तो स्लोली यहाँ तक आई है, स्लोली ट्रॉफी पे आ जाए, यही टारगेट है अभी के लिए. बाकी देखते क्या होता है.
वेल होपफुली, एंड फिर हमें वो स्माइल जल्दी वापस से देखने को मिलेगा. शैडो, यू नो, लैन इवेंट पर आना, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर हर RNTX फैन बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है कि RNTX वापस लैन पर दिखी एक बहुत बड़े फुल स्टॉप के बाद, बट वो रिजल्ट नहीं आया डे 1 पर. व्हाट डू यू थिंक वेंट रॉन्ग?
वही था कि डे 1 में हम अडेप्ट कर रहे थे कि बाकी टीम्स कैसे खेल रही है, और कैजुअलिटीज़ वगैरह भी बहुत सारी हुई. 4 मैन स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं बच पाए लास्ट जोन में, जिसकी वजह से हम कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे थे गेम्स. तो वही ट्राई करेंगे कि आज थोड़ा कैजुअलिटीज़ वगैरह कम हो और अपने प्लान पे स्टिक करें और पॉइंट्स निकालें आज.
होपफुली वो पॉइंट्स निकले, क्योंकि पॉइंट्स जरूरी हैं. टॉकिंग अबाउट जरूरी पॉइंट्स, जली, आज के दिन के लिए कोई चेंज गेम प्लान में जो आपको उस एक बड़े गैप जो कि ओजी बाकी सब टीम्स ने बना रखा है उसके ऊपर जाने में मदद करे?
या हम लोग आज ट्राई करने वाले हैं थोड़ा एग्रेसिव खेलने का. पहले जो फर्स्ट और सेकंड जोन होते हैं, कल हम लोग फाइट्स नहीं ले रहे थे उसमें, क्योंकि हम लोग ट्राई देख रहे थे कि लॉबी किस तरह से खेल रही है. तो आज मोस्टली हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि थोड़े किल पॉइंट्स स्टार्टिंग में ले ले, ताकि वो जो गैप इतना बड़ा बना के रखा उसको कवर हो जाए.
वो गैप है ऑनेस्टली नो बहुत बड़ा, और उस गैप को बहुत टीम्स मिस कर सकती हैं. बट शैडो, डू यू मिस स्प्रे गॉड? वो गैप क्या रॉनी ने फिल किया है? इफ यस, किस तरीके से?
मतलब मिस तो नहीं बोलूँगा मैं, क्योंकि गेम के बाहर तो अच्छे ही दोस्त हैं अभी भी और मिलते रहते हैं. बाकी गेम में तो वही था कि हमारा जम नहीं रहा था, तो चेंजेस किए हैं. तो गेम में भी मैं मिस नहीं बोलूँगा, क्योंकि रॉनी अच्छा कर रहा है अभी टीम के साथ, तो कॉन्फिडेंट है अभी टीम में.
रॉनी ऐसी किन चीज़ों को फिल कर रहा है आपके अकॉर्डिंग जो शायद नहीं हो पा रही थी?
रॉनी वही है कि स्काउटिंग वगैरह भी अच्छा करता है, मतलब गेम्स में ज़्यादा इनपुट है उसका, तो वही है. बाकी तो पता ही है.
वेल, डे 2 होता है डे ऑफ कमबैक्स. क्या इन दोनों में से किसी एक का कमबैक होगा, ये जानने के लिए ऑब्वियसली मैचेस का शुरू होना जरूरी है. अभी के लिए बैक टू द बॉयज.
Well, two coveted IGLs that performed extremely well in the online stages, but definitely seemingly not looking that comfy over here in the grand stage in Noida Indoor Stadium. So a big day for both these teams to stage their comeback. But the schedule in front of us, folks. So, all right. So it's pretty much standard. We've seen this yesterday, even gets repeated today. We begin with Erangel heading on Miramar. And then there is that tipsy-turvy Sanhok, which brings in a lot of mystery. And then, of course, it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. The first game, Erangel. So now let's talk about this. What are we anticipating? What forces need to align for OG to mess up and for some teams to make a comeback?
I mean, at this point, I'm just really feeling that there are other teams who would need to target their rotations, maybe try and finish them off. There is no other way that I can eventually see any other team moving up.
Quick predictions, Necro.
I'm going to go with REVENANT X SPARK.
What about you? All right, RNTX and OG is what our desk has predicted. The believer is there. We are going to ensure that Necro is also a believer by the day ends. But for that, OG needs to perform. But they have 15 different teams to go up against, and they have to do it once again, once more. And now it is time for the greener pastures. Boys, take it away.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Stalber towards the opposite side, which will be Quarry. And this plane flat path, it does seem like it's going to be a bit forgiving for the teams that likes to land on the main island. But if someone does like to move on towards the Sanhok military base, now that's going to be a tough stretch. That means God's Green's going to have a rough time.
I was about to say, you're not going to try and pull that off against God's Train again, because we haven't really seen them drop onto any secondary locations. They try to get those vehicles, then move all the way down. And I think so, again, with the way how this circle is shifting, if it's not on military base, yeah, I'm going to be pretty worried for that team with their start today as well. But if you're talking for some other teams like LIKITHA Esports, going to be super happy. Stallby area entirely empty. Phoenix as well. I think so they can find a few vehicles just above north of Mansion to go towards the Depovka part. No problems out there. OG super happy. Rozok is entirely theirs to grab since there is no soul playing out here. They were eventually eliminated early on.
And also like the fact that Jelly mentioned now they're going to be playing a bit aggressive. So that is one of the best possible things Jelly can do. He does have a team that does possess a lot of firepower too. So in my opinion, True Rippers should definitely take that aggressive front and be a little bit gun heavy.
Yeah.
And looking at the plane flat path as well, it does not seem like we're seeing any sort of clashes, at least as of now. There is God's Green dropping right next to Georgia Pool above Ruins. And even this play zone, just look at it. Maybe God's Green's not going to be able to go all the way down south. They will need to try and come up with a drop location on the fly.
Yeah, because if you really look at that path right now, we've also got 8-bit sitting there. You've got Vasista Esports. They've got to cross all the way from Gatka. If they survive all of that, then you've got Team Forever who are right around that bridge. And we have seen in the past that they really like to stay around that area, specifically when these kinds of circle form, because they know that God's Reign will eventually make their move from this part. They don't really like to move from Milta's bridge because why, you've got Wyld Fangs being absolutely happy around that part. So things do become quite difficult for them. So I think so I'm going to agree with the statement you said that they're not going to go down. They will have to find some loot somewhere around that part. But if you're talking about Cincinnati kids, again, all the way down to Primos, Happy, Meta NINZA, Quarry, they're not really seeing any kind of aggressive clashes right now.
Yeah, come up with a drop location on the fly. That's got to be the best possible thing they can do at this point in time. And that's what God's Green is doing too, man. Moving up north, I guess they are going to go towards Zarki. And that place is also inside of the zone, so it makes a lot of sense. Did hear a bit of those gunshots. Genesis Esports maybe off to a fiery start. But I don't really see anyone near them in the minimap. There is Wyld Fangs next to him towards Milta. But I highly doubt Wyld Fangs is going to try to take any sort of shots against him now. And Genesis Esports is one of those teams that's right next to Wyld Fangs too in the overall standings. So if this fight does occur, the damage will be done equally.
And considering their position right now in the standings as well, you would really want all your players to be alive. Because it's not just that you've now got to take 8 average points. You also want to make sure that OG are nowhere near those average points. So it's not really like a proper marathon race that we normally talk about. With the way how OG started their day, I'll have to say, True Rippers, they performed really good all the way back in group stages, right? They got somewhere over 97 points probably, or maybe exactly 97 points. And that was throughout the group stages in 10 overall matches. OG have reached that mark in 6 games.
Yeah, pretty much. Reckoning Esports is on the move, and for Reckoning Esports. They were Scary Jot in the front. If they keep on moving that direction, Scary Jot soon might just have his line of sights pinned around that vicinity. Wyld Fangs is one of those teams, surprisingly did extremely good on the day one, but still that good performance is not even close to OG's performance. Every single time, whenever you want to praise a team, then you look at OG's score and you're like, yeah, they're miles away from that first spot. It's quite tough. It's not a good performance compared to that one.
I mean, just think about that. You know, all the other teams are probably like, what, 14, 12, 10, 23 points away from the second place. We're talking about the second place. And then it's OG. There's a freaking 60-point difference if you're talking about K9 and OG.
Yeah,
So,
pretty much.
you can clearly see that they're a class apart right now. It's like everyone else is fighting for a chance at the podium, and OG are the ones who really are just going to stand atop at this point. But it's again, the day of comebacks. I'm really hoping for 8-bit at least to make something true.
I just want to see a close competition. I just want to see entertainment. If a competition is dominated one side, then yeah, I mean, the thrilling aspect sort of goes away.
I mean,
I want to see that thrill. I want to be confused in the end. And I do not want to find out off the rip who's going to be the one to come out on top. I want that suspense to be there.
I mean, to be honest, we can probably be be in suspense about the second place at this point. And that's probably the wish of all the OG fans out there. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to see Fixer smiling as well once he hears this. It's like the OG, they're on top, and then everyone else trying to find the second spot. But let's be brutally honest, right? With the way how his power was performing yesterday, I think so it's given not just a ray of hope, but rather an entire beam of chance to 8-bit. And I think so NINZA and Sarang will have to pull something similar if they really want for RNTX to have that same chance.
And that's the crazy part, right? Before that Power performance, 8-bit was not able to find a lot of success.
Yes.
8-bit wasn't doing good, but the moment SPARK started to pop off, it just gave a completely different energy in the entirety of 8-bit, and as a whole unit, they started to perform much better. And that's the entire thing about this game, too. Even if one single man brings up that monstrous play, automatically everyone in that team just gets a new ray of hope, and they just get that confidence.
Yeah, I think so. That also depends on the playstyle of 8-bit themselves, because we've known this team to build their playstyle around one power hitter, and that is his power, right? It's entirely different than from some other teams like True Rippers, whose start we just saw, where all the players had equal amount of finished points as well, or at least the finished contribution. So it's very different, where some teams, they like to activate all of their players and play as a one well-knit unit, while there's 8-bit, who really want to make sure that Espower shines the most as the spearhead of the team, while everyone else is a supporting character in his main character arc out. So I think so both the playstyles are nice as long as you're trying to, as long as you're getting that success, but True Rippers are struggling there in their end at least.
K9 Esports is also being quite proactive this time around, rotating towards that Big Boy Mountain. I like this proactivity from K9 Esports, something new we're seeing on the board. Usually K9 likes to play from the edges, but this time K9 taking the initiative, leading from the front. Vasista Esports towards this bridge. Vasista, they've got a massive split going on. Two players all the way on top of Big Boy Mountain, while the remaining two next to this bridge. I'm not sure how well this split's going to work out. If a four-man squad just straight up rams their vehicles on that compound, those two players from Vasista Esports might just be messed up big time. But let's hope it's not going to happen. OG's on the screen. They've been flawless with their approach so far.
Yeah.
There is someone behind WizGod.
Yeah, that's
and that
K9.
too, yeah, that too, it's the boy of K9. And K9 will go for the fight if they do find the opportunity, so OG needs to be careful.
To be honest, at this point, I think so it's the other way around. With the way how the players have been playing, yeah, now the first contact has been made as Beast fired a few shots, but don't really want to poke this ape because it's going to bite. It's no longer orangutan right now. They're fighting like gorillas.
WizGod's taken a bit of that stop. Beast still driving around, not exactly sure where the man is.
I mean,
I highly doubt this fight's going to come into fruition. The next zone, though, it's going to be extremely important. And Shift right on top of OG. Oh, man, they've got golden luck. OG now just needs to reunite, play together, and just score this game. And if that does happen, then OG will be unbeatable.
Aru has been a mastermind of his team, right? Because you could look at that spread, and you could see that until and unless the circle took a very hard shift over towards the western part, specifically around that hospital, OG would have been in a very good spot in any scenario. And that is the masterclass of Aru right now. And that's why I say that they have cracked the code of this zone meta. Everyone else can play a bit around off-center, they can play around those edges, and they can fight amongst themselves. OG will take that dead center, but there is another team who's also looking to take in the same space.
Yeah, and that is LIKITHA Esports. Pretty close to OG. But LIKITHA Esports, all the 4 players are just in that one compound. And because of that, maybe the intel's going to be lacking. And OG will have a lot of intel to work with. Elimination feed starting to pop off. K9 Esports against REVENANT X SPARK. Oh boy. Even God's Ring Destro gets knocked out. What's going on? Elimination feed starting to lit up. Infinix Esports. They found themselves a bit of that stability. But it's not too stable yet. Phoenix, with the way even they've been playing so far in this tournament, the performance has been disappointing.
Yeah.
But now it's time to amp things up.
Still remember how on day one you had the hopes of Phoenix as well, considering the roster that's on paper right now, the experience that they've had. Ash, the ex-member of OG and probably one of the most crucial pillars, who's had the most experience leading the team out here, but not able to perform as much as we expected them to. And the same struggle could eventually be set for NINZA, who's right now being surrounded by the members of God's Reign. Running away with the shots being fired onto them. They've already lost Destro. They've lost their spearhead. That was to 8-bit. So a very different team now. And this is the struggle which I was mentioning. That the timings that they pick up to try and rotate in the circle, they've been very, very haphazard.
That's the main problem, right? Losing out on Destro like this. And once again now getting taken down with a 3-man squad. This was the exact problem with K9 Esports. And now it's currently happening to God's Reign. And if you look at K9 Esports, they've redirected themselves all the way towards the right side of the map. But once again, going back towards God's Reign. Now they're looking to take a fight against True Rippers. Hydro instantly backing out. Does not want to be part of this fight.
It's just a situation where, again, you can't really take the fight if God's Reign really decide to run onto you. They're just running all the way back. Trying to survive this time. The firepower is insane in this team. Justin, Neo, Delta, all of them are there. I think so that is pretty solid now. But another thing that's been happening pretty solidly is the next circle shift. Wyld Fangs. They find themselves in a very solid spot right now. And OG will need to take a fight against some other teams to try and occupy their spot. And that might be a bit more difficult because there's a humongous cluster forming right on their left side.
Yeah, but really depends on how Wyld Fangs is going to play this one. There's a big chance even Wyld Fangs can be eliminated right now. Yeah, they do have a power position, but how can they sustain it? That's something Wyld Fangs now need to start thinking.
Yeah.
Intel's going to be crucial. Does Wyld Fangs have it? That's another question. True Rippers, though, even they're in quite a decent spot. It's not one of the best, but True Rippers, it is something that's keeping them in quite a stable spot. NINZA making that rotation right next to him. NINZA is always known to find the smack center or the circle. That's how they like to play every single time. And somehow they find it.
The thing is that they're only finding the center of the circle. They're not really finding the fights that they really need to win. That has been the big struggle of NINZA. It's not really the position points. If anything, they've got more position points than their finish points. And only the position is not going to lead you to the podium, let alone that first spot.
Oh, absolutely not. Now you need nuclear performances. Looking at the lead OG has, you need big performances after big performances. 25 points minimum to at least get you in a fighting stance. And then you've also got a team like 8-bit to try and tackle, which just gets even tougher.
The big thing right now is now we're seeing a bit of a difference out there, right? Even with the way how OG was playing, like yesterday you could always see them in the center of action every single time. Regardless of what the circle was, they were always there. They were always right in the center. But this seems a bit more of a passive approach from them. They're like now trying to prioritize the positions. They're trying to wait things out. I don't think so this is the best way, because if something was working out for you in the day one and it worked out so well, why not just keep on going at it?
Look at K9 too. If they're playing from the edges on the southern side. 8-bit taking shots in the front. This might be rough on the players of Reckoning Esports. Spotted. Flock his ball behind that vehicle. That vehicle's not going to be able to sustain too much damage. It will blow up soon. 8-bit. They definitely do want to make sure that Reckoning Esports will face the brunt. But 8-bit themselves needs to make it inside of the circle. They do not really have that solid of a spot yet. Probably going to try to go towards Ruins. But they also need to make sure that Ruins is completely clear and harms free. Next zone shift is going to be crucial. Everyone's banking upon it. And there's a big chance it's probably going to shift out in the open. But no, instead, it's going to be Pochinki's shift.
Big. A massive shift out here. And Wyld Fangs are going to be so happy about it. Right in the center, Sensei pulling a masterclass for his team. And being blessed by the gods of the zone. Every single team is now going to rotate there. You could call Cincinnati kids, K9 taking a very long rotation all the way from down south. LIKITHA will have to face an uphill battle against Genesis. REVENANT X SPARK as well all the way out. It's going to be big. And the fight is now breaking out as well. Genesis taking shots. Phoenix is the one to answer back. It's better NINZA right now to win it. And a big one coming in. Beard Baba saving his team along with Reaper, but for how long is the big question. They've got another team knocking on their doors.
That's the main problem. Meta Ninjas are hurt, and if there is a third party, they cannot even fight back. But even Gods for a Reason, they need to push out in the open, and that's what they exactly know. Gods for a Reason, they cannot make the pounce yet. And Meta Ninja, they're going to utilize this time to actually go for the revival as well.
Dragon.
There's also another team in the back line, so the problems are constantly stacking up on top of each other. Dragon gets finished off by Fierce. That's one free piece of candy. Wyld Fangs, elimination point confirmed. Gods for a Reason, even they've got a solid spot to play with. But as I mentioned, just having a solid spot does not close anything. It's on you and how you play it. Even the elimination feed once again starting to get lit up, and Sensei, it does not seem like the man's going to back away anytime soon. Sensei pushing a ball by himself, but he does not exit the buggy. The only reason why the man closed up was to hear any sort of footsteps. Sensei got the information and instantly backed away.
I mean, I think so. That's a mature decision coming in from Sensei. Not really pushing out a bit too front, just making sure that he knows where the players are. It's going to create a question mark out there though, but there's fights breaking on every single front, and it's REVENANT X SPARK taking on 8-bit. A lot of utilities being thrown. The molly in the face of his power, and bullets onto his chest. They're being taken down as Ronnie will clean the board up. But REVENANT X SPARK themselves are facing a lot of fire on the other side, and it's Genesis to answer them back. They want to start this day with a bang.
Yeah, Genesis Zap is out in the open, and Shadow gets ran over. It felt like REVENANT X SPARK, they were completely unaware of the fact that there was a vehicle moving close to Shadow. And now Genesis, they've got the upper edge inside of the fight. This third party was perfect. REVENANT X SPARK was already hurt. And there's still two more players standing for REVENANT X SPARK. Ronnie's also going to be one of those. But what can he do? That's the main question. Ronnie in the back, Ninja knocked out.
Yeah.
All the burden on the man's shoulder. REVENANT X SPARK, they won that fight with flying colors, but the third party from Genesis Esports left them shocked. And now they're also dismantled. Ronnie needs to tank that damage from the blue and at the same time fight against the players of Genesis Esports. That's the only breakthrough the man's going to have.
And I think so the support could actually come in from the side of OG out there, since they were fighting a few shots, specifically AK. And they're still trying to get a knock in on the other side, while the rest of the members of Genesis still try to find their edge. But look at the circle. It's a humongous cluster on the northwestern part. And there's so many teams who can now find a piece for themselves. And I think so OG are still at a prime position.
Yeah, OG somehow once again gaining a lot of control off the map. I don't know how they do it, but every single time they've just got a lot of map control. But the zone actually shifting away, and now the problems can start to stack up. OG can be in a world of trouble if they do not find a way inside of the zone. But if they are going to be the cleanup crew, maybe those troubles can be taken away. OG taking fight against Genesis Esports, and Genesis still somehow not even dropping a single body. Yes, they're definitely sweating, but it's not enough. Haru taken down extremely low. If OG loses any sort of bodies in this fight, it's just going to make their future terrains even impossible to try and traverse. And Genesis Esports, utilities tossed out against OG, but none of those utilities finding any sort of connection. Genesis is getting desperate. They're also getting shotted from the back. Yesh is taken down real low. Genesis, oh, you cannot afford to lose out on Yesh. OG, now they've got some reinforcements, and there we go.
Lovely.
AKOP, what an 8 that was. First man down of Genesis. Hunter's not in the game anymore. Genesis Esports crippled up. And OG, that's all they needed. They got the confirmation, now instantly looking to back out. But Yash, he wants to take those fadeaway shots, but it's not going to find any success. Genesis Esports, they're hurt.
I mean, they are hurt, yes, but look at how hurt they are by the side of OG. Not just them taking and winning the fight on this front. WizGod is doing an absolute nightmaric job for the team. Our Thunky is answering back to Wyld Fangs, who've got a solid space in the circle. OG are the ones who are controlling everything at every front in this northern hemisphere.
Yeah, it does seem like OG is firing on all cylinders. Reckoning Esports 2 next to OG on the other side. Wyld Fangs still in quite a strong spot. Vasista Esports right next to Wyld Fangs. There are still a lot of tough teams OG needs to go through to try and get this chicken dinner. But OG, they've got one thing in their favor, and that is the man number. All the 4 players still standing there, looking extremely strong. But still on the northern side, they're not in the power spot yet. And let's not forget, there's a big chance even God's Dream can actually take a rotation behind OG and backstab them. It can happen anytime.
That could be one of the things as well, but my current focus is that Reckoning. They're in a position where they can also create some problems on the other side. The circle has been taking a lot of hardships, I think, so it's now going to be a bit more centralized. So again, every single team who are in the dead center, they might have a good opportunity. Specifically, Gods for Reason, maybe teams like Vasista Esports, and also Wyld Fangs. They're in a nice spot. So OG will have to take an uphill battle against every single one of them.
Yeah. And OG just needs one more point to hit triple digit.
Yeah.
They've got 99 points. If they get one more elimination point, that's going to be 100 points in the overall tally.
Imagine, Cincinnati kids haven't even reached at an average of 1 point per game, and OG are averaging more than 10. More than 10.
They're probably averaging more than 12 at this point. That's what I think. They're averaging a lot of points, but you know what? We're not too good at math, so we're going to ignore that and focus on the fights that are currently happening. Reckoning hitting back against the players of Team Forever, but there is the Lord of Thunder. And his Thor's Hammer this time is not going to strike that well. He's falling apart, and his teammates as well. They're not able to save Asgard. This time, his position, it's revealed, it's compromised, and it's getting absolutely demolished by the players of Reckoning Esports. It is the Reckoning that is stopping the players of Team Forever stay alive forever, and Thunder is now going to be the last piece of candy to be found, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Reckoning Esports running over even the players of K9, as even they're not going to stand a chance against the wrath of Reckoning, but in the end, Reckoning, they get shut down. What just happened? A quick wipe against Reckoning from K9.
That was a fantastic nade being thrown out there, forcing the players in the open to take that fight, and then K9 were able to take the piece of the pie for themselves as well. Big one coming in, but it's not just that one part, right? K9 is controlling on the western fronts, but now OG are also taking the fight against the other teams. They're going to be right at the edge of the circle, but all the other teams now have got a very solid space in most of the hard compounds. You talk about that one warehouse, you still have NINZA holding their ground there. You've also got Gods for Reason holding down that squad house as well. Yes, they're going to have K9 moving in down south of them, but I don't think so that's going to be a big problem. They would be able to deal with them without any major difficulties. But if we're talking about all the other teams, yeah, I mean, that's where we are going to see some problems begin. This next circle shift will be big. It will be crucial.
K9 Esports rotating from the southern side. They've got the edges control. NINZA inside of the warehouses. Aquanox near the rock. NINZA, it seems like they're trapped. But luckily enough for NINZA, they're not in that bad of a position. But yeah, they are trapped. How do you get out of it? That's the main question. They can at least sustain that spot for the next 50 seconds. But NINZA needs to start thinking a way out of it. They need to find a way out. Wyld Fangs now. They've got a lot of trouble approaching and brewing up as well. Trey Scott spots the players of OG get real close. And Trey Scott has got a nade cooking up as well. If this nade's going to be tossed to perfection, that should be a knock. But no, instead, it was not enough. Molotov tossed on top. They still do not know where Trey Scott is.
Yeah.
And that is a good thing. As long as Trey Scott's position is not revealed, Trey Scott can deliver a lot of intel, and that's what exactly the man's doing. But still, somehow Seth goes down. What an 8 from Athenki that was. It's able to thread the needle. Even Trey Scott falls apart. Wyld Fangs, they're losing this fight. OG, they've got all the 4 players still intact. Utilities on point. OG's looking unstoppable, and it seems like OG, they're going to be third-partied by the likes of LIKITHA Esports. They're here to try and disrupt the flow of OG. They're here to try and stop them in tracks. But can OG really be stopped?
It's not just one team now. All the other teams trying to take their piece of the pie. Seth is going to fall. OG, like a well-knit unit, now want to take the rest of them down as well. And another shot on Fierce. Deletes him with God. He's turning out to be the gods of the trees of OG9. Finish points already. Pushing uphill in the church to win that fight is ludicrous.
Yeah, but hold on to that thought. NINZA pushed up. There was a man from 8-bit in the back, and even NINZA's flow has been disrupted. Oh boy, that solo man just spoiled the entirety of the dream of NINZA to try and conquer the grounds. Yeah, OG's looking unstoppable. Yeah, OG's got a phenomenal form, but still, they've got a lot of teams to go through to try and secure this game.
Yeah.
And now OG, they're just going to be pushed on the back step to play the defense. But the next zone, it's going to be cruel and also crucial. Shifts away from OG, but look at who's in the power spot this time. It's Cincinnati Kids. Maybe a day for comeback for the boys. Juicy's going to be happy next to Zeref, and even Sama is going to have his smirks on the face. Cincinnati Kids, they've got to close it out.
At least on this day too, they're going to finally get 1 position point, bare minimum, if they win that one right now. But yeah, that's the main thing. They're right in the dead center. For how long can they hold it is the big question. K9 still on the edges. They will be in the blue in the next few seconds too, so they will make their move, and that's going to grab the attention of Cincinnati Kids. If OG can find an opportunity to win the fight against LIKITHA and Meta NINZA that are around them, while Cincinnati Kids is occupied with K9, then they're going to have a very nice opportunity. And guess what? They're going to be destroying them instantly, as Skips is the man who enters and performs like a madman.
Yeah, K9 Esports in a world of trouble. The players are extremely hurt, but there is still Omega to try and get that rescue operation done. Is that going to come through? That's the question. OG pushing up close and personal against the NINZAs, but at the same time, iQOO switches his focus against Vasista Esports. OG gets third party, iQOO gets confirmed, and OG wipe out the entirety of Vasista Esports. The 2 remaining players of Vasista not in the game anymore, but even OG, now they've got a lot of problem approaching them, but they've still got so many points to sustain that lead. And OG, they're still going to be on the first spot, even if they do get eliminated. They've done the high climb. They've done the work in this game.
11 eliminations already, combine a few position points. A big play coming in from the boys, and Circle was shifting away, but guess what? K9 will be shifted back to the spectators with an aid of Chandan, and it indeed was OP.
Cincinnati Kids in the power spot. Smack center. Then you've got Meta NINZA around the edges. Gods for Reason getting obliterated. What happened there? An explosion. And that's how Gods for Reason just completely got obliterated.
Yeah.
And now also getting dismantled. LIKITHA Esports on the opposite side of Zeref. The man's job is to defend this ground. But LIKITHA Esports, if they do storm through, Cincinnati Kids will not see this coming. But there's also Meta NINZA on the sidelines that they need to take care of. And LIKITHA Esports, what can they do? Think, scared. If you're LIKITHA Esports, what will you do?
Just do what OG is doing. Push up, take the fight, win the fight. That's what I was about to say. But I think so at this point, yes. For now, they'd either have to wait. They've got 2 opportunities. Either wait for the reaction of Gods for Reason, or eventually just try to be that main one that causes the distraction. Meta NINZA also on the other side.
No, they don't stand a chance.
They're going to be taken down. Sarwar has got a pretty nice aim as well. I've seen this dude all the way from 2023. He's been playing insane. Always been on that performing stage. And now we're finally down to the last 3 teams, the trifecta, and I love this play of Cincinnati Kids. A 2-and-2 split with a couple of players playing in the trench, couple of players playing in that house with a solid cover. One nade can actually ruin the day for Zeref and Juicy though.
If you really look at it, CK is currently in a sandwich. Yeah, they do have a solid cover to play with, but if Gods for Reason somehow is able to thread the needle and get that 3-pointer, there's a big chance Cincinnati Kids can actually be pushed on from both the sides.
Yeah.
And then that sandwich will actually work against CK. CK needs to execute one fight as soon as possible. They need to start poking someone. And at this point, LIKITHA Esports is definitely getting poked on. Inferno's taken down real low. They've got the meds, though, to patch himself up. Starboy is definitely a star player for LIKITHA Esports. He has been making wonders. And now it's the final circle. The blue's going to start to close within 5 seconds. Everyone's going to be forced to get in the center. LIKITHA Esports needs to start making moves. Cincinnati Kids, all they need to do is just hold out against LIKITHA Esports. There's also going to be the players of Gods for a Reason pushing in from the back lines. Look at LIKITHA Esports smoking out the generic angles, pushing up close and personal against Cincinnati Kids. And LIKITHA Esports, they might just find a lot of success soon. Here are Skips and Salme right next to each other. Cincinnati Kids, at the same time, they need to take care of the players of Gods for a Reason in the back, and Starboy gets struck. Starboy gets confirmed. LIKITHA Esports getting dismantled. They do not really have enough player to try and take care of the players of Cincinnati Kids. LIKITHA with just 2 men standing. CK with all the players on the board. And Skips, he strikes down another man. Inferno is not beaming good enough. And now you've got just 2 teams standing. Cincinnati Kids against the players of Gods for a Reason. And CK, they've got the man advantage. They can feel it coursing through their veins. This is their game. This is their chicken dinner. Cincinnati Kids, they close things out. Day 2 is indeed the day of comebacks.
Finally, a big play coming in from Cincinnati Kids, where they were struggling to get even 1 single point per game. As soon as day 2 started, they started with a bang chicken dinner.
And rightfully, as we all said, right, day 2 marks the day of comebacks. And yes, Cincinnati Kids, God for Reasons, 2 teams struggling at the very bottom, realize that now the stakes are higher than ever. And they delivered. Cincinnati Kids, of course, what beautiful positioning, Necro. Cincinnati Kids held on, and I think it all aligned for them from there.
Stayed outside of the fight, pretty much played like meta ninjas in that scenario, right? Stayed outside of the fights, tried to make sure that they've got the centric part every single time, had a 2-2 split going on for themselves too. CK just played every single aspect perfectly. But guys, I expected a lot more from the side of Wyld Fangs too. They had a prime spot in their hand for such a long time, but losing that one fight, losing that one single fight just costed them the entire game.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? That one fight, but it was against OG. They've been in the form as well. At this point, I just feel the coordination of OG is absolutely insane. But one thing that I'm really glad about is the fact that CK were able to make that big comeback, right? So that's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was much needed for Cincinnati Kids, especially them being at single digits, finally at double digits, a chicken dinner to account for. So much to know. Let's head over to Ocean, who's waiting with the boys from Cincinnati Kids.
I mean, day 1, इतने गेम्स, मात्र कुछ पॉइंट्स, डे 2 का स्टार्ट, डे ऑफ कमबैक की बात करी जाती है. दिस इज द कमबैक आई थिंक जो सिंसिनाटी किड्स का आना चाहिए था. एंड जूसी, इट वाज जस्ट एन अमेजिंग गेम फॉर यू.
या मतलब कल बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे से मतलब अनफेवर में हो रही थी. सो आज हम लोग यही सोच से आए थे कि आज अपना बेस्ट देंगे और बस आज ईगो पे खेलने वाले थे. सो अब वही है.
And just add on to that, सर्कल के शिफ्ट भाई, पोचिंकी की तरफ को सर्कल आ रहा है, वो जोन होल्ड करना, वो एरिया सर्कल के सेंटर के एरियाज के अंदर प्लेयर्स के साथ रहना. वाज दैट जस्ट अ गट फीलिंग? वाज दैट जस्ट अ फीलिंग कि भाई नहीं, गेम ऐसे ही रीड होना चाहिए था? क्या था?
आज बस हम ये सोच कर आए थे कि आज बस अंधों की तरह मारना है बस.
मैं वो वर्ड समझ गया था जो आप बोलने वाले थे. आई मीन उसको हटा के कुछ और बोलना चाहे तो भी चलेगा.
मतलब यही था आज हम लोगों का स्टार्टिंग से माइंडसेट. सब लोग सेम पेज पर आ गए थे कि कल जो भी हम लोगों ने मतलब एज अ टीम ही हम लोगों ने बहुत गंदा खेला है और उसके लिए हम लोगों को बहुत ज़्यादा हेट भी कह सकते हैं आप मिला. सो आज हम लोग सब लोग सेम पेज पर ही हैं और अभी तो पहला गेम ही है, बाकी 5 भी बाकी हैं.
जस्ट एक क्वेश्चन, ये ऑब्वियसली पहला ही गेम है आज के दिन का, डे ऑफ कमबैक्स है. डू यू थिंक ओरंगुटान के अगेंस्ट यू गाइस स्टिल हैव व्हाट इट टेक्स, बट विल दैट बी अ वेरी वेरी लॉन्ग रोड?
अगर वो लोग एक दिन में 90 पॉइंट स्कोर कर सकते तो हम लोग भी कर ही सकते हैं. कुछ डिफरेंस नहीं है यहाँ पे, किसी भी टीम के अंदर कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, सब लोग अच्छी टीम्स हैं. सो अगर वो लोग कर सकते हैं, कोई भी टीम कर सकती है.
100% कोई भी टीम कर सकती है. और कमबैक की शुरुआत तो हो चुकी है, लेकिन ये शुरुआत कितनी आगे जाएगी, अभी के लिए चलते हैं एनालिस्ट की तरफ.
This chicken dinner made a mark, and of course there were some movements in the overall standings, but majority of it was in the very bottom. And that still leaves us with this question, what is going at top? Because we could see 8-Bit, True Rippers, all of them bound out quite early.
Yeah, 8-Bit especially, we had a lot of expectations, right? Especially when you know you're the closest against a team that's holding a miraculous lead. You definitely need to perform in every single game, but 8-Bit is now starting to miss that out on those games. That means there's a big chance that lead might not be close soon.
I mean, at this point, I was really hoping for them to try and, set their foot on the gas as well to try and bring it up. But I think so they eventually took a couple of unfortunate fights that did not land in their way.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite unfortunate, but they still have 5 more matches to pick up the pace. And, OG, they have been firing on all cylinders, and rightfully so. They've got iQOO written on their jersey. They're powered by iQOO, and that is the reason for their success so far. Of course, you can also play like Orangutan are playing right now. All you gotta do is check out the iQOO Neo 10. We have been talking about the features, the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4, the 7000 mAh battery, 120 watts worth flash charging, and then 144 FPS. That is where that performance really oozes out. And now coming back to conversation, Necro, you were quite unsatisfied how Wyld Fangs just gave away the church to OG. And that is where I think, that is where we've kind of felt like OG, this is it. They're doing this.
In my opinion, Trey Scott could have played that position much better. He could have actually peeked out, taken those firefights as well. But instead, he let the players of OG actually get pretty up close and personal. We've also got the MVP off that previous game. It's going to be Reaper from NINZA, which is quite interesting, right? NINZA, that's the only thing we were asking for. They needed those elimination points, and finally Reaper is bringing it on the board.
Yeah, of course, and that was so much needed, especially to satisfy you, Necro, that you always been of the opinion that they only go for they only go for position points, and this time at least they had a couple of finishes to also account for. But K9, I was also impressed with how K9 was looking initially. It felt like they were men on a mission, but instantly gassed out, scared.
I mean, to be honest, considering with the way how this entire circle was going on, apart from the first circle itself, it was pretty harsh for K9 because they had to fight through a lot of teams if they ever wanted to get in that circle. But I like the decision-making of Omega there. He took a very big wrap around all through the edges of the circle from the eastern sides and then barged in through the southern end. Yes, taking the uphill battle, but not with as many teams as we expected them to.
Exactly. I mean, imagine they started from Severny and then they were around that Pochinki vicinity, right? So that's how long of a rotation they actually went with. And he clearly mentioned this too, right? The rotation was not easy for them. They were constantly taking fights. They were also on the receiving side of the spectrum for such a long time.
But the way they got exploded there by that one grenade, that has to be something where you would be scratching your heads what else you could have done. But even despite K9 also being aggressive, we also saw aggression coming out of Reckoning in the earlier phases of the games where they were all out on a hunt. Viper suddenly started to feel himself, and this is where Reckoning were kind of starting to build up, but they were also instantly stopped.
Of course, I mean, look, Reckoning Esports, they were constantly playing on the other side too. Now, what Reckoning Esports was doing different compared to the players of OG was that Reckoning Esports was not taking enough space. And that's one of the main issues why Reckoning Esports were not even able to come out on top. And another issue with Reckoning Esports was that they lost out on one man way too early inside of the game, so taking space just got impossible.
Yeah. And that's one of the big things about Reckoning Esports as well, that we saw a very good performance all the way back in the group stages as well, but they could not really keep up with it, and they've not really been feeling since day one of this entire LAN finals.
And, whenever it's the day of comebacks, we have been talking about day 2 always being REVENANT X SPARK's way, but seems like we gotta wait a little longer for the Spark to again rise.
Yeah, REVENANT X SPARK, I expected maybe they can pull off a chicken dinner off the rip and definitely this time just keep on the tradition going. But no, that's not the case. And yeah, I'm going to tell you another thing, right? I was hoping that maybe Phoenix Esports does something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to give up my hopes on them from now on.
All right, you've given your hopes on Phoenix. Are you a believer now?
Not yet. I still believe it's anyone's cup of tea.
Come on.
What?
All right.
Other than the teams in the bottom five.
We'll talk about
Get
this.
out.
And look at this. Look at this. The match ranking is in front of us. So Cincinnati Kids get 19 points out of this one. On the second, it's going to be Orangutan 13. Imagine, again, having a bad game and get 13 points out of it. But nice recovery even from the likes of Gods for Reason as well.
Yeah, and even NINZA once again getting those 10 points scored. That was something that they desperately needed. K9 Esports, slow and steady steps actually. Now K9 Esports with this sort of performance, they might have actually knocked inside of the top 5, and this is something you would love to see from a team like K9 Esports. Not exactly yet though, since NINZA is the one currently sitting on the 5th spot. But OG, they've got 110 points, 8-bit on 62. Man, the lead is extending. 8-bit, you need to do something.
It's 48 points now. That is atrocious, preposterous, whatever objectives you can get in. But OG needs to be put to a daunting halt. Otherwise, it seems like they might just win it today itself. With 8-bit not performing really well, even Genesis not doing that great. Team Forever also failed. It's NINZA, in fact, Meta Ninjas and K9 who are actually on the climb. And GDR Necro, they are falling down now on the 10th position. This is concerning.
I mean, they've been struggling a lot, yes. Previously, they were at least getting the eliminations right, at least yesterday in the first few games. But after that, it just seems like even that elimination has been entirely off the feed as well. They've been on a very downhill climb right now, and the same thing could be said for the rest of the teams down there.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of downhill climb, Vasista Esports is doing even worse. So that's another thing we need to put out there. And once again, I'm going to say this over and over again, considering it is one of the most hyped lineups out there, it is one of the strongest lineups out there, you do not really expect that lineup to be there on the second last page, on the second last spot.
Yeah, I mean, they need to have that spotlight on them, and they need to perform when the spotlight is on them, and Vasista Esports have failed. But you know what? We have been telling this to you. We might sound like broken records, but if you want the spotlight, if you want to play like OG, you gotta check out the iQOO Neo trend, the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4, and then the dual chip power, all courtesy to that supercomputing chip QI. Just ensuring that you've got the software issues in control, no lags, no glitches. You can record your gameplay, you can record vlogs, you can multitask, do whatever you really want. But now, with game 1 done and dusted, that leaves us with where we really begun, right, Necro? If you're looking at the grand scheme of things, we've got 2 different storylines. It's OG for the trophy, and the other team still competing. Now, up next is going to be Miramar, and Miramar is one of those technical maps, day of comebacks. Who do you think has got a shot in Miramar?
Oh, Miramar, I really do want to go with Somraj and say that since he loves the grounds of Miramar, there's a big chance the man might just get a chicken dinner and try and close that gap against OG, so I'm going to go with them.
Of course, I mean, Somraj has to be an ideal choice. One of his favorite maps also is Miramar, and folks, all of that is going to happen, but after this short little break.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika. Welcome to IFM 3.0, and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
fellas with a million smackers and nervous indigestion. Rich fellas, are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? Who cares for what you've got if you're not having any fun? Are you having any laughs? Are you getting any loving? Have a little fun, son. Imitate your mom, son, and have a little fun.
After watching OG's unstoppable domination, someone needs to try and at least disrupt their flow. Can it be 8-Bit? Can it be anyone underneath them? Well, we're going to find out once we deep dive inside of the map of Miramar. But before that, I'm going to be your host and caster for at least 4 now. John alongside with me is going to be Fixes and Scared Yet. Guys, once again, OG's unstoppable. There is 8-Bit, but the previous game wasn't that great. And now at this point, if Miramar is not going to be good for 8-Bit, there's a big chance OG will run away with the trophy.
Yeah, there is actually a very, very high chance that that's going to happen. But we know Somraj, he's been in this situation even before. So I'm anticipating him to go all out and get a chicken dinner and stop OG in this one.
Yeah, look, at this point, OG needs to be stopped, no matter if it's going to be the team at the top or by the team at the bottom. And you know what? We've got a lot of questions to answer those questions. Let's head on towards Ocean.
Orangutan Ronak, OG Ronak, and you know OG के साथ एक और चीज़ मुझे याद आती है. When you were part of entity, और उस टाइम जब आप टीम के साथ आते थे, आप एक लकी चार्म बन चुके थे टीम के. जब आप आए, ट्रॉफीज उठाई गई. राइट नाउ यू आर विद ओजी. क्या वो लकी चार्म वाला क्वेस्ट कंटिन्यू हो रहा है?
मैं जिंक्स तो नहीं करूँगा, बट यस ये 2 दिन के बाद हो जाएगा. बट यस ये वाला चीज़ जो मैं लास्ट टाइम आया था एंटिटी के साथ में, यही अरीना में एंटिटी जीती थी. सो लेट्स सी यहाँ पे हिस्ट्री रिपीट होती है या नहीं.
2 दिन बाद ऑब्वियसली यू नो विल हैव टू सी एंड अंडरस्टैंड कि क्या होता है. इनफैक्ट कल की शाम तक ही पता चल जाएगा. एंड चलिए, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द एंटायर सिनेरियो, राइट, रौनक ऐसा प्लेयर हर कोई जानता है. इस समय आप टीम के साथ आए हुए हैं, मिस कर रहे हैं वो स्टेज के ऊपर जाना, चढ़ना, बैठना, खेलना. व्हेन कैन वी सी दैट हैपनिंग एंड आर यू मिसिंग इट?
यस डेफिनेटली भाई, बहुत टाइम हो गया है. इट्स बीन वेरी लॉन्ग, बट थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा उस चीज़ को. बट यस ये वाला इवेंट ये लोग जीत जाए, उसके बाद क्या पता मैं BGMS में इनके साथ खेलते हुए दिखूँ आपको.
Alright, क्या पता. Well, we'll just see and thank you very much and I wish you all the very best and the team as well.
One thing is for sure, so far the man's definitely been the lucky charm. OG's currently sitting at the top with a remarkable lead, and now the teams underneath them trying their best to at least catch up or at least stop them. And yeah, CK pulling off that major comeback. The question is still there: is the consistency going to be there?
Oh, that's a very tough one. You really put me under the spotlight, didn't you? And Cincinnati kids, if you remember, Juicy and in his DNA, the Lost Leonis circles is usually where he really loves to thrive. And we know that when he was back even playing for 8-Bit, Miramar games usually went well for Juicy, but that was a whole different lineup. So big ifs and buts there.
That's a big thing, right? I would say that if in case it's a Lost Leonis circle, then yes, I'm going to give some of those points to Juicy. But if it's not there, then I don't really see how they can eventually make it in, right? Because you talk about OG as well, they drop around that Chumasera area. They also love the map of Miramar. We're talking about 8-Bit, top 2 teams on the board. Both of them like to play on this map. And I think so one of the big reasons why we're still seeing this big leap of OG, it's also because of the schedule that we have, right? Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, 2 of the off maps which these teams like to really play. And I think so that's been showing up great for them.
And look, another thing that we really need to talk about is that it does not even matter if CK does try their best to catch up towards that first spot. Still, it's a Herculean task. Getting 19 points in a chicken dinner is not enough if you do want to be there on the first spot. You need more than 25 points. And that's the only thing that can at least help you to close out that gap and at the same time place yourself in the top 3. Now, another thing that I really wanted to talk about was at the start of the day, we did have an interview lined up with Jelly, and Jelly clearly mentioned this. They're going to go extremely aggressive and try and get those elimination points, but at least in the first game, we did not see that coming out of True Rippers. Hopefully, though, inside of the second game, True Rippers can really rip things apart and get themselves a massive game. But 8-Bit, with that previous bit of a bad game, 8-Bit's going to look to dominate the grounds of Miramar once again.
Well, the stage is set, folks. It is going to be the desert of Miramar, and we are excited to see what happens next as the flight path trajectory all the way from La Cobreria towards Porto Paraiso certainly will help teams like Godstrain, who are again looking for their redemption inside of day 2. First game did not go their way. 8-bit, of course, quite hungry. And they need to close in that gap that OG have already backed upon. Or is it going to be one of those games where OG double down, get a chicken dinner, and end this competition right here, right now? So many mysteries to unfold. And Scared, what do you think? What are we going to witness?
I mean, you basically pointed out a lot of possibilities out there. You know, I'm still going to stand as a believer. I'm still going to hope that maybe we're going to be seeing a few more teams make that leap, make that comeback, slowly and steadily get that climb up, be it Phoenix Esports or be it even Genesis as well, right? Because they've been left quiet for a long time. And with the way how this plane has been going in, I think so they've got a very fine time to try and get to their way towards the Ore Humada and maybe have that time for, you know, to get that loot, set them up, see where the circle is, see which teams might have a bit of an advantage out there and then make their way.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting because what's very interesting is how K9 have dropped down Scared. If you look at it, they are kind of scattered apart from each other right next to Hacienda del Patron. And interestingly enough, they're going to find a lot of resources. I think the idea is to get those vehicles really early. Previous game, we saw them perform quite well. But now, I think Gods of BGMI have granted Juicy the zone once again.
Yeah.
Cincinnati kids, this is supposed to be their circle to win, but let's also not forget that Wyld Fangs, they're also in close contention.
Both of these teams have technically been blessed right now. I mean, for the previous game as well, these were the only two teams where they found themselves in the dead center of those circles every single time. So I think so this is going to be a good chance for them to try and get back up as well on the redemption arc. If you're really talking about taking the throne, yeah, I don't really see that happening for as long as OG are going to be firing on all cylinders. But when it comes down to the rest of the teams, maybe, you know, to at least make their way in top 5, they might have that opportunity and they might be able to do that if they're able to capitalize on these off maps.
Yeah, and so far in Erangel, we also witnessed silence in the early phases of the game. So it's all about settling down, get some good position. And Wyld Fangs are actually exactly doing that. But when you talk about the other outliers, 8-bit, very far from the zone. But this is again one of the circles we have seen in the past where Somraj did manage to get a chicken dinner. It is inevitable that they get a chicken in this one, close in that gap. Otherwise, things are going to be really, really hot for them. And even for Team Forever also. Now, Team Forever, ever since the revamp, you know, bringing in Thunder and Cheyenne, I've been really loving Cheyenne lately. If you talk about him as an individual also, I think quite overlooked as an assaulter, but he definitely has those numbers to back it up with.
And he also has got quite a few of those proofs as well. Yesterday we saw him pull off that 1v2 as well in multiple moments. Cheyenne was the man who the entire team relied upon. And I think so that is one of the big things, that you still have the trust on your man and he's also performing. I think so once the rest of the members, they start to level up as well and maybe get their gun skills back on top, they would be able to make their way up in the climbing leaderboard too. But as we're talking about that climbing, right, the climbing should never stop. And the ones who are really the best at climbing have always been the Apes, and there's no other team who's coming yet close to them. But this one type of circle, you know, with the way how it's forming, I think so this might pose a threat to them.
You know, to be honest, at this point, I really feel like they have cracked the code. The previous game, I think both of you, Necro and you Scared, were of the opinion that it's going to be such a tough circle for OG to play in the moment it shifted away from them. And then we saw how they blitzed their way inside the zone, how they took those fights, and the confidence that they were exuding is worth mentioning, right? Fear has been eliminated from their dictionary. That does not exist anymore. Even when in situation when they have their backs against the wall, they still come out swinging. And that has been such a threat and such a menace for teams to deal with. And at this point, I still feel like, you know, they're going to take that southern split and head along. But REVENANT X SPARK, very close to K9.
And they're also pretty close to the rest of the members in the leaderboard itself, right? Yes, they're close to K9. And if you're talking about the points tally, one big game, somewhere around 10 to 12 eliminations, 10 points for your position, and they will leap all the way back up in the top 8 itself. So I think so they've got a good chance if they're able to win this early fight, not just toppling one team up from top, but also moving forward.
And to move forward, you need the best device. you need the best weapon for a gamer. That is this one in front of your screen. The iQOO Neo 10 sports the dual chip power. And of course, the 120 watts flash charging is also worth mentioning. Do check it out. But coming back to conversation, we've got 8-bit, a very important game at that.
Yes.
They did get an Insidious this time into their roster, but eventually have subbed him out. So Raiden, Equinox, both of them back in play. And for 8-bit, they yet to make a move. Still lurking around, looting around in El Pozo.
I think so. They will not face any kind of difficulties out here, right? I mean, this is the thing about the map of Miramar. After every team drops and there's absolutely no drop collisions, it all comes down to how slow and steady the teams eventually play. Considering the shifts of the zone as well, it is very slow. There's no action whatsoever. And the thing is, there's not even a single loose screw for either of these teams. All the players are still alive.
Yeah, we are all waiting for that early drama to begin. At least something for even the audience to cheer for. It's been such an eerie silence taking over these barren lands. And at this point, for Vasista Esports, a very important game. And just before the day began, I had a quick word with their owner, Mr. Sandeep. And he was of the opinion that we are reliant on Fury. Fury needs to step up. He's been the tip of the spear, and he needs to attack. He needs to find his groove back. And if Vasista Esports do that, then maybe better days could come for them.
There's a big difference, right? When you really rely on your spearhead a lot to outperform the other teams versus where you enable your spearhead to perform. And I think so this has been the big difference maker between 8-bit and Vasista Esports, right? You've got the brains, you've got the firepower, but the thing is how you enable that firepower. You talk about S-Power, you've got all three players always alive and right next to him up until the 5th stage of the circle. And that's when they start to lose their members, and S-Power performs. He's there because he knows the rest of the team is supporting him, be it with the utilities, be it with the cover fires. They're setting the path for him and he's running it down. When we're talking about Vasista Esports, the big thing that we see there is that a lot of players, even throughout the day yesterday, were picked off early on. That did not really leave a lot of room for Fury to outperform everyone else.
Yeah, as much as I would hate to say this, but S-Power is an exception. We just can't count him in mere mortals. To be honest, the things he does is so difficult to even replicate.
Yeah.
He's in a league of his own. He's got that flair. He's a generational talent that has been well established, I think, playing since he was 14. And now having that competitive experience under his belt, surely bolstering up his confidence. And that is quite visible. But what's even more interesting is that zone shift. We're talking about that hard shift. It has happened. It's gone all the way towards the northeastern side. So you can see that splash of colors around the southwestern areas, right? And Vasista Esports, again, find themselves in really rough waters. Hector already brought down too low. Scary shot coming in from the backlines. Does he know that Omega is positioned? Yes, Fury does, as a Molotov will get followed up with. Not enough to flush out the humble IGL as Hector. He's taken quite some smacking as K9. They just blitz through. Fury and Hector already taking the brunt. Vasista Esports have no monkey business in this fight.
This is the big thing that I was talking about, that you can't get picked off so early on and then entirely depend on one player to try and pull a 1v2, 1v3 just like that. Look at how Slug was eventually focused on, right? He was helped in by his team to take that individual 1v1 against Hector, and then he turned around and supported the rest of the players who were supporting him. A very nice play coming in from K9, and I think so this was the coordination which they were lacking yesterday. It was there, but it was not very well refined. I think so that after that first day, they basically brushed off all the jitters as well, and it seems like now they are firing on all cylinders. That's technically the second game, but they've got a pretty decent start.
You know, honestly, what I make out of it is Hector has the right players. He just does not know how to play around them. Now, looking so lost in this fight. It was such a welcoming invite for K9. And K9 really took the chance, got those finishes. And this is the kind of a start you would expect, right? Slug, you need this man in sublime form. And seems like having 3 finishes secured already, he looks set up. And K9 did have a decent amount of finishes early on in the previous game of Erangel, so hoping that they capitalize and really get a chicken dinner.
To be honest, they are capitalizing really well, to be honest, at least for the starting of this game. But there's another team that's always capitalizing on the possession of Wyld Fangs. It seems like it's a match made in heaven every single time. The
You
second
had to bring
game,
that up, didn't you?
yeah, I have to. I mean, with the way how they took the church control in the previous game, it seems inevitable that the similar thing is going to be repeated right now. Look at the position of OG, pretty close to them.
Look at them. I feel like Pierce, he snuffed out the threat. He knows he's heard the commotion.
Yeah.
Of course, now he has to be a little bit watchful. He needs to pick those right fights. And for Orangutan, they've got their work cut out. They just have to be patient. And, you know, this is what I love about them. Every single movement they're making, that comes with a purpose. And even if things don't work their way, I love the layering they have, right? They always have some contingency plan. Look at them just scouring around, driving their vehicle, trying to lure out some enemies. And now once they've spotted them out, now it's going to be interesting. But hold on, Viscott, that's a knock that he did not anticipate. But AKOP just turns around. But of course, will have to suffer that untimely demise of Viscott. OG are not going to be happy about this, but Cincinnati kids, the circle was destined to be theirs and seems like it's slipping away.
It is indeed, and AKOP is the man who's making that slip up. He's the one who's constantly applying the loops on the road where they are constantly slipping. And guess what? They've seen AKOP, they've seen that what this man can do, and they've decided not to take this fight against OG. They're kind of giving away that one space, but I think so it's a very calculated decision as well. You don't really want to take that fight at the edge. You don't want to fight against the big boys.
Yeah, of course, rightfully said, right? Why is fight outside the circle when you can just go in, gatekeep, and you know, wait for your time to come? So that's the approach that Cincinnati kids went for, and yeah, you need to give respect to OG at this point. They are a team that are swinging heavy with momentum and preparation, but REVENANT X SPARK, it's going to be an interesting tussle here. Spotted out the players of Genesis, of course, Hunters. He's taken a little bit of that smacking, but not enough to put him out of commission. And we've got Sarang. This man, he really needs to come alive. REVENANT X SPARK, they need to come back from the dead.
Yeah.
A very important game nonetheless for this team. As even Gravity, he's trying to find those angles, and seems like Hunters will succeed to take a couple of shots, but to no avail. REVENANT X SPARK just around the edges. Genesis, they have to get inside the circle. Now Genesis really need to start counting their eggs at this point. Do they get inside the zone, or do they pick this fight with REVENANT X SPARK and risk getting third-partied?
At the very moment, I think so it's better to run away from this one. There are certain fights that you need to take, and there are certain fights that you need to avoid. And this is one of the fights which you need to avoid. No real incentive either after winning that, until and unless you execute all of it flawlessly. But guess what? They're eventually falling down right away into the arms of G4R. G4R had a very nice game in the previous Erangel too, but they weren't really that aggressive, right? They were mostly holding down onto their compound. Now that gives us the opinion that they have very strong defense, and right now they need to defend.
No, for G4R, I'm of the opinion that they've come out to be the mischievous ones inside the lobby. You know, we have not seen any sense of purpose. Today, that second position, yeah, that was something to latch onto. Did get a couple of finishes, but yeah, you want to see that set game plan coming in from their side now. Right next to the players of Genesis, just around the eastern side. Right next to La Benedita as we lie in wait as the circle does implode. A little bit towards the western side as True Rippers find themselves at the very smack center. But K9, and I do see AKOP traversing around them. Is he getting a little too cocky, or is he making the right call?
To be honest, I think so. Right now, he's actually making the right call, right? Because look at him. He's there exactly where Omega wants to go, but he's there faster than him. And we already know his prowess in terms of the mechanical skills. The rest of the members are also going to follow. Yes, he's alone, but he's also got the backup coming in very quickly. The only bad thing for them is that they do not have Viscott. So it's going to be a bit more problematic for them. But guess what? A big problem right now heading in on the other side. It's Espower and Som working in unison, taking down REVENANT X SPARK.
Yeah, that's quite concerning. especially for Revenant X SPARK, a team that has been struggling, and we were anticipating their comeback today. It seems like we'll have to wait a little too much. Now, S-Power, we know what this player is capable of. We know what he can pull off. He's already secured one, and seems like he's trying to gun for more. Just trying to bait the players, lure them to coming out in the open, because sometime sooner or later, Revenant X SPARK will come out of their den. And when that happens, something that Ronnie is doing right now, S-Power, he's got the wind of it. He's relayed all that information, and even Raiden is there to provide that backup. NINZA out in the open, needs to be a little watchful, but what on earth is Ronnie up to? Revenant X SPARK completely deafened, have no idea of what's going on, and this is a mad dash inside the circle as Ronnie, he needs to stop down RNTX, making some major mistakes here.
I mean, at this point, I just think they want to create the chaos out here. Out of that systematic grip that 8-bit was creating onto them. And because of that, they can eventually take S-Power down right now. If in case Ronnie stays alive, then that's going to give NINZA enough time to try and take that fight. And that's exactly what he's trying. And look at this. They're now finally pushing the members of 8-bit back. I think so they've found the breathing room in that chaos. And even though it was a bit haphazard, I think so it's still provided the best possible result to them.
I mean, still beyond my understanding, what are both these teams really up to?
I don't know.
Do they intend on picking a fight? Does not seem like from their body language, and there were multiple chances where 8-bit could have maybe taken at least one more player out of Revenant X SPARK, maybe, but that did not happen. But what surely will happen if you get this device is your gameplay is going to improve. So do check out the iQOO Neo 10 housing the Snapdragon 8s Gen 4, suitable for your gaming endeavors and on a budget. Now, coming back, Revenant X SPARK. Both these teams have made it inside the zone scared. Where does 8-bit go from here? Do they engage in this fight, or do they focus on getting further deeper inside the circle?
The thing is, there's no other team up close to them for any kind of fight except for OG. AK has been spotted. Ronnie is ready. Well, the question is, it's just a bit too far away, right? And you're not really using any kind of sniper. That one headshot could eventually give you the knock, but maybe this nade can work out well for Genesis. Just throwing all of that down for Reckoning. They howled pretty well yesterday, but it seems like their howling has been stopped entirely. Apart from just one pick, Honey pretty low. They're in a split of a 2-1-1 with Viper moving towards block, so it's going to turn to a 2-2, but it's a trifecta of 3 teams right in the center. And True Rippers, they are the masters of third party.
And right now they have the center, like you said. True Rippers, they really need to be very watchful. But indeed, Reckoning and Genesis, they're going head-to-head against each other with Jelly. Also dishing out some massive amount of damage there. Gravity, he spotted out the players of Reckoning, Flock, everybody in his sight as Gravity has to be watchful. Dionysus comes from the sideline, gets that knock there as Genesis, their trouble unfolds, and in fact, at this point, Genesis is on the cusp of getting eliminated as Reckoning rampaged through, as even OG, they seem to be falling apart. Revenant X SPARK also shining with Hunters, a clutchy moment, and he's there to embrace it. Gets another knock, and there you have Dionysus and Flock coming, trying to push in tandem. Dion does have Hunters pinned down, and Hunters fights back once again. He's got it in him, proves it to the world with Flock, the final member surviving. But Genesis, their woes don't end here. True Rippers still on their backlines, and Flock suddenly feeling all that tension, all that heat. But Hunters, he's made for moments like this. Zap already dealt with his own teammate, but Hunters, he's there to get the final laugh, puts the final nail in the coffin, wipes out Reckoning, and shows them the curtain.
Isn't the history repeating itself for Reckoning, falling down again when they had the numbers? It's Hunters who stand tall and stand up to his name. Just able to take them down, and the patience is impeccable. Not panicking in that moment. He had the decision to either hold his angle or force the fight, or maybe move ahead to try and revive Zap. He took the best decision that he could have taken. Held his ground, waited, maneuvered around the Uzi perfectly to move towards the other side and dodge the first shot from the pump shotgun, and that gave him the time.
And to make it more poetic, it was against his former AUG.
Yeah.
Being a member of Reckoning, we know things went really downhill, quite salty, and what a way to stage it. Just clutch it out amongst them and against them. That's lovely, but Wyld Fangs seems like they've started injecting their fangs. And coursing through their veins will be that blood to somehow make that comeback. Only if Sensei can be brought back up. Slug, another grenade. Even K9, they're on the prowl. Seth going down does not make things easy for the Fangs. As now, they need to make those revives set in. But K9, they're not going to let that happen, surely.
Still trying to hold it down right now. Ninja Boy confirms the finish on Trey Scott. Shoots him down onto the head. What a poem right now happening in front of us. K9 led by Omega. Cincinnati kids led by Juicy. And they are trying to take apart Wyld Fangs right in the center as the nade falls perfectly. And it's Ninja Boy to put the final nail in the coffin. Wyld Fangs being thrown out yet again.
This is what K9 needed, right? This is something that Necro really wanted to see from their side, that explosiveness. And it has arrived, right? Slug and Ninja Boy looking all A-OK. K9 also having such a strong start to the day. This could be the beginning of something special. Nonetheless, as K9, they find themselves all grooved up for what's coming next. All four players still alive. Ronnie snuffing them out. Taking a couple of pot shots, but nothing seems to connect.
It's one thing that's happened out here, right? And a lot of people, apart from the fact that they were waiting for the comeback of Cincinnati kids, they were probably waiting for the comeback of K9. Some of them were also waiting for the downfall of OG and waiting for that one bad game. And it seems like this one is actually on the cards right now. One finish still now, and the fight that eventually they took was against REVENANT X SPARK. Circle not basically helping them out at all. And I think so this kind of proves onto that theory where this circle shift, it favors the ones who are bold enough to stand in the center.
Now this is where the onus is on 8-bit really. They have to get a chicken dinner if they dream on staging the comeback, because now Atanki, there you go, he's been finally dealt with. And OG, this has to be their worst performance in the grand final so far.
Yeah.
Just getting that 1 point. Is it the beginning of the bottling that everybody has been talking about? One bad game, is it enough to create doubts in their minds? Because now 8-bit, they know, they've heard, they've seen the finish feed as now his power back to his old ways, taking down his former teammate NINZA, dealt with already as S-Power trying to inch in a little bit close. Grenades already primed, and now Ronnie could be next on the hit list, but no, from the backlines, it is going to be the boys from K9. Ninja Boy, he strikes, and REVENANT X SPARK seems like they're finally falling down.
A big play coming in from K9 as well. They're trying to pick the pieces apart from all the other directions. Very risky for REVENANT X SPARK. They stood. It seems like, you can't really keep OG out of the conversation even if they're out of the game, because REVENANT X SPARK stuck to that position for so long, winning the fight against OG, that they themselves had all of their parts to move in the circle closed out. And eventually, this comes to that as well. And as you rightly said, this provides a very good opportunity to both K9, 8-bit, even Genesis, or rather, since the only one member is left, Meta NINZA, Team Forever, to try and move up in the leaderboard and close in that gap. So at least they're in that contention right now. But LIKITHA Esports is also looking to try and bite a big piece of the pie.
Oh, certainly they are. LIKITHA Esports, they had a decent day, I must say. 3 finishes amassed so far in this game, and they have Team Forever pinned down a little bit. It's going to be such a tough entry for them getting inside the zone, but 8-bit surely are looking forward to get control over that northern side, as LIKITHA Esports need to be a little bit more careful. XO and Starboy, they need to be aware that Meta NINZAs are right next to them. And even for Meta NINZAs, they're still inside the zone, nothing much to worry about, but they also have to think about their next course of action.
My big question is, can Meta NINZA hold this position? Because they are gatekeeping LIKITHA Esports right now. They've got a couple of vehicles as well, but most of them are pretty healthy. So that means not very solid covers out there. Few grenades can eventually rack the health of them, and then they're going to face the problems if the next circle shifts away from them or if they want to try and slam it onto other team.
Now, what really intrigues me is K9 really starting to get a little restless. They are itching to take a fight against the 8-bit boys, and that is going to be one for the cards. Surely that is going to be something that we'll be watching out for. But Omega, he's been picked off, and Dragon got a little overwhelmed, tried to follow up on a knock, and Inferno trying to capitalize on this situation, eventually dug his own grave. As Poco, he's going to get all that finishes, but Meta Ninjas, they find themselves in a little bit of a pinch there. They are downrange, and this is where LIKITHA Esports are making quick work of them. Those constant flurry of grenades, constant application of pressure, and even Jelly is making their lives hell. Meta Ninjas now down to their final two, Beard Baba and Poco. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and now even True Rippers is showing some confidence as they march ahead. Beard Baba, one with the nature, has become, and now just still prone around. Flower pot is what we might describe the situation, because now K9, they've heard all that commotion, they want to strike on TR.
Yeah, but there's still a couple of players that they had to deal with up in front. Harsh was just holding that line, and I love this call from Jelly. I was about to say that if True Rippers want to win this game, since the circle was on them, they need to clear their backlines first, because 8-bit is now going to fight K9. And they did that exact thing. I love that call, but there's still Beard Baba who can eventually poke his nose into their business and maybe prove a bit problematic out there. But 8-bit and K9, this fight needs to be flawless for either one of them if they want to stand a chance at converting this game.
They certainly have to. With K9 already losing out on Omega, K9, they've gone all guns out. 10 finishes secured already. They need to get their IGL back up. Somraj from 8-bit side, he's waiting in the far off fray as a support there, trying to provide that quintessential cover fire. 8-bit, they've made their way inside the circle, and the best part is now they have left that fight. They are showing no signs of interest. They know that K9 will fall prey to their own greed. They might go taking another fight, and that is where maybe 8-bit can target them third party and get those finishes. But True Rippers, they have the concrete covers. They have all 4 players alive and an MG3 at that.
I could hear the sigh when you were saying that, but you know what? I'm not going to focus more onto that any more than we already have. The trifecta coming in, True Rippers, this is their game. Every single thing falling for them, the circles constantly staying on them, the hard covers occupied, but K9, they've decided to make that mad dash finally. All 4 players, they're trying to rush it down. Harsh, he feels the pressure, he needs to go back as Omega with the DBS up in front of him. The QBZ not really the best weapon out there, but as soon as you move out in the open, it's power strike from backline. The third party is coming into play, and Ninja Boy, all the way down to just a slither of his HP, will finally be confirmed as well. 8-bit striking from the backlines, and it seems like they want to close the gap on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's coming. It's surely coming home for Somraj. Miramar has always been his turf, and seems like he's played all his cards right, but Harsh, he needs to be quite careful. K9, the assault is there. They've gone in for the breach. Slug, definitely the man to look out for. And Harsh, he knows that. Omega inching it really close, but the IGL, he delivers. A blow to TR, something that they will have a hard time to recover from. Ninja Boy dealt with Slug, even down on his knees. That means the Beast, he has to activate himself. As we're down to our final circle, it is stage 9. Beard Baba still showing some signs of life. Now the big question is, are the players of 8-bit aware of his position?
Oh, I mean, that's going to be the big question right now. It's going to be Aquanox's job as to hold on to that one side. But it's Som who's still staying alive. Kyolama able to take Omega down, and answer back coming in for Hydro as he shuts down Slug. The 6th finish dude sent packing home, and then strikes Beast. It's good for only one, because the S-Power on the other side is able to answer back. The third party picture perfect. Beard Baba taken care of by the circle itself. And now it's True Rippers taking on 8-bit. You've got 4 people in front of you, and you've got no feet to stand up on, as it's Hydro, the last man standing. He's been the tool who's been activated, but it's the blue that basically is his demise as 8-Bit finally move up on top again as this Miramar is the start of their comeback.
Yeah, they've done it once again. Another chicken dinner in Miramar. And Somraj, he knows that it's going to be a long day ahead, especially after having a disappointing start in Wrangell. They claim Miramar to be theirs. And this could be it, right? OG not having a great outing in this one and 8-Bit getting a chicken dinner. Surely there's some drama left here.
Yeah, it could be a chance for someone else to take the opportunity in 8-Bit. They've done it. This was the team that was supposed to close in the distance, and with this game, there's a big chance. Now that distance has been closed in, but still, generally being honest, OG just is on still a different level. They've got a massive lead still in front of them, and I highly doubt just a chicken dinner like this is going to be enough to close a lead that OG had. OG is still in quite the comfort spot.
This is a little concerning if you ask me, because even when OG had their backs against the wall yesterday, they still came out swinging. They got a lot of finishes, and this time they were so pained, right? And it all began from when Viscott got taken down. But I absolutely loved how 8-Bit was so meticulous with their thoughts, right? They knew when to engage, they knew when to disengage, and they took all the right steps. And this shows a sign of a champion team. So Somraj, he's got his heads in the right place, but I'm pretty sure Necro does have a smirk on his face. K9, they look explosive in this one.
Yeah, I mean, K9 Esports getting the points that they were supposed to, but once again, as long as OG's got that humongous lead, it does not matter what sort of game you get, unless if you get more than 25 points. That's the only thing that can actually help you close that lead against the players of OG. They still have, what, like 30 points lead in the overall standings if you have a look at it? And that is massive. Think about it. Yeah, K9 Esports, they're now definitely closer, or maybe possibly in the top 3, which is, of course, a great thing. But now K9 Esports needs that one massive chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I don't really feel that it's only one massive chicken dinner. I agree that, yes, they need one to start things off, and then they need to keep on continuing that pace if they really want to try and move up, right? Unless, of course, OG are going to hit that back. But I think so. We've been talking about OG a lot out there. I think so. I'm going to give it to the Salmon boys as well. They started their comeback story yesterday from that map of Wrangell, if I'm not wrong, where his power made that clutch. And since then, this team has not stopped. Yes, game 1, a little bit jitters, absolutely fine. Game 2, they're back in action.
Yeah, exactly, right? And let's not forget that clutch from Hunters too. It was miraculous. That was mesmerizing right there. Taking down 3 players of Genesis Esports like that. Oh boy, I'm pretty sure for Genesis Esports to recover from such a setback is going to be tough. But hey, something that's quite easy for you guys is to move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Neo 10. And if you do so, you might just stand a chance to get your hands on that device. And all you need to do is just answer a few easy questions. At the moment you do so, you will be eligible for this giveaway. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? As I mentioned, yes, that clutch from Hunters coming into play. We also had a lot of expectation from REVENANT X SPARK. Once again, we mentioned this too at the start of the day. The first 3 games are going to be extremely important. 2 games gone by, REVENANT X SPARK still sleeping.
You know, at this point, of course, coming first to the clutch of Hunters, Reckoning, they are going to have nightmares about that. How could you let this player go? And even Soul, they must be thinking, why did we bench him in the very first place where everything was going on easier? We're not. But for REVENANT X SPARK, again, you do not see that cohesiveness anymore, right? They're sending Ronnie out to scout, and there were so many questionable moves they were making. You're not seeing that game plan that 8-Bit was putting, right? They felt lost for a reason. I mean, they had no idea that S-Power was just circling around. And despite that, they still made a move inside the zone, completely clueless. So the miscoms are certainly there.
That's one of the big things happening for that team right now. I think so. It's the miscommunication and then also overcommitting, overstaying for a lot longer than what you're supposed to stay on for, right? Even with the fight against OG, yes, they did win that, but all the other parts for them were eventually closed out, and we already know how unforgiving the blue is. Previously, when we used to have this stage 4, right, you used to see players moving all the way from blue, going for a long rotation, and then enter the circle on the other part. This time, you don't really have that leeway, so yeah.
Exactly. Before now, let's have a look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Slug from the side of K9 Esports. Of course, the man getting 6 finishes to himself, 46% finish contribution, and 10% of map impact. K9 Esports, always someone who possesses an insane level of firepower, and once again, showcasing that domination as we move on towards the stars of the match as well. Of course, inside of going all out, you got to see Slug on the action, and you will see Slug with 6 finishes right there. But Mafia with 3 rescues, and I really want to have a conversation with you guys. Yes, there are a lot of teams making a comeback. There are a lot of teams slowly and steadily putting themselves in that top 3, or at least getting closer to that. But there are also a few teams like Reckoning Esports slipping away from that spot.
Yeah, I mean, for Reckoning Esports, I feel like they're on the same boat as K9 are. They want to go guns heavy, go take as many fights as possible, and sometimes in trying to do that, you make those small mistakes. That is how they got clutched out. But you know, it's quite in a stark contrast with how Team Forever approach. They are very methodical with how they want to play. But what they're really lacking is some of that firepower again. They've got the right players. They have the players that they can hit. We've seen Cheyenne do that. We've seen even Mafia in his good days, him doing that. And they're not doing this. They're getting the circles, but their injection are definitely missing out. And as a result of which, Team Forever, they're not getting those points that they're supposed to. Those making mistakes is costing them heavily. 3 points out of which they could have gotten so much more in this one.
Exactly. Even Cincinnati Kids now, we were asking for that consistency from the pass-to-pass game. We're not seeing that consistency portrayed from the side of CK, just getting 3 points out of that one. But the good thing is that 8-Bit getting these 18 points is definitely going to help them at least get a little bit closer, an inch closer against the lead of OG. K9 Esports 17 points. That's going to be enough for them to at least put themselves in the top 3 of the overall standings maybe. And even LIKITHA Esports, we're seeing a bit of those chances for them. We're seeing them try their best, but still, clearly the experience is lacking there.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. LIKITHA Esports, they've got the right ideas. They want to do the right things as well. They're trying to take those fights too, but it's just not falling into their side. I feel there's just one small thing, and that's the go signal which they're missing, and a bit of that confidence that I feel is lacking.
Yeah, exactly. But at this point, we've got a lot of questions. Can 8-Bit actually close up that lead? Well, let's hear it from Zypix and its power himself.
I mean, जो कहानी रही है अभी तक एक कमबैक की स्टोरी, कमबैक की लेगेसी, वो हर चीज़ के ऊपर कॉन्वर्सेशन आती है. So I have with me the star himself, S Power, and the mastermind, Zypix. Zypix, देखिए, S Power से तो कल भी बात हो गई थी, जिस तरीके का परफॉर्मेंस, कल जो हाथ कांपने वाला परफॉर्मेंस था, वो सब चीज़ें हुई थी. I want to ask you, for a tournament like this, preparation क्या होती है माइंड में to beat a team like OG जिसने day 1 पे ऐसा खेला है, day 2 पर वापस आना है, कमबैक करना है. What goes behind the brains?
आई थिंक एक ही चीज़ था हमारे दिमाग में, जितना पॉइंट्स हम निकालेंगे उतने पॉइंट्स ओजी को कम मिलेंगे. 2 दिन है हमारे पास, 2 दिन बकअप करना है. आज कुछ करेंगे, कल कुछ करेंगे.
एंड आज कुछ ना कुछ तो हो ही रहा है. एस पावर, कल के दिन एक अलग ही लाइटनिंग स्ट्राइक हमने देखी आपकी तरफ से, जो परफॉर्मेंस था. आफ्टर दैट वो रिएक्शन, हर चीज़, यू मेट योर पेरेंट्स एज वेल. व्हाट इज योर पेरेंट्स इज यूजुअल रिएक्शन व्हेन इट कम्स ऑन, भाई एस पावर तो मार रहा है और वापस से मार रहा है?
मेरे को क्या पता.
अरे कोई ना कोई वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम तो आते होंगे उनकी तरफ से. आई थिंक दे आर जस्ट सिटिंग अराउंड देयर.
मैं जब अच्छा खेलता हूँ तब कुछ होता नहीं है, जब बुरा खेलता हूँ मतलब तब सुनने मिलता है.
क्या सुनने मिलता है?
बस सुनने मिलता है.
Okay, but just coming back to this particular game, I mean, Somraj, we know कि उनके ऊपर भी थोड़ा बहुत pressure होगा. How does an introverted guy like Somraj handles the pressure around the team? Does he just talk to you? Does he talk to the team in different ways? क्या चलता है सोमराज के माइंड में? I think आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता. आप उनको 5-6 साल से जानते हो.
सोमराज कुछ नहीं बोलता है पूरी मीटिंग में, बट मीटिंग एंड वही करता है. वो सब सुनता है और लिमिटेड बोलता है, और जो बोलता है वो गोल्डन वर्ड्स होता है, और बस वही करना है टीम को.
And that's all.
That's it.
हमारा सोमराज एक ही चीज़ बोलता है, भाई बंदे आगे भाग जाओ.
And look at Somraj's reaction right now. But I mean, ये मस्ती मजाक ओवरऑल बहुत ज़्यादा चलने वाला है. I know एक साइड पर थोड़ा नॉन सीरियस कॉन्वर्सेशन है, एक साइड पर बहुत सीरियस कॉन्वर्सेशन है, बट दूसरी तरफ ऑन द डेस्क इट्स अ डिफरेंट कॉन्वर्सेशन. लेट्स गेट बैक टू द एनालिस्ट्स.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, look, the coach and even S Power, he's got a lot of things to say about Somraj. And the coach said during the entire time of the meeting, Somraj does not even say a single word, but he definitely makes sure that he's the one to close it. We've got the overall standings popping up on the screen. OG with the most amount of points still. And as I mentioned, it's probably a 30 points lead. It's actually a 31-point lead OG still possesses. And for AP to close that, the next game, another one has to be nuclear performance.
Yeah, it has to be. And I think this is the beginning of the comeback for 8-Bit at least. They've got the chicken dinner, now they have the tempo. But what is even more baffling is K9. They're at the third spot. Lovely jump from their side. LIKITHA Esports, they've been dropping down. Of course, we can give them a little bit of that leeway, being one of the underguards showing up. But REVENANT X SPARK, Reckoning, Vasista Esports, and Phoenix. It's painful to watch them with these points.
Exactly.
I mean, it just feels really bad right now. 12 points only, not really getting anything for themselves. 9 finishes, 3 of those placement points. I was with the narrative that, you know, for all the teams who are anywhere above the 14th place can eventually try and take that fight to maybe steal away the second spot or at least the third spot. But now that thing has decreased for me. Now I'm with the narrative that only 12 teams, or rather the top 12 teams, have got the chance to enter in that top 2. The top 1 fight is still going to be 8-bit and OG, but the top 3 is where we might possibly see some competition.
I mean, look, we've been speaking so much about REVENANT X SPARK, but one team that we had a lot of hope from is not even getting the limelight. And I'm speaking of Godsreen. They're just not there. Godsreen is not able to pop off. They're not able to get anything done. But hopefully, after this one short break, Godsreen's going to be like the monsters that they are.
It just seems like yesterday when we started with 500 questers, and today we have 3 million plus questers with us, supporting us, guiding us, and building iQOO together with us. Lots of gratitude and a promise to keep questing on and on.
I am from Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai.
Swadika, welcome to IFM 3.0 and we are back yet again. 3 times more fun, 3 times more excitement. So let the action begin.
The day of comeback is now finally in full swing as 8-bit eventually make their way to try and at least be in that fighting zone for the first spot. But for the rest of the teams now, they've got a big opportunity to try and pull themselves back up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You've got Skated as your host for this one, and we've got some lovely analysts out there. The man who's enjoying himself, Fixes, and the big boy Necro, who's been causing a lot of commotion out here. Fixes, what do you think is going to be the main way for God's Reign to try and pull themselves back up?
They have to get a chicken dinner, and that has been missing, right? They have been getting those finishes. Even that has been missing today. So nothing's really been going right for them. So for God's Reign, it's all about getting their head straight. And very important, this is one of those words that I had with Destro. He was of the opinion that they need Neo to step up in moments that matter. Neo has been silent. He's been one of the most impactful players. He needs to bounce back big time.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? He's been the spotlight of the team, just like how the spotlight right now in all the phone segments is iQOO Neo 10. It's got some amazing features out there. Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 with 144 FPS gaming. And yes, I know Fixes. You're looking at that battery. You got that 7000 mAh battery. You like to game for longer hours, right? You want to make sure that you end up with a win. That's why you stay awake all the night. But ladies and gentlemen, that's just what happens with Fixes. I know if you get your hands on this phone, he'd eventually perform just like how his power's performing out there. But man, oh man, we've been discussing about God's Train, right? I kind of want to know what's going to go through the head of Robin as the coach for the team to try and guide him.
Generally speaking, I mentioned this too at the start of the day, it just feels like God's Train is still not able to understand what exactly is happening inside the lobby. They're still trying to figure stuff out. They're still trying to find that sweet spot. But I generally think so. If this is the case, then it's a little bit too late now. You're looking at OG build up that massive lead. You're looking at 8-Bit do it so good. And now is the time to figure stuff out. The upcoming game is going to be the third game.
Yeah, and you know what? We've already got a lot of questions out as to what Robin is going to say. And you know what? Let's just send it all the way down to stage for him to answer some of them.
Alright, so मेरे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हुए रॉबिन साहब. रॉबिन, जो रिजल्ट चाहिए थे टीम के शायद वो नहीं आ पाए हैं अभी के लिए. What might just be the main reason?
ऐसा मेन रीज़न तो सारे नए नए पता चल रहे हैं क्योंकि हम थोड़ा जो प्ले स्टाइल है और जो सारी चीज़ें जो हमने लास्ट इवेंट में नहीं करी थी वो हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं इसमें. कुछ चीज़ें हमारे लिए वर्कआउट हो रही है और कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हम कर भी रहे हैं. तो थोड़ा ऐसा है कि हमारी तरफ से ही थोड़ी एक जो माइनर मिस्टेक्स बोलते हैं उनकी वजह से वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा कॉज हो रहा है, तो 0 पॉइंट भी आ रहे हैं, तो वैसा है. बट हाँ, हम सीख रहे हैं और मैं होप यही करता हूँ कि अगर कोई टीम पॉइंट निकाल सकती है और यहाँ से भी कमबैक पॉसिबल है, कर सकते हैं क्योंकि पास्ट में भी किया है और मैं हमेशा मेरी टीम के साथ भरोसा रखता ही हूँ.
एंड व्हेन वी जस्ट टॉक अबाउट कमबैक्स, यहीं पर था जब साल की शुरुआत के अंदर डेस्ट्रॉय ट्रॉफी उठाई थी, बोला था मेरा साल होगा. चीज़ें अप डाउन हुई हैं. इज दिस द टूर्नामेंट फॉर द कमबैक एंड इफ यस, क्या है उसका मंत्र?
कमबैक का मंत्र यही है कि अगर जैसे ओजी है, उन्होंने 97 पॉइंट निकाले, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा मोटिवेशन है कि वो इंडिया में फर्स्ट टाइम और हाईएस्ट बेंचमार्क है. तो अगर वो ख़त्म भी करना है तो अपन सेकंड टीम हो सकते हैं और उनसे आगे भी निकल सकते हैं, फिर अपन वापस फर्स्ट बन सकते हैं एक नए टाइटल के साथ. तो वही मंत्र है. अब मोटिवेशन वही है, बट हाँ उसके लिए बहुत हार्ड चीज़ है. बट वो गोल वही होना चाहिए अगर आप एक ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हो और एक पूरी टीम का हो, तो जिससे मोरल भी हाई रहता है और जो वो टीम में बूस्ट चाहिए होता है वो मिलता है उससे.
Well, I will just wish you all the very best and I'll see the team around.
OG have definitely set the narrative up out there, right, for all the teams to try and reach at that benchmark. And that's how goated you actually got to be if you really want to lift all of that trophy. But ladies and gentlemen, there's this big thing. Fixes, Necro. We've been constantly seeing all these teams drag those position points up, right? And there's a team that has kind of lost the limelight. I'm talking about Meta NINZA. Day one, they were always there grabbing those positions. Today, yeah, they started, but now they're still on the struggling end.
Look, in my opinion, I would not disagree with that. I still feel like Meta NINZA is doing quite decent for themselves because past game, Meta NINZA got, what, like 10 points? In this game as well, we did see Meta NINZA sort of struggle in the final few circuits. So one thing is for sure, Meta NINZA is definitely trying. They're not doing extremely bad. Now, if you compare a team like Meta NINZA to God's 3, now that's bad right there.
To be honest, really, Meta NINZA has a very boring game of BGMI, but at the same time, a very effective game of BGMI, right? As long as they constantly have those influx of points, yeah, sure, you're not going to witness those player moments, but I think Reaper did show us some of those sparks today early in the morning, so we were a little happy about that. Still in the top 5, so for Meta NINZA, things are still cut out, but you know, the big story is that OG, they have only secured 1 point out of this one. Yesterday, in the game of Sanhok, they started off with a chicken dinner. If in this game also, they do not score much points, we can say that now that momentum has finally broken away.
Exactly. I just want to say one sentence, and this can be the beginning of something bad for OG.
I mean, at this point, I know you wanted to, fire all of those big shots, but boys, you saw what happened yesterday on Sanhok, right? And before we move on to the break, I want some quick predictions as to what might happen on that map.
Oh,
OG,
man.
OG.
Sanhok is quite unpredictable. I'm going to go with 8-Bit once again, back-to-back.
Oh, my God. We've got a back-to-back prediction out there for 8-Bit. One man going for the OG. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That map needs some time. It's the Rainforest. It will boot up, but after this short break, don't go anywhere. A lot of happy faces out there, and that's what happens when your favorite teams and favorite players are performing right now. But there's still some fan-favorite teams that are on the struggling end. Maybe this map of Sanhok could be their redemption story. Maybe this map of Sanhok is where we eventually start things off for their comeback fixes. There was a team that showed some signs in the first game, but then eventually vanished from the second game. And I'm talking about Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they needed something to build up, right? That consistency has purely been missing, especially with how Juicy eventually got picked off by the players of OG, but he did some damage there. And ever since, I think Cincinnati Kids never looked to be in groove. But 8-Bit, certainly, they are men on a mission right now. Espower, he's making all those insightful call-outs, what needs to be done, how they need to approach this one, get one more chicken dinner, and maybe that is where the world of pressure shifts on OG.
I mean, they really need that one big chicken dinner, and guess what? All of that back-to-back could eventually start on this map of Sanhok, where Necro thought they will win. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to the rainforest as we start, or rather continue this comeback story. Boys, take it away.
There's a lot of possibilities that can come through. Maybe it can also be True Rippers. Maybe it can be K9 Esports taking the cake. And it's the map of Sanhok, and it's quite a zone-oriented map. Anything can happen. The most unpredictable map out there, as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards the opposite side, which will be Mong Nai. And this plane flat path heavily tilted towards the northern side. If the teams do want to move down south towards Camp Charlie Dogs, now that's going to be a tough stretch right there.
Oh, indeed, it will be. And in fact, at this point, like you said, right, we're all eyeing out for the circle to form. Imagine if we get a western circle. I think K9 might have their eyes lit up. They've got no soul to go up against. But they surely do have gods for reason around Haten. But for Wyld Fangs, they will be dropping down on that bootcamp region. But looking out for any potential drop collisions, maybe the southern side could really spark some fire there.
Yeah, indeed it can. And specifically looking at the way the teams have dropped down as well, it seems like we're not going to see any sort of clashes. Even yesterday we did not see any drop clashes. Even now teams, it feels like they just want to kick things off on a peaceful note. There are Cincinnati Kids and the boys right next to them. Another team quite close in the close proximity. REVENANT X SPARK against Infinix Esports. It's one of those fights that you would not really want to see off the rip like that. REVENANT X SPARK, they were struggling already, but towards Cow, REVENANT X SPARK, they were not invited. And now Infinix Esports making sure that REVENANT X SPARK will start to face that brunt. Not looking good for them at all. Infinix Esports in a big world. But at the same time, the same thing can be said for the players of REVENANT X SPARK. They're not too feeling themselves. Jutin pressing up constantly, making sure they're going to be feeling that pressure. Jutin backing away, leading the players of REVENANT X SPARK into a trap maybe. But Jutin has finally came to a stop. He's positioned himself around the block. What? And there we go. Sarah gets struck down. Jutin, that X Factor kicks in. Jutin, what a way to stop the flow of REVENANT X SPARK. That aggression completely drops down.
Yeah, this is quite concerning for REVENANT X SPARK if you ask me. NINZA certainly eyeing out for something special there. Goten, just that one knock secured. But it's not going to be enough as the IGL steps in and REVENANT X SPARK. Oh my god. Oh my days. What's going on for them? Completely unprepared, unguarded. And now True Rippers, they've heard all that commotion. But Infinix Esports, no trouble for them. They will have their good, sweet time to recover. And now when we talk about the Circle Genesis, they've secured that central spot. True Rippers also realize it's not their fight anymore to engage in, so hence they back off.
Indeed they do. True Rippers, as of now, even they need to find that momentum, and True Rippers has been struggling too. But Infinix Esports, after wiping out a major team like REVENANT X SPARK, they're definitely going to be feeling too good about themselves. And REVENANT X SPARK, we were expecting a comeback. This is the third game right here. The first three games were extremely important, and first three games completely down the drain for REVENANT X SPARK. Now the comeback seems impossible. You've also got Gautry towards Paradise Resort. Underneath them, there's Genesis Esports. Ooh. And what? Starboy's out in the open. Shots were connected. Starboy's taken down extremely low, but low's not enough. A knock was needed.
Yeah, indeed it was, but the fight's still far from being over. It's barely even begun. And LIKITHA Esports, they have got that slight tingle that says that it is 8-Bit up their rally. And this is one of those teams that you really need to be watchful for as Raiden securing that knock onto its smoke. This is what 8-Bit have been eyeing out, that one opening, and they have got it. I'm pretty sure they're going to double down on this, but 8-Bit did show those signs of interest. Necro eventually just to back out from there.
8-Bit now wants to play the aggressive game. They know getting a chicken dinner with just 18, 19, 20 points is not going to do it. They need a chicken dinner with more than 25 points. That means they need a minimum 15 elimination points. And that's the only thing that's going to help the teams like 8-Bit, Genesis Esports, K9 Esports to close that gap. 8-Bit as of now, though, I like the fact that they're extremely proactive, already done with the loot, ready and set to take the fights as well. 8-Bit's not going to stop to go for the loot anymore. Instead, they're looking to loot the death crates of the opponents.
Yeah, indeed, and this is going to be interesting. 8-Bit again on the prowl, and with every single finish, you could see the pressure starting to build up on Orangutan. The pressure is high, of course. 8-Bit have been playing so well. Yes, this is also another team that's been powered by iQOO. And when we talk about this name, of course, the iQOO Neo 10 is something that you guys should check out. Featuring or housing the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4. Suitable for all your gaming endeavors and even more if you're into content creation. Try it all out. But now, Equinox, he's got his eyes pinned on the players of LIKITHA Esports. And seems like their days are slowly but surely starting to be numbered.
LIKITHA down to a 3-man squad, 8-Bit, all the 4 players standing. And they've got him surrounded. LIKITHA Esports, what can you do? That's the main question. 3 players pinned in the compound, 8-Bit surrounding them. LIKITHA Esports, not a lot of room for error anymore. You can see the players of LIKITHA Esports suffocating on loot. Suffocating when it comes to getting the space. Nothing is going right for them. They're just hoping that whoever's surrounding them pushes up and they somehow win the fight. And hope is a dangerous thing.
I do not like this, really. I want to see some proactiveness. LIKITHA Esports, it feels like they've gone back to their shell. Yeah. It's all about 8-Bit dictating the tempo in this particular fight, and LIKITHA Esports just waiting for 8-Bit to commit a mistake. I'm starting to ponder where OG are. Imagine this fight erupts and suddenly OG comes in for a third party. That could really change the course of this tournament. But LIKITHA Esports still waiting as 8-Bit. They're starting to get restless and seems like they've gone for the slam in.
Yeah, it's power. He's got the off angle. Raiden and Equinox leading the pack this time around. Starboy, the man's cooking up a nade. And that nade's got to land on the perfect sweet spot. Equinox is already pushed up, but that DBS is going to make sure Equinox is going to fall apart. Raiden, oh, it's quite unfortunate. The man loses out on his teammate. Equinox is not in the game anymore. LIKITHA Esports, they're doing some serious damage against 8-Bit. Even 8-Bit's taken down to a 3-man squad. Now the fight's taken down to a 3v3, but still LIKITHA Esports is hurt. And his power creating this off angle misses the opportunity of getting a personal lock. But no, instead, he might just find it. Inferno is taken down so low. 8-Bit. Even they're getting desperate now. LIKITHA Esports staying inside of the house is working out. They're completely pushed on a defensive and a passive foot. And LIKITHA Esports just holding the third-person perspective. That's all they're doing. They're just holding the angles and waiting for 8-Bit to funnel in. Unfortunately for 8-Bit, they've got no utility, so they cannot even flush out the players. So 8-Bit has to push up. And while pushing up, there's a big chance they might just make a lot of mistake and crack under that pressure as Power's in the back. Do they really want to send it? Now 8-Bit is probably going to be looking for to play that trade game, but they do not exactly know where the players of LIKITHA Esports are positioned.
Power, it's going to be interesting to see what he does next, right? Has no utils to work with, no resources to play around as Power. Despite that, he does get a knock, but the trade does follow up Starboy. He's feeling scared, but this is the moment he has to clutch out, but fails. No, as Power,
of course,
he delivers once more. And 8-Bit really relying on this one man. But still, damage has been done, and seems like Vasista Esports, they've heard all that commotion. And it is going to be Thunder who comes into play. Team Forever. Oh my god. They've also been thwarted off. What is going on? But no, Cheyenne responds back. As Team 8-Bit, they bow out.
8-Bit with 5 elimination points acquired in this one. Taken out. 8-Bit. Oh boy. That was overcommitment right there. But 8-Bit really wanted to go for that fight. 8-Bit really wanted to convert that fight. Oh boy. especially when a team is playing that passive, when they're just holding the third-person angle. It's really tough to flush them out if you do not really have any sort of utilities, and 8-Bit still were overcommitting to that fight. And because of that, 8-Bit is now taken outside of the game with a perfectly placed third party by Team Forever. But even for Team Forever, this is going to be a tough game. Now they need to rotate inside of the zone.
Yeah, they have to, but seems like Team Forever, they've got bigger issues to deal with. They also need to stage their comeback, currently sitting at the 6th spot. But yeah, the difference is quite minuscule if you ask me. 8-Bit and OG both in their league of their own, and then K9, Genesis, Meta NINZAs, nothing to really split them apart. But Wyld Fangs, a very important game nonetheless. This time, a little scat from each other, especially Fierce, with that side angle, that flank angle that he's holding on to. He's well aware that K9 are in the nearby vicinity, but he's kind of also in the dark about when they're really going to strike. And the other big question over here, Necro, is that do K9 know that Fierce is already one with the nature?
Yeah. Now 8-Bit just sitting in the back lines and wondering that OG probably has a bad game once again. But this is how the fight was executed between 8-Bit and LIKITHA Esports. 8-Bit were definitely dropping down on bodies, but 8-Bit did end up winning that fight just because of S-Power. But in the end, it was Team Forever who third-partied this entire thing and eliminated the entirety of 8-Bit that was standing. But S-Power still, before getting taken down, he was able to steal that one elimination point away from Team Forever.
Yeah, but this still does not make it, right? 8-Bit cannot settle with just mere 5 points, especially with OG having all 4 players alive. And surely, at this point, cannot rule OG out either. You know, a lot of people might think they might have gone back to their shells, but no, they're just waiting. All coiled up, ready to strike, and with Team Forever being right beside them. And you can see AKOP, he's heard that commotion. He knows Team Forever are on the back lines, and he wants to pick this fight. He's itching for it. A grenade thrown, and as Team Forever, they wanted to back out, but look at this. WizGod, he gets that opener. But the big question here, Necro, is do Team OG follow up, or do they just let them be?
That's a good question.
They're outside
Depends on their positioning too, so if OG really wants, they can brute force their way against this fight, and they've also got the man advantage. Should not be a tough cake to crack. And Team Forever, they do get the revival on the fallen comrade, so it's all good in the hood for them, at least as of now. But OG's just trying to play the edge lines, that's it. But God's Reign, they've got different plans cooking up. Pushing up against Infinix Esports inside of Paradise Resort. Or at least that's where God's Reign like to drop down. But Infinix Esports, man, they have taken a completely different characteristic up. This time, Infinix Esports, they're playing quite aggressive, looking for fights after fights.
Yeah, what do they have to lose anyways? They're pretty much dead at the bottom. At the 16th spot, the only way to go is up. And Jatin, he tried to brew something special over here. 3 finishes already, and now they're lying in wait to maybe catch the players of GDR with their pants down. Neo, is he aware though that Infinix Esports are in the vicinity? Seems like, looking at the minimap, all the players know that Infinix Esports, they're caught in a pinch there. And at this point, it still could be really anybody's game. Everybody waiting for that one hard shift. But Neo and Justin, they're starting to make some moves. Maybe try and circle around the players of Phoenix. Ash in a precarious spot, still in hiding there. Gotten, he's trying to move around, but Phoenix, they're just waiting for GDR to make some mistakes here.
And that's the thing, right? God's Reign, they've already acquired 5 finish points. And they've also lost out on a crucial man like Delta PG. So God's Reign at this point, they're definitely going to shell up. I highly doubt God's Reign's going to be making any aggressive moves. God's Reign's going to try to play for that passive approach. That's what God's Reign are pretty good at. But playing like this is not going to give you the zone. That's for sure. You need to be at least closer to that centric part. Unless we see a curveballing shift up north, then that's a completely different thing. But let's not forget, this is also the stage 3. You're not going to see a lot of curveballing shift after this one. OG's on the bottom right, Cincinnati Kids all the way down south. For CK, Team Forever's going to be a bit of that threat. So even CK needs to watch out. CK started things off on a great note today, but after that, we haven't seen any sort of follow-up.
Yeah, and that's kind of concerning a little bit when we were really hoping that they build on the momentum, but now the concentric shift slightly skewed towards the west. Genesis, they're going to be happy with their decision, but OG, they will be on the move. Now the big question is they might get sandwiched here. Cincinnati Kids approaching really close from the backlines. You've got Team Forever to deal with. I'm pretty sure OG is aware of Team Forever. Cincinnati Kids, however, still position unknown, and even worse than that, Genesis are also right beside Team OG. So OG, they've got to make a decision. They have to catch a compound, and seems like Team Forever, they're drawing some attention away as he was trying to go scouting out, but instead, he's been receiving a lot of bullets on his vehicle, as a result of which he's backed out.
What can Team Forever do? They're in such a bad spot if you think about it. Team Forever cannot even place themselves in a good spot, and the only way to do so is by taking a fight, but Team Forever does not have all the players intact. So taking a fight means the odds will be stacked against him no matter what. True Rippers, they found a bit of this warehouse to play with. It's not the best, but it is still something they can work with. And that's what they're exactly doing. True Rippers. Hydro knocked out. God's Ring, they've already tasted the blood. Utilities tossed in the front. Hydro trying to crawl back to his shell and towards his teammates so that the revival can't come through. But this second nade, can it find the confirmation? The answer is going to be no. They need a few more follow-up nades if they definitely are looking for that confirmation. But True Rippers, they've already got the revival, and they're also looking to instantly move outside of this spot.
At this point, God's Reign, oh my god, making those mistakes. Destro really quite disconnected from his team there. He wanted to catch a couple of players off guard, but instead fell prey as Neo quite out in the open. These mistakes really starting to hunt the players of God's Reign, as True Rippers will rip them apart, shred them apart, send them home packing. But True Rippers, they've also got to race it inside the circle, given the fact that now Team Phoenix does keep Overwatch. They've got the high ground. The only thing that's bothering them is that they have just 2 players alive.
God's Reign are still trying to find that rhythm. You can clearly see it. God's Reign just does not know what to do when the swords are out on top of their neck. What to do in those pressuring situations. And that's where God's Reign is completely blank. True Rippers, what a way to convert that fight flawlessly too. But Cincinnati Kids, as I mentioned, for them the problems are not done yet. Now they're facing a brunt against the players of OG, and OG's already kicked things off. CK losing out a crucial player, or at least he's knocked out for now. CK can easily go for that revival, but Vasista Esports, they've got different plans. Carry Jod, Silo P, trying to create those off angles. Seraph is just prone behind this tree. It's not the best possible cover, but it is still something. But for how long can it be enough? That's the main question. A few more teams stepping inside of the line of fight. And once again, even Gods for a reason, poking from the back.
Ooh, look at this. Vasista Esports, their problems keep on continuing. And now it's turned tenfolds. Hector once again being dealt with. Omega, he's also going to bow out as Zeref. He's trying to do it, at least for Cincinnati Kids. They're building up something special. Juicy galloping with the horse in the open lands. And Scary misses those shots as for OG. Trouble in paradise for them. Atanki has been taken out. Cincinnati Kids, they also find themselves in a whole world of trouble. But Vasista Esports, they're going to be stealing a couple of finishes away as Zeref. Still prone in, one with the nature. Really brought down too low, but still a grenade. Nonetheless, enough to take down Scary Jod as Silo P. He really needs to provide some assistance as Juicy. He's been also dealt with as now Zeraf. He's kind of mustered some confidence, goes in for the push, but it is going to be Vasista Esports who come out swinging in that fight.
Yeah, but was it really worth it? That's the question you're supposed to ask, because Vasista Esports, they cannot make it out alive from that spot, and they're done for. Eliminated from this game with just mere 4 points. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to make any difference. They have gotten 0 placement points out of this one. K9 Esports, Ninja Boy knocked. Revival still can't be there. It's not a concern. K9. Oh no, they actually lose out on Ninja Boy. Now that's got to be a stinger. Caught for a reason. Servar's position. It's Supreme. It's got the high ground. Utilities tossed out, and Beast is knocked. That's the exact knock the players of Gods for a reason we're searching for. And Slug, he gives up on Beast and backs away. Slug first needs to patch himself up. A few more utilities follow up, and even Slug falls down. Gods for a reason, utilities on the mark. And K9 Esports, they've got no option than to back away. Slug, can he be revived? Can K9 Esports be a two-man strong squad once again?
That's the big ask, that's the big question. But now, look at this. G4R, they are being threatened by the players of Wyld Fangs. Sensei already knocked down. Sarwar did have that high ground advantage, but to no avail. False prey to Fierce's grenade. And now it is all on Hexil for G4R. He's going to do something special. A start of something brewing up in the making. Seth taken down, Trey Scott, and Fierce will have to conjure some spellcraft, some wizardry as Meta NINZA. They arrive out of nowhere. Poco just swings in through, and we wanted to see some aggression. Meta NINZAs certainly are running a show here.
They finally realized on the map of Sanhok, you need to be proactive. You need to flutter your way inside of the zones, and that's what they're exactly doing. Meta NINZA, pedal to the metal, taking the fights, brute forcing their way inside of the circle. You need a brute force if you want to have the map of Sanhok in your hands, and Meta NINZA now fighting for position. A good 1-2 on the map. Hunter spotted, and that's going to be a knock. Genesis Esports handicapped inside of this fight, but even Jelly, he gets knocked out in return. True Rippers, not in that good of a spot anymore. Jelly, the main man's taken down. There's also Keo, but the man softened up. Gravity, he wants to thread the needle. He wants to find another important knock, but Gravity's position is also known, and that's going to be it for Genesis Esports.
Oh my god, True Rippers, they are starting to feel themselves at this point. Stopping at nothing at all, and seems like this could be their chicken dinner in the making. Having such a great position in the circle, and now being so proficient even in their gunfights. And Hydro being the tip of the spear, but this is where it also resumes once again. A fight against Meta NINZAs. Hydro just driving around. It's going to be interesting to see what happens next. Is it going to be Meta NINZAs? Is it going to be True Rippers? Just 4 teams alive, 10 players surviving, and it could be anybody's game to win.
Oh no, Reaper gets ran over, and that too way too casually by the man of True Rippers. Hydro not even breaking a sweat while getting that knockout. And Meta NINZA, now this is where the builds are going to start arraying. True Rippers, they know they've got the go call. They've already got the advantage inside of the fight that they were searching for. And Meta NINZA, now the fight needs to be executed. They've got the disadvantage, but it is something now they need to work with and find a way around it. Reaper, it's impossible to get the revival on that man because there's no time. Blue's on the move. Meta NINZA, even they need to make it inside of the circle. There's also a few lonesome stragglers that can make sure that the game's going to be worse for these two. Meta NINZA, 10 elimination points are already accumulated. Now just looking to find the players of True Rippers. And Reaper gets confirmed, but Hydro gets knocked out by the play zone. Keel him out, gets knocked out by Poco. Meta NINZA starting to get the grip over the game once again. What is going on? And there's just one man in the front. Hirsch, he can't do anything. True Rippers with these two final men. The swords on top of their neck. This game could have been theirs, but Meta NINZA slowly and steadily clenching their fists as now they're looking to conquer the land of Sanhok. One more man to go, and that's going to be it. Meta NINZA, what a way to make your presence be felt.
And in the game of Sanhok it is, right? A lot of finishes accumulated, and Dragon, he was just breathing fire. This is exactly the right balance we wanted with Meta NINZAs, the right decision making, taking the right fights at the right time, and they just pummeled everybody down, dug everybody's graves, and seems like they're inching very close to where 8-bit are.
Meta NINZA just went full throttle in that game. 10 finish points and a few more in the end. Meta NINZA, what a way to make a comeback in the top 3. This is the Meta NINZA we were searching for, and finally we're seeing their aggressive character come out.
Finally, the consistency in terms of the placement meet up with the aggression in the frags. Meta NINZA with that big chicken dinner. I have to say, boys, they made the perfect call for that one slam against Wyld Fangs, but they were already taking that fight, and then followed up after that to complete the story fixes.
Yeah, I mean, for Meta Ninjas, it was all about just being patient and being very aggressive once the situation arises. And that is exactly what they did, right? They capitalized, so much happening. But yeah, there's also an interview with the boys. So let's head over to the stage where our host is waiting for us.
It's been a while, I'm pretty sure. It's been a while. वो performances जो आनी चाहिए थी, the performances, you know, you were there. You were almost there, almost there, almost there. But finally a chicken dinner. How big of a meaning does this chicken dinner have for all of you guys?
Actually, what we did in day one, we repeated the same thing. In day one, we choked up pretty hard, but this time we didn't choke most of the matches. So now this winner chicken dinner will give us a big boost in the next upcoming matches.
And Beard Pava, not a question for this game. Previous Miramar, you were there, surviving as an individual. You were trying. What was going through your head, or was that the game that is the reason that your hands were hot for this one?
I mean, again, all three of my teammates were dead, so I had to do the survival part, and I did whatever is required for the team, so it happened.
And now what might just be the game plan moving forward? That Sanhok is called the game of comeback. You have a good comeback. What might just be the plan moving forward?
I think we will do the same thing what we did, just trust the process.
All right, ये process को trust करने के लिए पूरे तरीके से तैयार है, but we have to see, wait and watch what happens. For now, let's get back to the desk.
I really have to say, such a humble dude Dragon is, and Meta NINZA, entirely the full team, you know. Whenever you got a start like that where on day one, you're consistently performing in terms of placement, but finishes is where you're struggling, you tend to sometimes lose confidence in your gunfights. But today, with that one slam, they showed that they were so ready.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this was sooner or later coming, to be honest, because when you look at Meta Ninja's performance overall, they have been one of the most consistent teams in the lobby. They have constantly been there in those final zones. It was all about going all out. It was all about having the suitable conditions for you to thrive. And that happened in this one. And, well, Dragon really stepped it up for his team. This time he got a lot of finishes. I'm just curious to see how much of the distance they have closed in with 8-bit.
Now, that's a good question that you asked me, and since I'm really bad at maths, I cannot really answer that one. But what I can definitely answer is that probably these guys yesterday went back to their hotel rooms and they were discussing amongst themselves what exactly is the thing that we're lacking in. And they probably came to one conclusion, and that was the elimination points. And this time, they were just going extremely aggressive. From the game one itself, we clearly realized this, right? Game one, they got 10 points, and majority of the points came in from the elimination points too.
And I think so, you know, that one discussion was very fruitful for them. I think so they made another change, and I'm pretty sure they got a new device, and that is the iQOO Neo 10, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the best-in-class device out here, and it's a very easy step that you can use to eventually get this device for yourself, and that is search it on Google. I'm not making that up. Just simply search it, Fixes. I know you're very interested about that as well. You tried that yesterday. All you need to do is just answer 2 questions correctly. Necro was not able to do that because maybe it's a math question out here. But here's the fun thing.
Both of us have a device. You do not. So you might as well search iQOO Neo.
You know what? I think so I'm going to do that while we have a look at the MVP.
All right, look, man, I tried my best to spill the beans, but I ended up spilling the coffee. Now I can spill the coffee on you too, my friend, so don't mess with me like that. But yeah, the MVP of the previous game is going to be Dragon himself, the IGL stepping up by margin. 7 finishes racked up, finish contribution of 54%. Dragon was like, you know what, I'll do the IGLing letter. Now it's time for me to go back to my old role.
And I think, you know, it is such a good thing that he's taking over, right? Such a young IGL, even in terms of finished departments. He's such a complete player and such an underrated player at the very same time. FINALISTS Esports, they were up for a lot of shenanigans, I must say. That initial fight against REVENANT X SPARK, wiping them out, catching them off guard, and then going on, creating so much problem, even for the likes of GDR. Yes, this was not a great game, but something that they could really build upon. Some points accumulated for Phoenix.
I mean, there's the thing, right? We've been constantly talking about Phoenix Esports and how they've got a big pack of experience in terms of Ash and the rest of the boys who have got solid firepower. They were lacking that firepower since yesterday, but yes, we did see the glimpses of them today. And I'd have to say, some of the glimpses of the similar playstyle was also shown by God's Reign. Yes, not a very good position point game for them, but at least they had some of the elements to back that.
Now look, I feel like anyone, if they wake up from this point on, from the bottom 5, it's a little bit too late to wake up. Let's be honest. The teams in the top 3, they've got a different amount of lead. And now if you have a look at the highlights as well of the previous game, this is how the action really kicked off. Phoenix Esports wiping out one of the big fan favorite teams, REVENANT X SPARK. And Fixes, I'm pretty sure even you had a lot of hopes from REVENANT X SPARK today. But what's going on with them, man?
I do not know. They're absolutely looking lost. That's one thing that we know for sure. But this fight was such a game changer, right? His power, he did manage to pull off a clutch. People were happy. Right after, poof, they were wiped out. Team Forever did the job there, and that is where we had our hopes high, at least for OG, to build something up. But that is where even Phoenix Esports, Goten, this man, you keep talking about him, and something happens to him in Sanhok because he was that one man guarding that little shack, and OG, one after the other, constantly went in for a push, and he was there to deal with that threat. And this is the reason why OG could not amass a lot of points in this game as well.
Their firepower rather now is taking a big blow, and every single one of the players is stepping up, you know. I think so. I've constantly seen this one storyline that regardless of which team gets the chicken dinner, which team is shining in terms of those positions, there's one or the other play who makes some kind of nasty play that eventually steals that limelight. And I think so as Power, he was able to do that in this game as well. But you know what? I know we've been talking about that. Let's have a look at the match rankings as well. Since NINZA finally, they've got their first chicken dinner. But True Rippers also were able to rack quite a good amount of points, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, True Rippers getting 15 points. Phoenix Esports, yeah, decent bit of points. But knowing the fact that Phoenix Esports is currently at the bottom of the overall standings, these 11 points will help them propel somewhere in the bottom 5. Once again, as I mentioned, bottom 5. It's not going to help them at all. Phoenix Esports still, it's quite a major climb to do. And now looking at the amount of games you've got, it's impossible for them to make the kind of climb on the first spot. Either they can try and spoil the game or just fight for the pride at this point. Now, teams like God's Reign, they're definitely slipping out outside of this competition. Something needs to be done. Just like Scared Idiot, he needs his fries to be activated. God's Reign, they need something to be activated, man.
I mean, yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to take that as a compliment out there because I think so. They've got the firepower. Their position is where they're lacking. And I was really hoping for them to maybe make that comeback in this one because the circle was right on the south of Paradise. But that did not really seem to help them. But OG getting 6 points, at least they've still got something, and that's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's still that 30 points lead keeping them a little bit afloat. But 8-bit Meta NINZA is surely closing in the gap, and they're doing it pretty fast.
Yes.
True Rippers also climb back. They're at the 4th spot. Team Forever a little bit stagnant at 7th. Wyld Fangs, they're at 8 right now. And Wyld Fangs, you know, again, those erratic plays. K9, they've dropped the spot. But now, I kind of beg to differ with what Necro said, right? We're just down with 9 games. I still feel teams down the very bottom still have a chance because OG had created such a big vacuum that the difference is not that great, right? A couple of good games, and you never know. They could be contesting for at least a podium.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right, Fixes? 9 games gone by. They were not able to bring up even one single good game. You think in the upcoming 9 games they can actually change anything?
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen. Come on, this is BGMI. We've casted enough to know that this is a game of uncertainty. You never know. Somebody has his wires cut off and they go all out, right? They go berserk on the lobby. And these teams do have the capability. We've even seen in the past that they have what it takes to show up. GDR, you cannot root them out. REVENANT X SPARK, once they feel quite threatened, even they might go all guns blazing. Anything can happen.
So I'm going to ask you one question. What do the other teams need to do to try and stop OG now?
At this point, OG,
yeah.
I feel like OG's momentum has been broken off.
Yeah.
This is what all these teams were eyeing out for. I feel like teams down at the very bottom should be targeting OG in the very beginning. And 8-bit Meta NINZAs, all of them should climb up, have those constant influx of points. And I think we might have a 4 to finish by tomorrow.
So there you go, guys. This man is giving the beans on how to take down OG if you want to stand a chance to go for that trophy.
One of the fun factors that this was the same man who was singing the praises of OG yesterday and was like, I really want to see them. I want to constantly see them lift that trophy as well. And you're not alone in that train. Even I'm the part of that exact same one. But
it's a part of the process, right?
Absolutely. But here's the thing now, right? For a couple of games, you've been struggling. Now you've also got probably moving towards the second half of the day as well. you don't have any off maps remaining. Sanhok was where you started your comeback story. Now it's back to Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. Don't really have a lot of that to do. So I think so it's going to be 8-bit who might have a good advantage, but you guys can have a great advantage if you grab your hands onto the iQOO Neo 10 Spotlight, as this is one of the best phones out of the class with Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 for very fast gaming, and there's also gives you 144 FPS.
Yeah.
120 watt of flash charge. Necro, you can charge your phone to 50% in less than 19 minutes.
I mean, look, that's the crazy part, right? The device has got super specs, but you're still bad at the game, even after getting your hands onto it. So, but it can definitely help you guys, though. I believe in you guys. I think you guys can be the upcoming pros, so get your hands on the iQOO Neo 10. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? You're still a believer. I generally think for the teams in the bottom 5, they can't really make it. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
already crossed the halfway mark in the iQOO Battleground Series Grand Finale. It is day number 2 going on, and seems like we've got a lot of story to tell with Meta NINZA securing a chicken dinner in the previous one. Now this time, folks, I will be joined once again by Mr. Johnny, and he's got the Andrew Tate pose up for him. I'm pretty sure it's inspired by Necro.
No, it's inspired by you.
You were doing it just now.
Yeah, I love doing that. You know, it kind of increases my focus game. But, you know, forget about my focus game. We need to talk about OG. Now, this is a concern, right? I was of the opinion, Johnny, that OG has finally lost the winds of their sail. How do they bounce back?
I mean, see, after game number 1 today, which was quite decent for them, the next 2 matches didn't really go their way. Considering we are headed back to Wrangle, let's just hope that the map itself works out in their favor, the flight path, the circle, and everything else. Because this man was quite adamant about it, and now I am turning into a believer as well that, yeah, day number 2 is just not OG's day ever.
Yeah, look, at this point, I feel like you guys should stop hoping for OG and instead hope for the other teams to actually make a bounce back. I want to see a suspicious game. I want to see a major suspense in front of me. I do not want to know who the winner is in the end. That's how close I want to see the overall standing.
That's the entire idea of this tournament. I mean, I feel like, yeah, you could have just
right now
voted
it's
it
one-sided
better.
domination, guys. Come on, you know what I'm trying to say.
It's not a one-sided domination anymore. That's certainly something that we have noticed right now, because in Wrangle, we're going to be heading there quite soon. Gentlemen, make your predictions fast. Johnny.
Oh, OG.
All right. You're a believer. Thank you.
Yeah. Should I really do it? All right,
Yes,
I'm going to go
of
with 8-bit.
course. All right, 8-bit and OG. We've gone for the top 2 once again, and we want some drama, we want some masala. I'm pretty sure this game of Wrangle has a lot to unfold. So, boys, why don't you do this? Take it away.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting from the northern side. Starting all the way from shooting range towards the southern side of Sanhok military base, tilted a little bit to the left side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Milta Power, Lipovka, or even Kameshki now, that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not going to be impossible, but as you said, it's a tough stretch, and tough stretches usually give or lead the team into tougher situations, which is going to be those early drop clashes. Probable options for those vehicles are going to be the roadways around farm, the roadways that lead from school to shelter, and of course the northern highways as well, from Severny to Yasnaya Poliana. That is where we might see some action, and we are seeing the cluster of teams head exactly there.
Exactly. Phoenix Esports dropping towards Sarki, moving there slowly and steadily. You've also got Reckoning Esports towards Georgepal Apartments now making their way. Even K9 Esports, as usual, they like to move in towards Severny, and that's what they're exactly doing. LIKITHA Esports, they have been making a few sudden changes here and there. LIKITHA Esports has been pulling out a few shenanigans. And yeah, but what I meant when I said you guys need to stop hoping for OG and instead start hoping for the other teams, I just want to see a close competition. That's it. I just want to see the overall standings extremely close. I want to see that suspense build up till the end. I do not want to know the winner before the last game.
See, everyone does, Necro. I mean, that's the thing. But the problem is that every single time OG gets more than 10 points, they pretty much solidify their chances of lifting that trophy more than they already are. That's the problem. Anytime they get more than 10 points. First game today, more than 10 points. Second and third match, yeah, they just completely bombed. But we're back on Wrangle, and that's where there's going to be a lot of hope.
But that's the crazy part, right? They've still got a 30-point lead.
Yeah.
Which is still massive if you think about it, because you need 2 massive games to actually cover that if you're 8-bit. Now, even if you do manage to get a 30 bomb, then that's a whole other story. But what are the likes and what are the odds of getting a 30 bomb in a land like this?
There are the likes and the odds. Those 2 in the frame. And, of course, the 2 men sitting right next to them as well.
Yeah, and the crazy part is, if you've noticed one thing, even in the official tournament that was going on, S-Power was the man who ignited the hopes of 8-bit making a comeback. And then from there, 8-bit actually ended up winning the entire trophy. And even right now, yesterday, S-Power was the one who clutched things out, and 8-bit after that has been dominating and doing pretty well for themselves. But hold on to that thought. LIKITHA Esports up against the players of K9, and K9, they're extremely good in a 4-on-4 fight. They're not going to let go of the players of LIKITHA Esports like that. They're already down 2 men. Handicap big time. What can you do if you're LIKITHA Esports? You see the players of K9 Esports charging against you like hounds, and you just can't do anything about it. K9, they're easily going to smurf on the players of LIKITHA Esports. They did drop down to 1 body, but still the man can be recovered. And now for K9, they know they've pretty much got the fight in the bag. Just waiting for the last man of LIKITHA Esports to make some sort of mistakes. But now K9, they're messing things up. They've already lost out on one man, and even the second man's going to be knocked out. What am I watching? Starboy! He's spoiling the game for K9 Esports, a fight that was already won. K9 messed up big time.
But hey, no time for LIKITHA Esports to celebrate. Starboy, a stun thrown his way, and he's going to be stopped in his tracks as REVENANT X SPARK show up to secure that last frag from LIKITHA Esports, send them back to the lobby. But K9, quite unfortunate what happened to them.
This is not the stage K9 was supposed to fumble. This is not the game K9 was supposed to mess up the fight like that. A 2-on-4, completely lost out. Unbelievable stuff from a team like K9 Esports.
Yeah.
And then just one man from LIKITHA Esports just ends up doing a 1v3. What was K9 Esports doing? Why was there no cover fire? Why were there no proper trades?
I think there was a lot of miscommunication over there, especially towards the end when they were stuck in a 1v2 situation against Starboy. Because we see that man from K9 who was a little bit extended towards the center of the warehouse, lob a Molotov towards his right-hand side. But the man got shot from the left, could not hear the footsteps maybe of the approach. And then after that, I think that last 1v1 was just an all-out panic. But REVENANT X SPARK, they were quite opportunistic in how they went in, got that 1 point and walked away. But, well, they got 2 points for themselves. But if you guys want an opportunity to get something amazing for yourself, which is the iQOO Neo 10, well, it's right there for you. We've been saying about it. We've been talking about it. You can still go on to Google, answer a few simple questions, and stand a chance to win an iQOO Neo 10 for yourself. Snapdragon 8S Gen 4, 144 FPS gaming. And, of course, you can see how lovely the action looks when your skills are up to the power of the device as well, because this device is going to make sure that you have no excuses.
I mean, S-Power's been popping off in this device.
Yeah.
Even a few new players, I mean, especially Starboy, that clutch was a prime example of it. Pretty sure that 144 FPS has given him a different boost in his gameplay. I mean, we were just having a conversation about that yesterday, right? Yeah. 144 FPS is something that you get in computers, but now you're getting that in the palm of your hands. That's insane. But having a look at the replay of the fight once again, K9 Esports, they had all the right of winning that fight, but this knock right here, Starboy able to get the confirmation too, gets the fresh magazine. Omega completely lost with his own greed. He wanted to go for the confirmation, but in the end, ended up giving his own life away to Starboy. Oh man, greed's never good, and that's a prime example.
Yeah, that is a prime example, and it is going to result in K9 Esports losing out on a spot inside of the top 5. Considering Genesis, the chase is looking pretty good with 61 points, and they're right on their tails. But on the other side of things, look towards Georgopol. We see a cluster forming up. And I believe action is going to start to brew up over there soon. On our screens, though, we have the players of 8-bit. The closest anyone is to the leaders of the leaderboard. But still, almost 31 points shy.
Vasista Esports, a team with a lot of eyes on them, but maybe not anymore, because a lot of hopes have already been given up against them. I highly doubt Vasista Esports can bounce back from such a massive setback.
Yeah.
It's impossible. So yeah, for Vasista Esports now, it's pretty much the fight for the pride. If they do get a few massive games to actually get themselves back on track, then that's a whole other thing. But one thing is for sure, man. Look, I hate to blame this on just one guy. It's a team game at the end of the day. But I still feel like Hector's IGLE has been extremely shaky.
I mean, the team as a whole, I don't know what has happened to them. The last few tournaments not really working out their way. Now look at this, a perfect opportunity for them to fight. They have gotten to the center of the circle before Meta NINZAs. Although, with the shots being fired, information given away. And as you can see on the map, they are being surrounded. 8-bit approaching from the east. From the north, you have Reckoning and Gods for a Reason closing in.
Cincinnati kids. Start of the day was incredible. But after that, we haven't seen a good follow-up. We haven't seen even one game where CK was able to bring up the same amount of number or even be close to it. Consistency lacking. CK's performance is lacking. But at least the good thing is now they're not at the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, but are we sure Juicy is just going to be happy not being dead last?
But he's used to it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I was having a conversation with Keo Lamau from True Rippers, And I just wanted to talk to him like, all right, what are your expectations? Are you going to win some or are you going to learn something from this tournament? And he's like, I want to win, man. I've had enough learning experience all this time. I feel it's probably the same for Juicy as well.
But I just love Keo, man. This guy's such a realist, right? I mean, there's moments of times when one question is being asked to this guy is that what happens if you do not end up winning this tournament? And he's like, you know what? We're just going to go back to our hotel rooms, take a bit of time off, and we'll be back once again.
Oh, man. Hey, what's happening in Yasnaya? REVENANT X SPARK, that's an extremely slow rotation. Everyone moved in towards the zone. It's just REVENANT X SPARK and Wyld Fangs who are choosing to stay in the blue. Oh, and it's a query circle as well. Late breachers are going to be punished this time.
Yeah. Oh, boy. A massive wave of vehicles starting to close in. Centric part's going to be tough to be contested, but once again, NINZA, somehow, this team is always extremely proactive when it comes to getting a good position in your hands. And today's day, NINZA, they've been going guns blazing too. They've been taking those fights. They're looking proactive. They're looking confident.
But this time they might get punished. They went for a 2-2 split. As you said, they are being proactive. They had a backup plan just in case the circle moved away. But we saw Vasista Esports extremely close to them and the cluster forming right on the head of NINZAs. So there might be some trouble in that paradise, but talk about trouble and you have, well, it's OG, 8-bit, and then Reckoning Esports is showing up out of nowhere, distracting 8-bit. I thought the top two teams on the leaderboard were going to fight, but hey, Reckoning not too far away. Well, they're very far away, but still got a lot of firepower, a lot of confidence in them.
I like the fact that even though 8-bit is so close to that first spot, they're still not shying away from the fights. 8-bit is still playing like absolute warriors.
Uh-oh.
They're not playing under the shell. Instead, they're trying to bring in that explosive and massive performance because 8-bit knows that's the only thing that's going to help them get even closer to 8-bit. But Reckoning Esports, now this is a whole other story. Reckoning at this point in time, just trying to find at least the first knockout. But I highly doubt that first knock's going to come this way. Reckoning Esports needs to lead. They need to take the initiative in their own hands. Gods for Reason, even they've got a bit of that trouble right next to them. But Gods for Reason, they've got different plans.
Genesis versus Gods for Reason. This is going to be an interesting fight as well. Gods for Reason, high ground advantage. Genesis looking to control the shorelines over there. And moving back towards 8-bit. They were circling this ridge along with the players of Reckoning. Both the teams showing hesitation in just committing towards the action. From 8-bit's POV, it did make sense because they had two players down in the factories and two players out into the open. So had a fight started off, they would have been at a disadvantage against Reckoning, but Reckoning, they could have had the upper hand, but now that opportunity has completely slipped away as 8-bit get themselves inside this cover. And of course, there was a third team that was moving in from the flank, that was God's Reign. Opportunity to go for a third party on the distracted players of Reckoning Esports. You see them on the radar already popping up towards the hill.
Yeah. Reckoning Esports. The Wolves. At this point in time, the main question for Reckoning Esports is, what can you do if the zone does not really shift on top of you? And Reckoning Esports, right then and there, the answer has to be to take fights. Brute force. That's the only answer I personally see. If Reckoning Esports is going to try to go for a safe outing, well, they will be actually kicked out of this game. Genesis Esports able to find the first knock against Gods for Reason. I'm not even sure what the man was doing in the water lines.
They found a trade. Gods for Reason were able to pick up one man from the side of Genesis a few moments ago. I don't know how, but they somehow baited Gravity to stop on the slope. And Gods for Reason, they were able to squeeze themselves into the back lines of Genesis, caught them off guard, but nice little trade coming through. No way Hex is being brought back.
Oh, there we go. Confirmation squeezed in. Next zone is actually going to center on up towards Quarry. And it's actually quite a good friend to True Rippers and also NINZA.
NINZA always somehow figure out the prime spot to be in to play for survival, but still just struggling to close out those matches. 1 in 9 games when they won.
Somehow Dragon is literally the zone magnet. Or maybe he's just cracked the code on exactly how the zone's going to move.
I think he's just cracked the code on everything because, I mean, imagine this. We keep praising their ability to get the circle, but the man also gets those finishes for his team.
Yeah, the previous game he had 7 finish points. And considering he's the IGL now, that's a big feat right there.
Yeah.
REVENANT X SPARK, they've realized one thing. Now if they want to have a chance to make a comeback, they need to go all guns blazing. But the main problem is their guns are not blazing anymore. Instead, the players are getting taken outside of the lobby. REVENANT X SPARK down to a 3-man squad. Handicapped, you can't really do anything. It's the firing squad of Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports, they know the backline's not too secure either. REVENANT X SPARK being a constant threat.
The high ground advantage alone is going to give Reckoning the upper hand, but it's the distraction from Somraj and the boys that can help out REVENANT X SPARK. They're just circling again and again towards the cliff. Not really committing into the action. And I believe footsteps heard because nades are being lobbed towards Somraj, but he does manage to survive. There comes the rescue mission, successfully executed.
Quick pickup. Man's going to be safe. 8-bit this time around, though, trying to play things a little bit passive. Or maybe you can't say defensive. 8-bit is definitely trying their best to get those elimination points, but given the position 8-bit has, they need to keep their heads tucked.
Yeah, no incentive to force a fight as well. I mean, at this point, if 8-bit wants to fight, they will be the ones stepping out into the open. Right now, they have concrete cover.
They indeed do.
And a decent spot inside of the circle as well. I think even with the next shift, they're not going to be too far away. Let's see.
Next shift. It's going to be important. And yeah, NINZA and True Rippers, they find themselves in the prime spots. NINZA is going to have a massive high ground. Dragon OP, look at the man. The amount of terrain the man's going to be controlling, it's insane. And Dragon OP is calling the remaining members of his team towards himself. Let's see how NINZA is going to play this one, because from the back, there's also going to be Gods for a Reason closing it soon.
And that one team being there up on the hill can cause trouble for NINZAs, and that is why I believe, as you mentioned, Dragon also did call for his teammates to move towards the high ground, but we're going to have to see the massive cluster of teams, the wave of bodies moving in from that western edge of the zone. Who's going to survive? Well, Wyld Fangs Sensei under fire, and it's going to be Skips finding the frag, the rivalry, the friendly banter from outside of the game now culminates into a fight within the game itself. Cincinnati Kids take on Wyld Fangs.
Solid stuff. Cincinnati Kids still alive and breathing inside of the game, and they're breathing fire. CK, they want to change their standing today. They've already had a good start to the day, but the ending as well, if it's going to be good, then CK will have decent momentum tomorrow. But they will still be fighting for the podium, not for the first spot.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, even if you get to the podium at this point, that should be a celebration for Cincinnati Kids, for Wyld Fangs, if they can actually pull it off.
Yeah, but Juicy will still be unhappy.
Yeah, it's, again, the Kyola Mao situation.
Another day in the grand finals.
Hey, at this point, a lot of the big names can't even say that same thing, right?
I know, right?
So, kind of an achievement on Juicy's part as well. We got to praise him for that. But Vasista Esports against REVENANT X SPARK, both the teams have kind of been struggling a lot, but at least this time Vasista, they have the numbers advantage to work with, and a third party from Phoenix and REVENANT X SPARK are going to take an unnecessary loss as Sarang is going to be knocked and finished, and Shadow falls before he even realizes. Vasista are going to get aggressive. Ronnie, last man surviving, can't really do much over here.
Yeah, there's no way REVENANT X SPARK is going to end up winning this fight. There's too much on the line, and they do not even have enough man number to try and get anything done. And right now to do is heavy climbing. Ronnie in the back lines. REVENANT X SPARK, that's the only hope they've got, and Godin's just going to back away. Phoenix Esports knows that their hands were too much in trouble.
The question is, why was he there in the first place? You saw two teams fighting it out.
Yeah,
There's 8 bodies there.
I mean, look, the man was just there maybe to get some information, I guess. And Godin was like, you know what, guys? It seems like everyone is just moving towards my direction, so I'm going to back out myself. But Cincinnati Kids, oh, they're not done yet. They're constantly getting those elimination points. A little bit of poke damage as well, which is sort of enough. CK gathering those 2 elimination points, doing decent, looking good for themselves. 8-bit. Team Forever in the back lines, and 8-bit at this point in time thriving for a better position, thriving for some sort of map control. But if 8-Bit really do want to find some better map control, they need to take a lot of fights. And speaking of fights, Phoenix Esports, they take a fight against Vasista Esports. Vasista have already lost out in Silo B. Hector and Scary Jot, the only two men standing. But even for Phoenix Esports, Godin is the only man who needs to save the day. All the burden on the man's shoulder. Godin, he's the clutch meister. He's the Mr. Reliable for Phoenix Esports. He's clutched multiple times in the past for his team, but this time even the Blues working against him, and that's not going to be enough for Godin to save the day as he gets eliminated by the likes of OG from the back.
Hey man, we questioned the decision making from the side of Phoenix Esports just a few seconds ago, and this is exactly why. Vasista this time looking quite solid, not the entire team, just Scary Jot. We have praised this man in the past, in the officials as well. And again, the firepower that he holds comes into play. But 8-Bit against Team Forever. Somraj dropped extreme low. Thunder about to be struck down, but before he goes down, takes down one. The backup shows up in the nick of time, and 8-Bit are gonna be again dismantled into pixels. One more man hits the floor. The third party from Reckoning kicks in. Somehow 8-Bit S-Power still alive. The jump shot! Oh my god! What is this man made of?
How does he do it every single time? How does he make it happen? Does this power have some sort of a different vision? Is he not on a normal human level? What am I watching? How does this man every single time get outside of those tricky situations and save the day for himself and his team? But maybe this time it's going to be tough to get outside of the hands of the Worlds. It's Reckoning. They bring Reckoning upon 8-Bit.
I mean, hey, but still, that was a valiant effort over there. I mean, staying alive for a few extra seconds against the players of Reckoning, even though it was a 1v3. But man, oh man. From the worst possible situation, they could have gone out with 0 points, but they still get 6, the players of 8-Bit.
But the
and
problem,
4 were on S-Power.
The problem is their Arc Nemesis OG still standing with all the 4 players up.
You know what? Now the pressure of what we talked about as soon as the game began is going to kick in. That there is a 31-point difference.
Exactly. And now OG, there's a big chance they can once again continue that difference, maintain that difference, unless NINZA, they've got different plans, unless if they end up squeezing a chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. But hold on to that thought, Godsreed, even they're stepping inside of the action. This was the Godsreed we all were missing. But Godsreed in this game, yeah, they definitely do not really have a lot of elimination points, but there's a hope.
I mean, there's definitely some hope, although it is going to fade away if the circle moves away from them. In the meanwhile, OG not looking to slow down. WizGod closes in. They have a player knocked out in that shack, but the crate comes through. And I believe it was from... Yes, it was NINZA who found the crate. And oh no! Aru walks in from a third team. And Soham does manage to secure the knock. OG are left bleeding. It's just AKOP, last man alive.
OG's choking. OG's lost the momentum. 5 points in this game. He's nailed pace on the overall standings. The momentum is definitely slowed down unless AKOP over here gets a few more elimination points and at least crosses that marker over 8 points in this game. Then it can be a decent game for OG.
Yeah.
Then it can be something OG can work with. Just need 3 more points. Reckoning Esports tossing out a lot of smokes because they want to get closer to that zone. But look at who's controlling the tempo. It's NINZA in the smack center looking extremely powerful. Next to NINZA, there's also Genesis Esports and Vasista Esports. But Vasista, they've been playing it passive, they've been playing it defensive, waiting for the right moment. And this is Vasista's moment. They need a strike against the players of NINZA.
Yeah, for sure. They need those finishes and they need the position as well. But NINZA, they have been doing so well for themselves, and especially that chicken dinner in the previous game. It is the motivation they needed. 4-man strong in the game. They've kept their heads down. And it seems like with all of their eyes, all of their attention focused and turning towards the players of Vasista Esports, they know someone's approaching from the northwestern edge of the circle.
Vasista, what are the plans? What are the plans? In the back, Vasista playing it passive. True Rippers starting to rip apart the competition. Reckoning Esports, yeah, it's reckoning upon them. And even Viper falls down. That's it for Reckoning. Not able to thrive for control. Not able to do better in this game. Even Reckoning taken out, but True Ripper still standing.
True Ripper still alive. Another team inside of the top 4, hoping to get themselves a little bit closer to the podium. But hey, on the finish feed, it seems like God's reign, it's coming to an end. Neo knocked out, Justin and Delta still alive. True Rippers nicely controlling that eastern edge, but not a lot of teams around them. That means they are going to be suffocated for finishes for the next few seconds, or at least about a minute or two inside of the match. But moving towards God's reign, Genesis on one front, Wyld Fangs on the other. Fierce is closed in, Delta put under pressure.
Wyld Fangs is trying their best to be as annoying as possible inside of this fight. But they've got no clue that God's Reign is already backed away from that turf. And God's Reign is now playing around that tower, that visitor tower. And that's the only thing for God's Reign that's currently inside of the circle, and that's going to make things work. And if God's Reign does want to find a decent bit of piece of land inside of the zone, that's the wizard tower they're supposed to aim for, which is already in their control. Wyld Fangs taking shots against True Rippers. True Rippers down Jelly. Not looking good. IGL not cooking anymore. True Rippers, they need to get him back.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, True Rippers, they have to be cautious. And Fierce has been a monster with that Mini 14, by the way, since yesterday. Also, Necro, you and I both know that the Sensei is going to be upset even if Wyld Fangs wins. Because, again, it's the same story. Sensei goes out and the team does well.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Wyld Fangs, it feels like they just play with no shackles left, but hold on! Look at NINZA casually driving by and destroying the opponents! Not even breaking a sweat, but there is still one man in the backline standing alive, and Vasista Esports eliminated from the game! NINZA taking control! And with this, there's a big chance NINZA can actually close out the game as well, because they control the entirety of Northern Territory, and not just that, even the centric spot.
They control pretty much half the zone itself, and of course the top of the hill is the priority where you see Reaper reach before the circle even shifts, and everyone else on the eastern, on the southeastern and the southern edge are going to end up fighting amongst themselves. We already see True Rippers getting aggressive in the direction of Wyld Fangs, those nades being lobbed one after the other, but it's not going to amount to much. There's God's Reign in the back lines. They have the opportunity to steal those finishes, even if a knock is secured. But as we were talking about, NINZA, Necro, still 4-man strong, 5 finishes on the board, and they find themselves in the top 5, the only team that is still complete.
Genesis, even they're still in the race, do not forget that. And Genesis isn't doing too bad in the overall standings either. The only problem for Genesis is that they've only got 2 players, Wyld Fangs as well. Even they can bounce back anytime. God's Reign in the back line, spotted, and that's going to be Delta taking a lot of damage upon himself. Delta wanted to pull off a rotation, but now the man's going to be stopped around that visitor tower. What can Delta do? Can he really escape? He's going to try to make sure that he's moving along the smokes, but can he really cross on? There is a smoke pathway built up, and yes, he will somehow cross on over towards the opposite side, which will be safe enough from Wyld Fangs. But Wyld Fangs still just firing on all cylinders against the players of God's Reign in the hopes of finding some connection. But Genesis Esports, they disrupt the flow as the nade was tossed to perfection. And with that, God's Reign's hopes and dreams of conquering this game might just shatter.
Man, I was wondering how did Yash get the angle to lob the utility, but he just took a gamble, ran out into the open, lobbed the nade, and now finally the punish comes through. They're not going to allow him to move any bit further. Wyld Fangs on the other side finally put under pressure from True Rippers. Fierce knocked out. Seth in the back lines. There's Harsh and Jelly that he has to face off. The nade overshoots. But now they come into play. Now they show up to secure what is rightfully theirs. You see their name on the finish feed as Beard Baba kicks things off by eliminating True Rippers from this match. 4 teams remaining. NINZA still 4-man strong. And at this point, they pretty much control the 90% of the zone. Everyone else is restricted to the southern slope of this hill.
After this game, NINZA is going to take the 2nd spot in the overall standing. The supreme ones in this game.
I mean,
insane.
Yeah.
They won't topple over 8-bit. And NINZA, it's crazy. They know it's their game. That's why they're staying outside of fights.
It depends. I mean, the finishes are going to be key because I think NINZAs were in their 60s. Were they in the 60s or the 70s?
70s.
70s, yeah, 10 for sure. If they get 10 finishes, 20 points, because 8-bit was stuck at 91 or 92 when they got eliminated in this match.
And this will be their 2nd chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah.
And 3rd massive game of the day. NINZA tapping away with the Mini 14 Reaper. This man's the Grim Reaper. He wants to take the souls away. And this Mini 14 is not a gun, it's a scythe. Tapping away on the skulls, hoping to find some connections. And there we go, Beard Baba has already kicked things off. Explosion on the face of Wyld Fangs, and they cannot even do anything. The Fangs are useless. They're not able to engulf the opponents. And there we go, Genesis Esports, even they meet the makers. God's Reign somehow keeping themselves intact in the top 3. Wyld Fangs, even they've only got 2 players, but they at least want to get the elimination points against God's Reign. Pretty much, these 2 teams are fighting for the second spot. NINZA, they are the supreme ones.
Yeah, and you see them looking down on everyone else from the top of the hill. Everyone just, the positions are compromised for both the teams, God's Reign and Wyld Fangs. And at this point, the end game is just a formality to see who gets those finishes. Wyld Fangs, not a lot of finishes secured in this match. They were keeping their heads down. God's Reign still were involved in a few extra fights, but their time in this match coming to an end soon. Smoke slobbed out, a pathway created, but that is what indicates and lets NINZA know exactly where they have to take those shots.
NINZA, Beard Baba, they just wait for the players of God's Reign to walk out in the open. Even the zone's closing up slowly and steadily. The same thing's going to happen to the players of Wyld Fangs as they get eliminated from this game. But Dragon OP, his crosses are pinned. Everyone from the side of NINZA, their crosses are pinned on the players of God's Reign. And they walk out in the open in the arms of death as NINZA, they will conquer yet another battlefield as they will be the victorious one in this game of Wrangle.
What a day they are having, man. What a day they are having. Just absolutely wonderful. Back-to-back chicken dinners on day number 2. And of course, I mean, I heard the casters on the Hindi desk speak about this because this was, I think, mentioned by the players themselves. So when Ocean went ahead and asked, like, what is going on? You weren't able to close out the matches and all. And they said that for some reason they end up choking. And Maisie just said, what kind of choke is this that every single time you choke, you are in the top 8?
I know, right? I mean, that's what NINZAs are known for. They always get those consistent points. But the man also said, trust the process.
Yeah.
And there we go. The process is right there in front of our eyes.
We are trusting the process, and we're also turning out to be believers in NINZAs as well.
Yeah.
What a day to make their comeback, especially with how they've been playing yesterday. They were somewhere lurking around in the middle packing order, but today that is where they've come up with full guns loaded, right? Now they mean business. They're getting those position points, sure, but now they've got that extra masala of getting so many finishes.
Oh, for sure. And it's absolutely incredible how well they have timed everything. And of course, as you said, we have to turn ourselves into believers, right? Because while majority of the players on the stage are playing for like the 3rd or the 4th year in the competitive circuit, these lads, especially Dragon in particular, it's his 2nd year in the competitive circuit. He made his debut last year itself. Pretty much became the rookie of the season. I mean, unofficially, of course, because we were the ones who were kind of rooting for him, but last year wasn't that great. They were very nervous. They had never played in an environment like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of other factors resulted in them just like not being able to control their emotions on stage. But look at them now.
Yeah, I remember at the start of 2024, this team was also known as Team Limra, but then they separated up. A few players are still with Dragon. A few players made it their own team called Diesel Esports. So it's a whole another story that we're speaking of. But generally speaking, man, Dragon's got some sort of a secret sauce that no other IGL has so far.
Yeah, because even like in last year's performances, out of nowhere, they were so surprising. And the reason you could not ignore them was because this team would just heal battle anywhere and everywhere.
From heal battling to a lot of things, they have come a long way. And they're almost at the peak. It's all about to set that flag out there for Team NINZAs. But you know what? We have been setting smiles across the globe, especially with the device that you can own, the iQOO Neo 10. We've been talking about the features, housing the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4. We've got that 7,000 mAh battery. That is ludicrous, preposterous, to be honest. But now, coming back, they have been through quite a journey. Yeah. Let's be honest. I mean, initially they came in as players. Then the IGL left. Dragon had to become an IGL. Mere 17 years old, he's turned out to be one of the youngest IGL. Initially, people were laughing. I'm not going to be lying about it. People were laughing on the decisions that he was making. But imagine in such a short span of time, how he has changed things up, right? He is an absolute monster, just like Viper from Reckoning. Now, Necro, Reckoning, they have shown those signs, right? The first game, they went all out. This game also, it's a Viper show, 5 finishes, but still not out there in terms of the overall standings.
True that. I mean, it's fine that Reckoning Esports is not really doing that great. Honestly speaking, Reckoning Esports, I'm used to it. Reckoning Esports, whenever we see them in the grand finals, we always have special hosts from them, but at the end of the day, Reckoning Esports just never performs on the land, and I'm just used to it. But looking at the stars of the match, you've also got Dragon OP right there, and Dragon OP once again has the finisher.
It's on the note of Reckoning Esports, I completely agree with what Necro says. It's the same storyline for K9, for teams like OG, for Juicy in particular from Cincinnati Kids, wherein you are sure that they are going to make it to the finals, but you're also sure that they're not going to be the ones lifting the trophy. They have a lot of individual talent, but it seems like when they are on land, something just goes wrong and you can't figure out what.
But you know what, gentlemen, I think this is where we need to start talking about the table toppers, right? We need to start talking about Orangutan once again and simultaneously bring along 8-bit. Both these teams haven't been having the best days so far, and seems like the other teams are catching up. What's up with OG, Johnny?
I mean, they got like 6-7 points, man. OG is slacking off at this point. They're like, we have done all the heavy lifting in the first 2 days, and we know for a fact that the last day is not going to be ours, so they are like, we're going to take it easy. 5 to 6 points every game. It keeps them in the lead, and especially if 8-bit is going to be hesitating in getting those fights, because when you have to catch up, me and Necro were just talking about this during the game as well. Now the pressure kicks in that every time you're running into a fight or every time you're playing or going into a game, you always in the back of the head are thinking, all right, 30 points. We have to catch up 30 points plus whatever OG gets in this game.
Now, generally speaking, Fixes, I was saying this from yesterday, OG's performance will dwindle on day 2. That's how the script has always been. But instead, you are of the different opinion, which is understandable, knowing the fact that OG just completely outperformed, outshined anyone so far in the entire history of BGMI. It made a lot of sense too. But now OG's average dropping down from 12 points per game to mere 5 to 6 points per game. That's a massive thing. And look at this one as well, right? OG getting 7 points out of this one. The average has dropped down by drastic, and that's why you can see teams like NINZA now taking advantage of it.
I mean, NINZAs have been the benefactors. They have secured the maximum amount of points today because, let's be honest, the distance still remains 30 points separating OG and 8-bit, but NINZAs might have just toppled over 8-bit for once over here because 8-bit, at the same time, they're winning those early fights, but they're always getting third-partied. And Johnny, this is now concerning, right? Reliance on S-Power so much. What are the other players up to?
I don't think they're relying on S-Power. I think it's quite opposite. They're not relying on him enough because you always see him running into those fights. Either they got to figure out, either you just start banking everything on one man and doing whatever he pleases, just cover him in whatever fight he runs into, or everyone else, as you said, needs to start firing on all cylinders. But you got something surprising.
Yeah, of course. NINZAs, they've gotten the second spot. Oh, wow. And now they're just 1 point short of hitting that 100 marker. That leaves a 25 points lead for OG. It is definitely going down right now, folks, because even True Rippers, they're starting to catch up. Genesis, one more good game. And seems like, Johnny, we are setting up for a photo finish tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I just saw OG has more finishes than the team on the 4th position has total points.
That's normal. At the start of the day, OG had more total points, or OG had more finish points than the entire points of 8-bit. So that's how the day started, right? So OG is definitely performing on a different level. But now we spoke about this, right? From a 30 points lead, now taken down to a 25 points lead. And all of this because of the average dropping down per map, right? Yesterday, the average was what, like 12, 13 points per game? Now the average dropped down to like, what, 5, 6 points per game? So clearly the difference is now being noticed. 25 points lead, though, it's still a massive cushion. Let's not understate that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, because when you talk about OG there, of course, it was a decent day. It still is a decent day because they started off with, what, 97 points and still at 123. It's fine, not too shabby, really. But the other teams that have really picked up the pace, that vacuum that was built by OG is no more in place right now. So this is where things are really looking spicy, not just for us, but in the grand scheme of things, we know things are going to get quite exciting. And you talk about excitement and you can never rule out Scout OP, right? We all love him. Everybody was wanting to witness him. So we've got an exclusive interview lined up with him. So heading over to Krat.
For this crazy segment, we have Scout. Scout, first of all, welcome, bro. RNTX, not performing, bro. कैसा लग रहा है? क्या बोलना चाहोगे? कोई justification for the fans?
जस्टिफिकेशन तो कुछ नहीं यार, खराब खेल रहे तो उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस होंगे और हम देखेंगे कि क्या कर सकते हैं भी आगे जाके, बट स्टिल द टूर्नामेंट इज नॉट येट ओवर. वी कैन स्टिल एंड अप एट अ वेरी गुड स्पॉट, सो लेट्स बी पॉजिटिव. बट हाँ, जैसे मैंने बोला था टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होने से पहले कि दिस इज गोना बी देयर फाइनल टेस्ट, दे विल हैव टू प्रूव देमसेल्व्स.
वही कहता कि ऑस्मैम ने एक स्टेटमेंट दी थी, उस पर वो बात बोलने वाली थी या कुछ होगा उसके बाद?
यार बोलने वाली बात कभी नहीं होती है, जो अगर स्टेटमेंट दे दी तो दे दी है.
अभी थोड़े टाइम पहले आप वाइल्ड फैंग्स में भी दिखे थे, अभी वो टीम ठीक खेल रही है, उस पर कुछ बोलोगे सेंसे के लिए?
ये अपने भाई के साथ टीम बनाई थी, बाकी मेरा थोड़ा सा आपको पता ही है स्केड्यूल कैसा टाइट रहता है, बट मैं दो टीम को पूरा दिल से सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, अपनी RNTX और वाइल्ड फैंग्स को. सो लेट्स होप कि हम कल के एंड तक बहुत अच्छे स्पॉट्स पे दोनों टीम एंड करें.
एंड स्काउट, आई नो दैट यू आर द विराट कोहली, मतलब तुझे खेलना बहुत पसंद है, अभी स्टेज पे नहीं खेल पा रहा, कितना मतलब महसूस हो रहा है?
मैं पहली बार तो मेरे को कंपेयर मत करो, इतनी बड़ी ग्रेटनेस जो उन्होंने अचीव करी है, बट हाँ ऑब्वियसली खराब लगता है क्योंकि हम लोग 3 से 4 पॉइंट से हम लोग छूट गए थे, बट आई एम प्रीटी कॉन्फिडेंट कि हम लोग अगला जो टूर्नामेंट आने वाला है उसमें फाड़ेंगे.
गुड लक ब्रदर, आई विश यू गुड लक. अभी चलते हैं सीधा डैश पे बॉयज के पास.
All right, some strong statements, and Scout just here to double down. Seems like careers on the line for REVENANT X SPARK. Johnny, what needs to be done?
At this point, you can't really do much. I mean, it's the worst possible situation to just let your... I wanted to say employees, but at this point, they've just been together long enough that they're more like comrades together. All of them
like
are in this together. Yeah, brothers for sure, but at this point, one man is definitely holds a lot more power than the other 4 that are there. And it's the worst possible time to let them know, get the job done, but also the best possible time, because if the job is not done right now, then consequences should be there. So I agree with Scout.
Part and parcel of life, right? When you're not able to do your job good enough, then there will be consequences, and we have seen a lot of that times happen in the past. But generally speaking, man, you cannot even blame the management for that, right? It's been a long time. REVENANT X SPARK's performance has been missing, so it makes a lot of sense that now it's time for them to perform. If they don't, they will face the consequences. REVENANT X SPARK in the group stages in the semifinals, yes, especially we saw them. They were doing so good. What exactly happened? What exactly changed? That's the main question we're all wondering.
I mean, the only thing that has changed is the new zone, right? That has been implemented, and seems like REVENANT X SPARK, they're having such a tough time around it, and now since the spotlight is on them, they need to perform. But you need not worry, because if the spotlight is on you, all you need is the iQOO Neo 10 to enhance your gameplay, deliver those final blows, get those chicken dinners like NINZAs are doing right now. Back to back, it's a statement coming in, folks, from their side. You know, of course, if day 1 was OGs, day number 2 has all been but NINZAs. So this is something that that we're enjoying. Now, I am starting to manifest that maybe a hat-trick is in the making.
Oh, man, I mean, did you have to say that already?
There's a possibility, man. I'm not going to lie, because 2 games back-to-back, Sanhok and Wrangle.
He just cursed it. It's not going to happen now.
It will happen. I think I believe in the boys.
If you think about it, that's actually true. The man was saying today OG's going to do good in the camp, and now look at what's happening to OG.
We blame you now, Fixes.
No, I'm not the problem. I still believe that I'm not the reason.
Who's the problem?
We all know who Fixes is going to say is the problem.
You know, Scared and I, we were sitting, we were minutely observing OG. I really feel like the micromanagement in those fights, they're going one after the other. You could even see, right, the fight against G4R, where they had everything under control. They had all 4 of their players alive, and suddenly one decides to be brave enough and just goes for the slam in. He gets dunked. Then the other follows up, one after the other. Then just one player survives. So I think that assurance on each other, and it's now visible on Aru's face. Now this, my friends, is really concerning.
Now look at that.
It's not
he
a good
does
mindset.
not bother.
He's
He
just
does not
chilling.
bother. Yeah, he's just chilling.
It's not a good mindset to be in. But yeah, S-Power, this is probably the best mindset to be in, right? This man is chilling, talking to the audience, talking to the people around him, talking to the volunteers. I mean, there's the main reason why S-Power is consistently performing every single game, because this man's brain, he just never overthinks. He knows what he needs to do in the upcoming game, and he will execute it somehow.
Also, special praises to this man, Equinox. We spoke about this yesterday, and that has been talk of the town. Coming back from a medical injury, and still being able to keep up with the entirety of the team. Initially, 8-Bit started off with the substitution in place because they did not want to put the pressure on Equinox, but he still has been holding his own in a lot of key moments, especially that game of Miramar yesterday where 8-Bit went big. S-Power got all of that glory, but it's a team effort. It takes the entire team to make sure that your MVP player makes it to the final stage in a position to fight. And Equinox, he's been incredible in doing so.
You know, Johnny, I'm still not sold in the idea of the entire roster that 8-Bit has put up here.
Look at that. They're fixing his bandages so he can...
Yeah, exactly. He's injured. That is where you're supposed to have your substitute playing in. And does it mean, Necro, that they do not trust on Insidious enough to have him playing? Because Equinox, at this point, he should be resting, right?
It's not about trusting, right? It's all about the synergy and the amount of time you've played with each other. Now, bringing in Insidious at such a last moment, on a land where it all matters the most, now that's a gamble that you're taking, my friend. Now, you would rather have the possibilities and the odds with you than taking a gamble yourself, and the odds are with them when they're playing with Equinox.
I mean, at this point, I'm still, trying to wrap my heads around, because Insidious, come on, let's be honest, he's got that LAN experience. It's just about the synergy that we're talking about, and you got him into the roster. You needed to maybe find a replacement for Equinox, because of course he's been going through some ailments, right? And now he's in pain. That's clearly visible. But now Meta Ninja, these boys, I think they're around a little bit, some of those issues going on technically, of course, will be fixed, but we've got the analyst of Meta Ninjas waiting for us for an exclusive interview, so for that.
All right, with an amazing day, amazing games, I have the analyst of Meta Ninja, Vipix, with me. Welcome, first things first. Day 1, something different. Day 2, something different. What was the game plan?
So initially we had planned for a 10-pointer in every match, but then it didn't work out as we expected in the day 1. And in day 2, Dragon was very confident in taking around 80 points, which he actually did. And for now, in the matches that we have played right now, we have secured around 68 points, which is too good for now. And we expect to be the table toppers by the end of the day. And I believe, Dragon can pull it off. And the team is very confident with it.
And when we talk about Dragon, right, he has done the similar feat in a different team. That was the thing of the past. How is that a pattern right now with this individual?
So this lad is 17 years old, and when he started to play his first competitive, he qualified for the LAN. Not once, not twice, this is the 4th LAN event that he's playing. And his initial stage, he was an assaulter, and he had to transition himself to an IGL, and I think he's really doing a great job with it. So let's see. I hope he pulls it off this time.
Do you think the boys are going to win?
Definitely. Trophy is something that we are expecting, which we have not done yet. So this will be our first trophy, I guess so. Let's hope for it.
All right, I wish you and the boys all the very best.
The performance is clearly showcasing the dominance from the side of Meta Ninja. This has been the second chicken dinner, now probably aiming to get the third one as well. The coach clearly mentioned this. Their average was supposed to be 10 points per game, but then they realized that they were not able to pull that off yesterday. But today, it's a completely different beast we're seeing.
I mean, at this point, I just feel there are two big giants out here. I was sitting down there watching the game outside, and you know how poetic I am. I wrote down a few words out there for a couple of teams. So there are some seeds that bloom tall and strong, and then there are some that bloom into the flower. OG have been the redwood giant tree that are tall and strong, but Meta Ninjas are the aboli flowers that have stolen our heart. And I really feel like that they might pull off the third one.
Yeah, I didn't really get what he just said, but what you're going to get is this short little break that we're going to toss to. Do not go anywhere.
Alright, well with me I have सिड भाई. सिड भाई स्वागत है आपका लैन इवेंट पर. लैन पर आकर के एक अलग वाइब होती है, ऑडियंस से मिलना होता है, यहाँ पर टीम्स को खेलते हुए देखना होता है. What is that one thing that just drives you towards the LAN?
यार लैन का वाइब ही अलग होता है. इट्स वेरी इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग. there's a sense of competitiveness in the air. BM होता है, लोग उठते हैं चेयर में, पता नहीं बहुत मजा आता है. अभी EWC में मैं देख के आया. इट्स जस्ट अ डिफरेंट फीलिंग. आई थिंक जो ऑनलाइन इवेंट्स कभी भी मैच नहीं कर पाएगा. लैन इज जस्ट अ डिफरेंट बीस्ट.
एंड सी यहाँ पर भी बहुत सारी टीम्स खेल रही हैं, बट कभी ना कुछ टीम्स को देख करके लगता है कि यार इनके साथ हमारा दिल लगता है. व्हाट इज दैट वन टीम फॉर यू हियर जिसको आप बोलोगे कि भाई मैं तो सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ?
यार देखो ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे सारी iQOO टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही है. एक फर्स्ट पे बैठी है, एक सेकंड पे बैठी है, मेरी वाली घर पे बैठी है. बट इन जनरल ऑब्वियसली मेरे टीम से मैं दिल लगाता हूँ यार. आई एम मिसिंग देम ऑन लैन हियर. आई ऑलवेज वांट टू सी देम प्ले. सम थिंग्स वेंट डाउन, मतलब थोड़ा अप्स एंड डाउन, बट इट्स ओके. Apart from my team, since they are not here, I am fully supporting 8-bit. Mercy is there. They are playing super well. Espor as usual, best player. He's playing super well. Abhi distance is too much, but I think they'll come back on day 3.
All right. Well, I just hope you enjoy the LAN. Thank you.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again, there are a lot of question marks in our mind. Will NINZA go for a hat-trick, or will we see another comeback from the bottom of the board in the overall standings? Or will it be OG once again sustaining that lead and just taking it further?
Hey man, a lot of questions, and it is time that we head towards a place where we can find these answers, the map of Miramar. But Shaisnu, I believe, Necro said it, Fixer said it, and now the hat-trick is cursed.
I mean, this is the main thing, right? If you've got a best chance right now, then this is going to be to try and make your way up through. Is it going to be a hat-trick for NINZA? Is it going to be the comeback story revitalized for 8-bit? Or will it be OG reclaiming the lost glory of yesterday? We're going to find that out in this map of Miramar as the big bird hits the sky all the way from up north of Torre Ahumada down towards Partona.
Hey man, we were hoping for an intense matchup, and this is the most default flight path you can ask for in Miramar, from the northeastern quadrant all the way down towards the southwestern quadrant of the map. It might cause troubles for the teams playing from the northeastern and the northwestern and the southeastern quadrant, the polar opposites of the flight path, but everyone else gets to drop wherever they please.
That's the main thing, right? You get to choose your own position where you want to drop out. It's the most default thing that you can eventually ask for, and I think so. If you're really talking about that comeback story, right, you need a comfortable flight path which lets you drop down to your favorite location. So all of them are going to be pretty happy. Yeah, maybe a little bit of iffies happening here and there for the teams who want to drop towards Puerto Paraíso or even Impala, where we know God's Rain like to jump in. But apart from that, yeah, most of the teams super happy about it. Team Forever as well, taking an early drop. But nice thing to focus on here is the fact that they're very spread out, right? And we'll hold on to that. Love that plushie.
You're always distracted by plushies.
Yes.
I think that is one of the reasons why players tend to carry them with them on the stations as well. Hoping some players are like Shahisnu and they get distracted as well. But as we were talking about the early stages of the game, the circle forms up centered around the city of Picado.
Yeah.
And while I would have been a believer that this would make Vasista Esports happy, they're not performing really well. So the only thing that can make them happy is like a 30-point chicken dinner. 30-point game.
Yeah, now keep your hand at your heart and say that again.
No, I believe that is the one thing that will make them happy, but I do doubt that they will be able to execute a play like that, especially with how the team has been performing so far. Because, you know, when you underperform on LAN, it breaks down your confidence, your morale is going to be an all-time low. And even if you end up popping off in one game, you're still going to be like, yeah, we're way too far away from the trophy. What's the point in playing anymore?
And that's the team that's going to be very happy about this one circle forming all the way down, right? The team that is closest to their first ever trophy in a very, very, very long time, man. OG. For the previous 3 to 4 games, right, we've been constantly discussing how they've lost their momentum, how they're the ones who are struggling. The circle is constantly shifting away from them. We saw that happen in Erangel, saw that happen in Miramar as well, carried forward in Sanhok, where they still try to put a few points together. But this one game could be their way to probably make their comeback again.
Pretty much, and especially considering that Oasis has stopped giving them trouble in Chumacera, they are going to be even happier. Because what used to happen up until a few months ago was when the lineup of Team Forever was the one playing under the banner of 8-bit.
Yeah.
There were constant drop clashes, man. Every single map of Miramar in Chumacera, these two teams were duking it out against each other. But that has stopped. OG has breathing room to work with. Although it's going to be the later shifts of the circle that will dictate how good of a position they are going to be in. Because if we see the circle move up towards the northern side, then the terrain is very challenging, and those rotations are going to make sure that if they're not cautious enough, they're going to lose players.
And I think so that is exactly what happened to them in the previous map of Erangel as well, where, you know, they lost their consciousness a bit, and eventually they kept on falling down like dominoes, right? And I think so this has been one of the big problems of OG, at least for today, that they're not really taking a very full head-on straightforward fight with 2 players and 3 players slamming in together. They're more or less like going individually, and the gun skill is just not working out for them like how it was working yesterday. But to be honest, a lot of discussion happening all around here now. Another team that has caught my attention, playing all the way towards Los Leones, Cincinnati kids.
On the note of OG and their performance drop, one thing I would like to say, we have all heard of the saying, never go against someone who has nothing to lose. But do you know how you beat someone who has nothing to lose? You give them something to lose. And OG has that lead to lose. It is theirs. This tournament is theirs to lose. And I believe that is the reason they have slowed things down. They're just trying to protect their spot. But it could turn out to be the reason they end up losing the podium as well. Not the podium, well, actually the first position.
I mean, 25-point lead remaining.
It was 30 before the last game?
It started with 31 points. It was even higher when the day started, right? So you could clearly see them dwindling out here. we've always been talking about the exact same thing, that regardless of how good of a start this team gets, it is always the mid part of the tournament and the end of the tournament where they always stumble down, and that curse has been looming on top of their head. It was Espower who eventually started that yesterday, but today it's being carried forward by Meta NINZA. Seems like they've changed quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure it's the device that they've changed out there, because iQOO Neo 10 is definitely the best one in the segment, and they are using that to play and showcase their skills with a back-to-back chicken dinner, now standing at the 99-point mark, just an inch away, or rather one big game away from the first place.
Yeah, I mean, me and Necro, we've been trying to execute a successful heist and walk away with an iQOO Neo 10 in our hands as well. We were informed about the iQOO booth, but apparently our plans were leaked and we aren't allowed anywhere near that station anymore. But we're not going to give up. We are going to be Meta NINZAs in our lives as well. We are going to continue to figure out how to get an iQOO Neo 10.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many forms I've filled out for the search and win contest. I have lost count at this point.
Yeah, I mean, because the big thing is you've got to answer the questions correctly, Johnny. I'm pretty sure that's where you're facing the problems. Necro has been facing the same struggles. But it's fine, it's fine. We're going to give you some time to study, because that's going to continue for tomorrow as well, and maybe for some more time out there. But we're going to be watching the continuation of K9 in this game itself. Still trying to find their footings, right? They've got their own on and off moments, but it's the consistency which they're still lacking.
I mean, it's either an all or nothing situation for K9 Esports. Always has been. Either they are going to have a big game and annihilate everyone else, or they're going to be on the wrong end of the stick, and, well, they're going to get the stick in the end. But K9 Esports, REVENANT X SPARK moving in from the northern side could spell trouble. But we have 8-bit on our screens, moving inside of El Pozo. They've just exited the city of El Pozo, and since it was at the northwestern edge of the play zone itself, they are going to be safe for a while. They have the luxury of moving towards Monte Nuevo, all the way towards Monte Nuevo, without getting contested and getting some safe cover to play with Stage 2, Stage 3.
Imagine this thing about 8-bit, right? They're playing with Aquanox in as well. This dude has just came out of injury, and that too of his fingers. So you know how important it is for you to keep your fingers healthy out there if you're a BGMI esports athlete. Just a slight bit of problem there, and it just ruins your entire game. And even after that, he's still been here. And I think so the amount of firepower that he is not able to put up, combined with his power, that's still hurting them a bit. But even after all of that, they're still in top 3.
Yeah.
One good game and a couple of stumble more from OG, and this team will take the podium, or rather even the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, Aquanox has been incredible. I love the lad with all my heart. In his prime, I mean, he's still in his prime pretty much. I believe it's just the injury that's holding him back. But back in the days, this man was a monster to be feared. He was on the par with Espower, everyone else. Absolutely incredible in terms of mechanical skill.
6-finger prodigy. There's a reason why we call him that.
Octopus grip.
The entire claw set of that he uses, man. I can't even imagine. And I've seen that up close as well, right? You remember during the BGMS Season 2 days as well. I'm pretty sure I bugged you a lot all the way back there. But I could clearly see, you know, the focus that this man has always in the game, doing multiple things at the same time, has always enabled 8-bit to.
But what is REVENANT X SPARK doing over here?
I've been asking the same question since day one.
Look at them. They are going to get surrounded soon. 8-bit shots being fired. They find themselves in a very precarious situation, because you see on the radar towards the north, there's Meta NINZAs, there's Genesis, REVENANT X SPARK just a little bit further beyond. And of course, it is going to be tricky for them to be able to survive, but we're going to have to see if they are able to push all the way through.
For now, you know, Reaper needs to try and find a way to try and push these 3 members away on the other side. Don't really want to take a fight against NINZA. Sarung as well, Ronnie. The nade goes all the way wide, a bit too far out here. Not really landing it perfectly. A Shadow fires the shots, but it's Ronnie with the pump shotgun. Takes down Reaper and slices him off with a machete. That's going to be a pretty nice pinch of salt on top of your wounds.
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, Meta NINZA, they still have 3-man roster left, and all 3 players have pushed for the Swenter. But Wyld Fangs against the players of Phoenix Esports, And whoa, what just happened? I saw Nox traded out from either sides, but then in an instant, the entirety of Phoenix Esports are set ablaze. And it's going to take them a while to make a comeback. They are going to show up back in the next game, but this match is done and dusted.
I mean, I'm not quite sure if that comeback is now going to stand up true, right? Only 24 points again, being eliminated as the first team. Not a single thing on board. Seems like what Cincinnati kids were facing on day one, Phoenix are facing it on day two as well. And if this continues, I don't know if they'd be able to move into the top 8 either. Because, Johnny, let's be brutally honest. We've already seen the distribution of the prize pool, right? 1 crore up online, 55 lakhs for the first team, 15 for the second.
Ouch. I mean, the monetary loss is going to be quite brutal, of course. You're going to lose out on all of those bonuses that you're supposed to get if you win a tournament. But apart from that, I mean, competitive players have massive egos, man, when it comes to being the best, being able to call yourself the best.
Yeah.
And I think just telling someone, yeah, what did you finish in the last tournament outside of the top 10? That hurts more sometimes.
Specifically, if you're all the way to the rock bottom of 16th place. And I think so. This has been the big problem of Phoenix Esports as well, right? And yeah, I'm not saying that this team qualified right away from the group stages as well. They were absolutely demolishing everyone. But considering the potential they've got on the roster,
yeah,
I really wanted to see something more from them. And since we're already on that topic, right, the same thing could be said about Vasista Esports, the team that you brought up early on. Right now in the smack center. And guess what? It's LIKITHA Esports. Seems like more of a sibling fight happening out there between both of these teams.
Oh, this is going to get intense. Look at the southern edge and the southeastern edge of the circle in particular. The Cincinnati kids, OG, Wyld Fangs, God's Reign, NINZA is also present in the the downslopes of the hill.
Yeah.
But K9 now, that was an interesting split. One man close to the players of Gods for a reason. 3 players almost caught off guard by True Rippers and the side of Team Forever. And K9 end up taking the fight. Team Forever, they're losing bodies. See the names pop up on the finish feed. Mafia knocked out, Pro knocked and finish, and Mafia gets confirmed as well. The trap set in place comes into play and pops up at the right nick of time, but the job is not yet done. You have to deal with True Rippers as well.
That's the big thing, right? And I've been mentioning about how True Rippers like to play. They're the masters of third party. Every single time they see a fight happening, they decide what's the best thing for them, and that is not to engage in that fight, but rather wait for that third party moment. And they've always been able to find a few scraps here and there, and that has still kept them up in that top 5 position, right? 72 points though, but if you want to pick the trophy, then that's not going to help you, and neither will this. Every single one of them falling in an instant. It's K9. 3 people destroying Team Forever, and that too from such a long range.
Yeah.
Big problem coming out for their side, and guess what? Their journey of being in that top 8 now is in a problematic scenario since God's Reign are still alive with all 4 players.
I mean, I'll be honest, that was actually very impressive because K9 Esports has been hiding in this casino area with just like 3 players, and the entirety of Team Forever was there. There was True Rippers as well. They sent Slug up the Picado Hill a long time ago, and they can't move out of this building. They're stuck. Every position around them is compromised. God's Reign, we see them show up as well, cutting the options for K9 Esports. The only way they get out of here, the only way they leave Picado now is by beating either True Rippers or God's Reign completely. They have to win this 3v4.
And to be very honest, you know, if they try to focus too much on this fight as well, there's still a little bit of a cluster growing up down south of them. And even Vasista Esports have sniffed out that there's quite a lot of teams there.
Also, my apologies. I got confused between 2 buildings. One is in El Pozo, the other is in Picado. This one's the arena.
I mean, it's absolutely fine, my man. Like a lot of people would want to focus on that right now. What I really want to focus is this another shift of the circle taking up all the way towards north. That means OG, NINZA, Cincinnati kids as well, Genesis, all of them, all the way out of that circle as well. So you've got 2 decisions now. Either to try and brute force your way through the south, move towards up north, or you can try and take a long rotation all the way from the sidelines and then risk yourself with going into uncharted territories. That's going to be a bit more difficult for you. So it's like you've got to pick your poison right now.
Of course, but look at that. God's Reign. They finally end up pulling the trigger. 8-bit as well going up against Genesis, but Meta NINZA now, when everyone was hoping to see a hat trick, they are losing bodies. One more man hits the floor. Dragon OP knocked out. And I don't think there's any way Meta NINZA make a comeback in this match anymore. As Poco all of a sudden find himself the solo survivor. He has his teammate right next to him, so the revive should not be too difficult for them to execute. But on top of that, hell, all the attention is going to be on their heads.
Yeah.
That's going to make things extremely difficult, especially in terms of survival.
That's a big thing out here happening, right? Quite a lot of fights also happening off the screen, so it's really a bit difficult to try and keep a track of every single thing, but Cincinnati kids, they've got to try and keep a track of what's happening around them. There's Wyld Fangs on one side, there's also Orangutan on the other side. But if we're rhyming names out, they've basically been their nemesis for the past few games out here. A lot of struggle being faced by them right now. All four players standing up on their feet, still taking the fight. Scapes trying to fire in. Beautiful shots right now. Fierce being left out in the open. Eventually will fall down onto his knees, and there's absolutely no way for Sensei to go and revive him. This is that one player that you eventually got to leave behind. No chance for him to be back up.
And again, a deja vu for Wyld Fangs. Even in the last game, it was Skips who found the first pick against Wyld Fangs. Sensei was the man picked off this time, and it's Fierce. As you said, one of the best players in the side of Wyld Fangs going out of the way.
Yeah.
Skips moving in, Juicy on the flank. Sensei dishes out a lot of damage, and of course, shots coming in towards Cincinnati kids from the flanks as well.
Over.
They can't really do much. They can't move around out in the open, but Sensei, he's the one under pressure. Skips, they need to knock him out. Sensei, he is stuck. The pressure piles on with the shotgun. He goes, but he is going to get kicked down and beaten down. But Cincinnati kids, they are getting third parties. You have OG moving in from the back line. Zeref realizes he's in trouble, looking to fall back. Finds himself underneath the ridge. But hey, guess what? It's not going to help you because you are facing off against WizGod. From the flank, LIKITHA Esports, a little bit of a helping hand being lent as WizGod is going to be knocked out. The breathing room there for Cincinnati kids to recover. But Aru with the finish secure. Somme dropped extremely low. I think after Wyld Fangs, Cincinnati kids might be the next team to hit or head back to the lobby.
Oh, it's probably going to be OG as well, maybe getting their few limbs being cut off. You really want WizGod to try and survive. This man has been on fire today. Somme, along with Skips, two of the people who are still trying to survive. Look at the esports from the back lines of OG. They're going to be in a pincer maneuver here. Pretty difficult for them to try and deal with it. One good thing is they've got some breathing room because of the circle. So they're going to have some more time to play around with it. They can try and brute force their way against Cincinnati kids and take this one fight home. But they've got to decide it right now. If they try and take a little bit more time, that gives LIKITHA Esports the edge. Safe Mollies himself. Wyld Fangs, what's happening to them?
Big blunder coming in from Wyld Fangs. And this is definitely going to cost them a few spots on the overall leaderboard, but everyone has their eyes locked on OG. Still 4-man strong. WizGod knocked out. Aru looking to find some breathing room to go for a revive, and Atanki actually helps them find some space. The backline pressure relief for a few seconds. LIKITHA Esports, they lose out on Inferno, but OG, they forgot about Somme, and the second nade might get the second knock. But no, Aru backs off. WizGod still alive.
Another
a sliver of HP. And there, it could have been a 2-pointer, but OG, they just put some distance between them and Somme.
My God. This one dude used to play in Seoul, eventually still causing a lot of problems, and that's exactly what's happening to G4R as well. True Rippers just taking them apart. Hirsch answering back as well. QLMO taken down though. Excel still standing strong. He needs to win one more fight, and if he's able to do that, he can pose a very big problem to True Rippers with at least 2 members down on the knees. A 1v4 may be difficult into making, but at least he will have a fighting chance. At least he'll have a couple of more finish points for his team. But the question is, can he manage to do that? Nade being sent out up close and personal still. 50% HP of the players now. He himself being brought down. Maybe not onto the knees, but at least A low HP, one more pump, he's out of it. Patching himself back up now as the players are just below him.
Oh, he saw the pixels move. Now he knows the intentions are there to climb up and pick him off. But Hex spots Jelly out. The nade is good. The knock secured. One more man hits the floor. Through Rippers. One small mistake. They have lost 2 players. And the door is going to be open for K9. Well, the other teams around them to move in for a third party. But it's just incredible. Hex. Opportunity to secure a few extra points. He's moving in for the frag, but shot in the back heel, Lamau. Well, Lamau is what he's going to say to his opponent after that.
Seems like it's going to be Ronnie who's going to say Kobe out there with a 3-pointer on S-Power, and that's a big boy out of the mix. Ronnie finally feeling himself as well. He used to be the main threat of every single person out there back in those days. All the way goes back to the Global Esports roster when he played under Manya. Then moving into the Seoul roster under the exact same team. But eventually falling a bit short out there in the semi-finals. He was the main reason why the team was performing, and right now he's proving himself that he is the man who steps up when the team needs him the most right now. Aquanox need to do the same thing. Couple of players down on the feet yet again. Some nades being thrown as Storm falls away. Aqua very low there as all 4 people rush on him. Will obliterate him by driving the vehicle. No guns needed. It's all the tires that are going to do the work. REVENANT X SPARK finally winning a very convincing fight.
Yeah, finally. But again, the pace of play a little off. They are stuck outside the play zone itself. There's just one position of cover available right now in control of Genesis and Sahil OP from Vasista Esports, but we see God's Reign moving in. It's going to be a 1v4, and Sahil, it's going to be difficult for him to survive, but LIKITHA Esports, they're helping everyone out but themselves. The opening knock secured by Smoker. Although God's Reign should be able to recover. OG, though, still outside the zone. That's the team that can definitely cause a lot of trouble for LIKITHA Esports. That southern edge control, extremely important considering majority of the bodies are playing from the northeastern edge.
And the fun fact is that even God's Reign, who like to play on the edge, have eventually moved in now. They're taking fight against Vasista. That has eventually left some opening for OG out here, but Delta out here trying to find some opening for his own team. But guess what? Destro being isolated on an island now, again being taken down as the first person. It's not really looking that pretty now, but guess what, OG? There were the commotion as well, but they're driving right through from the middle of everyone in the line of fire. That's a very bold maneuver out there, and guess what? It's already landed them with losing iQOO out there, and Aru as well. Not in the perfect of the perfect place. Neo still firing some shots, and eventually get one more player out.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen, but K9 on the other side. Push on Reckoning Esports. Dionysus, first man to hit the floor. Trade comes through though. Ninja Boy, sliver of HP, hiding in the smoke. Can't survive. Slug also falling down to his knees, leaving the IGL. Omega, last survivor from the side of K9. Reckoning Esports, they have the upper hand. The amount of utility they have lobbed on this one man, not really allowing him to even show face on the edge of the ridge.
Yeah.
And I think he's just going to go down to the flank instead, because even the back lines are compromised with OG being there. You see them on the radar. They will have a line of fire on his position.
Yeah, they will, but the big thing is that OG are eventually separated right now, so I'm not really seeing a lot of elimination points being racked up. It's going to be a pretty low-scoring game for their side, but for LIKITHA Esports on the other end, they can still try and grab in a few more points. They've got some nice opportunities. You mentioned about OG having that line of fire on Omega from the backlines. Athanki is just able to finish that job up on the very edge of that eastern part though, but not quite sure for how long can he hold that. The same thing could be said for Reckoning though. They've got a pretty solid place in the circle. The covers from one side, and I think so this could be the big game they were waiting for.
I mean, it can be if they figure out how to avoid True Rippers and God's Reign in the end game. That's going to be important. Because True Rippers is just right on top of Reckoning Esports, and that high ground advantage, depending on whether they have utilities or not, can actually be quite massive. But look at that shift of the zone. OG, their insurance policy in the form of Aru actually pays off. Now Athanki, all he has to do is pick off loose stragglers, get those 3-4 extra eliminations, and OG is going to be good to go for the end game as well.
Aren't you asking a bit too much out there from a man who's on the extreme far end of the circle? as the blue is going to move very fast from his side, and he's at the very edge. I mean,
yeah, but Reckoning and True Rippers, both of them have to climb down the hill, and that's the time when you take those shots and get those finishes.
I agree. If only luck favors him, right? Because from the southern side as well, there's Vasista and also God's Rain, who would eventually have a line of fire onto them, though. But True Rippers, they eventually shut out Shadow as well. Revenant X SPARK finally losing that spark as well. A couple of members now being lost, or rather just one. Still standing strong, Ninja, Ronnie. As long as these two players are alive, you know they can still make do with something.
I mean, for sure, but it's a 2v4 situation. Sarang also knocked out in the backline. What is that?
Yeah,
is someone using a bolt action all of a sudden?
I mean, that's something new that's happening out there on this land. Guess what? I'm not going to be surprised out here. But maybe Ronnie, he can surprise us, but it's still Jelly. Wins out that fight. The IGL stepping up for True Rippers. A big time as Hydro. You can't keep this man out of action for long, right? He's been the spearhead for the team right now, but the same thing could be said for Genesis. Holding their strong end. LIKITHA Esports, a couple of players all the way down onto their knees. As they still need someone to revive them up or at least save their life. As Genesis are now going to go on for the hunt.
I mean, it's not a hunt anymore. It's just a massacre. LIKITHA Esports, they were left bleeding.
Yeah.
And they can't really recover from this. Where's that lost man? Smoker, he's still stuck towards the edge of the zone, but look at the finish feed. Reckoning against True Rippers. It finally breaks out, and True Rippers, that split of theirs, they're going to pay a very hefty price for it, losing out on 2 players. God's Rain, prime position, the highest odds of winning this game. 3 players still left standing. Reckoning Esports, the only flaw in their game plan is that they are on the very edge of the zone, and the slope of the hill will put them in the line of fire of Genesis, of Sahil OP from Vasista, and of God's Rain. And of course, now you have drawn the attention of True Rippers as well towards yourself, and they're not going to let Reckoning go unpunished, I believe.
That's the big thing, right? Because you need to take Reckoning down right now. All 4 people standing strong. And they've also got that northern path control. True Rippers, the question is for how long would they be able to hold their line, because their backlines are not really clear. They're also in the line of fire for a couple of teams too.
Yeah.
And this blue is just going to destroy you instantly. My focus is still on Aru, and the question remains for how long is this dude going to survive? It's just not just caught with between a rock and a hard place right now. It's just caught between 2 vehicles that have exploded, and one big 3-point nade is going to do the job for him right now, but maybe that could also do the job for the other side. True Rippers losing one. The cover fire coming in from the other side. Her standing strong, and this man is showing his glory days back, but not for long as Viper bites him. 3 players knocked for Reckoning, but they still survive, and the rest is going to come through.
What an incredible play coming in from Reckoning Esports. Viper striking at the right time. Of course, Vipers, we know another Viper, quite a famous one, whose Viper strike has never been countered. I'm talking about the iQOO. I'm sitting with kids on the desk, man.
First of all, you were looking at Necro, who's not even got his headsets on because he's the host, but all right.
He can still hear me, though. You can, Necro, right?
Look at his face. That dude is zoned out because of the play that happened right in front of us right now. He's still surprised that Aru is still alive in the center. And guess what? He's probably going to stay alive for a little bit longer. As God's Rain are now trying to take that fight. Vasista Esports, only 1 player remains. But could be the spoiler. He could probably ruin the games. Delta just wants to follow it up as well. 3 players. God's Rain still surviving. 6 finishes already. Maybe they can rack up a few more right now. Couple of teams in front of them. Even Genesis on the other side. Still holding it strong right now. Sahil OP wants to try and survive out there with a pump shotgun. Tries to land in a shot, but not really enough to get the knock. And the blue is probably going to do a lot of damage to him. Still needs to walk out to the open as it's Delta.
And you know what? With Aru's position, I think OG will finish top 3 in this match. He has some cover to work with. Reckoning Esports are split up. Max in the back lines. Aru needs to take down 1 man. Reckoning Esports suffering the pressure of the blue as well. Oh, the nade! Gravity pixel of HP. He's still alive. A few shots and he's done for. And now it's a 1v1 between Aru and Max. And Aru falls on the 3rd. OG, they're finally done for. A 1v2. Max, he can clutch out this match, but hey, you could have gotten a chicken dinner, and now the dinner is going to be in the hands of God's Rain. They have the upper hand.
Yeah, it's a 1v2 right now. Pretty difficult for Max to make it though. The blue is now going to push in. No safe ground for you. But Delta has got the cover. But the thing is, even he is pretty close to the blue zone. So I'm still going to give the benefit of the doubt to Max out here. The only good thing that could happen for God's Train is just play on back of one. Send one player out as a bait. Try to flush out the position of Max. No, you
No,
tell.
man. They're just going to nade him out of existence.
I mean, if only they have it. And guess what? You called for it, Johnny. I'm going to call your voodoo magic out here. As this is a big chicken dinner for God's Reign. They've been struggling for a long time, but finally we see them rise back up.
The question is this too late to be back?
Yeah.
That's the main question.
Yes.
Second last game of the day. Now they've only got 7 more games to go in the future. If God's Reign's able to pull off another chicken dinner just like this in the last game, then maybe this comeback is possible. But in my opinion, at least as of now, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, I agree with you that. I think it's not an MCQ anymore. It is a little bit too late because at this point they're going to need like two chicken dinner more, both of them with 20 points each because God's Reign, I believe they were outside of the top 10, right?
Yes.
Yeah, top 8, outside of the top 8. And the difference is massive, what they have to catch up. So a few more wins, they can't lose composure. All right, a massive throw. And I have to say this, by Reckoning Esports. This was supposed to be their game. There was absolutely no need to go for that 1-2 split, charge towards the players of Genesis like that. They could have stayed towards the northern edge and then just shot at the teams that were stuck on the edge of the blue.
I guess it was one of those moments where Reckoning Esports were really feeling themselves and they thought, yes, now we're like the unstoppable freaks of nature. But at the end of the day, they ended up...
शायद वो पसंद ना आई हो, लेकिन डे 2 जब डे ऑफ कमबैक्स होता है तो एक कमबैक आया है. यू गाइस आर ऑलमोस्ट देयर. अगर एक और चिकन डिनर फाइनल गेम तक आ जाता है तो शायद पोडियम की कॉन्वर्सेशन शुरू हो सकती है. बट हाउ इंपॉर्टेंट वाज दिस गेम फॉर द टीम?
आई थिंक दिस वाज अ कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्टर दैट वी नीडेड. वही था, थोड़ा हम डाउन फील कर रहे थे बट वी प्लेड वेल. हमने मिस्टेक्स नहीं करी इस गेम में एंड वी कन्वर्टेड द गेम.
एंड सी डेस्ट्रो, यूजुअल सस्पेक्ट्स हैं कुछ पूरे लैन के. ओजी होती है, 8-बिट होती है, जीडीआर होती है. राइट नाउ जीडीआर जिस पोजीशन पर है, डू यू थिंक डे 3 पर कमबैक होने वाला है? इफ यस, व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द मेंटालिटी?
ऑफ कोर्स विल गिव अ बेस्ट. हमने जो मिस्टेक डे 1 पे करी थी वो हम रिपीट नहीं कर रहे हैं. वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट टू द एंड जोन, कन्वर्ट करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं एंड विल गिव अ बेस्ट. दैट्स इट.
एंड यू टॉक्ड अबाउट इट. हम लोगों ने पहले बात करी थी, आपने बोला था मेजर मिस्टेक्स नहीं थी, वो माइक्रो मिस्टेक्स थी. तो वो माइक्रो मिस्टेक्स को पिन पॉइंट कैसे किया गया कि इन चीज़ों को हमें सही करना है?
आई थिंक एट दिस स्टेज इतना सब समझदार होते हैं, उनको पता होता है उनसे क्या गलती हो रही है एंड हम लोग इतना डिस्कशन नहीं करते हैं आपस में बिकॉज एवरीबडी इज स्मार्ट इनफ. बस कल थोड़ा मैंने समझा दिया था एक बार टीम को कि हाँ ये सब चीज़ें हमें कल रिपीट नहीं करनी है. दैट्स व्हाट वी डिड टुडे.
Alright, well, I just wish you all the very best because एक गेम अभी भी बाकी है. उस एक गेम के अंदर क्या ये मोमेंटम कैरी फॉरवर्ड हो पाएगा? For now, back to the desk.
The momentum for God's Reign may have been found, but it's lost for 8-bit and even the teams right underneath them. I'm speaking of Meta NINZA. Yes, they did win those 2 back-to-back games, but right over here in this game when it mattered the most, they bombed it.
I blame you and Fixes.
+1. +1 here. Listen, man, you can't really blame us when a team is dominating on such a level, right? You cannot even blame Fixes for believing in OG that they're going to perform on day 2.
Listen, the only time you're going to be happy in life is when you have no expectations. And we put too much pressure on Meta NINZAs from that. We had expectations.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you know what? For now, let's just move on and have a look at the MVP of that previous game because that is something that's definitely going to amp up our expectations. But you know what? MVP will be there. Before now, something that is extremely important, that's going to be the iQOO Neo 10. I recommend you guys to check out that device because we are giving it away for free. All you need to do is just go on towards Google, search for the iQOO Neo 10, answer a few easy questions, and you will be eligible for this giveaway. So it's pretty easy. And of course, speaking about some of the features of this device as well, that 144 FPS that it comes with, oh man, provides you that buttery smooth gameplay. Just imagine, 144 FPS in the palm of your hands. What else do you want?
Exactly.
That's the best part about it, right? And fun fact is it also comes with 7,000 1000 mAh batteries you can game for longer durations right now. You really love the marathons out there, but guess what? The marathon was run by all of these teams, and I enjoyed the game of Miramar to the utmost.
Exactly. But you know what? Without breaking a sweat, let's move on towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Max from Reckoning Esports with 6 finish points racked up. Reckoning Esports, they needed a massive game. Yes, it is sort of close, but it's not enough.
I think Reckoning Esports, by their own standards, if they are not finishing in the top 5, it is not a good finals from their end.
True
so I
that.
think that is the climb that they have to make just to meet the bare minimum standard they've set in the past.
Yeah.
But looking at the stars of the match, we have Max following up. The best companion of the game is going to be True Ripper's Hydro,
yeah.
and then you have Delta from the side of God's Reign who gets the finisher. Now, God's Reign, that's a surprising team to get the chicken dinner, by the way, because they were struggling on that southern edge. I thought they would be taken out extremely early, but then that one push where they charged towards the compound where Vasista Esports was, well, one man from Vasista Esports was Sahil OP.
Yes.
And it got them to such a nice little safe haven to work with that no one could challenge them, and they could just pick off those points when they pleased.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about that, right? I really love the way how God's Reign were eventually taking their fights this time around. They were not really making any haphazard pushes, but they were picking their timings perfectly. And that's really what you need to do if you're a kind of team that likes to late rotate in the circle. You have to pick those crucial timings when no one is firing at you and everyone's occupied in their own fight. So really gonna give them kudos for that one. They've been struggling that since day one, but finally they found their footing.
But generally speaking, man, I have a lot of expectations from teams that are right underneath OG, because OG's climb is still there. OG's consistently getting 6 to 7 points per game, and if 8-Bit is not able to keep up with that pace, then that's a major problem. It's been 2 games, 8-Bit's not able to get a lot of points. What are you guys' thoughts?
I think they're just challenging each other, and because of that, every single team right underneath OG is suffering, because there are a few matches where 8-Bit does well and Meta NINZA goes out early. Then the very next game, Meta NINZA is going to pop off and 8-Bit is going to go out early. They just end up swapping positions with each other. Nothing else is changing. OG is at the top, they're going to stay at top. If somehow Aru survived this 1v1 that we see right now, I expected Aru to win it, because he had the TPP advantage over there, but Max, his first shot accuracy right on the head actually swung the fight in his advantage, but that was supposed to be OG's top 2 finish right there.
Imagine how goated you've got to be, that your bad game is the one in which you're getting the average points, Nick.
They get 9 points.
Exactly. There we go. OG scoring 9 points. That means that lead is still going to be there, maintained pretty well by the players of OG. Now, looking at God's Reign, getting 19 points, absolutely not enough. God's Reign needs a lot more points to be there, at least in the top 3. Reckoning Esports, 15 points, not enough as well. Genesis Esports, 11. This is something that's going to keep Genesis Esports at least in the top 5, which is a great thing. True Ripper's getting 10 points. I would really love to see the overall standings to find out how True Rippers is doing over there too. Vasista Esports' day today has been better compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Vasista Esports, you're talking about them and we're just satisfied with 7 points. Never thought we'd see the day.
I know, right?
But on this, talking about the same leaderboard, I mean, OG, they got 9. While you were talking about the teams right underneath them, they got 1 and 0 points. 1 point for 8-Bit, 0 for Meta Ninjas. And again, the difference just keeps on growing and growing.
Oh boy, 133 points. Meta NINZA getting 99. They haven't moved even an inch. 8-Bit still struggling on the 3rd. Oh boy, this means that, hey, OG.
Before this match, we were talking about that difference being cut down from 30 to 25.
Yeah.
It's 34 again.
It seems like the consistency is the second name of this team maybe this time around, because we were expecting them to choke. Yes, I would not say that they haven't really choked right now. They have. But if you look at that choke, that is the average points. I imagine that's how good their lead was in the first day itself.
OG is definitely playing exceptionally well. While we're too focused on the teams at the top, there's still one more team we had a lot of expectations from, which is going to be K9 Esports. Even that's another one of those teams that's not able to find their groove, at least on the day 2. And then you are looking at the latter half of the board as well. I mean, pretty much the same faces over there too.
Pretty much the same faces. Some of the biggest faces are there on the second page of the leaderboard, but I think the difference at the top right now is a little too much to deal with, especially we are down to the last 7 matches of this tournament.
You talk about the last 7 matches, and I still focus down as we were talking about the latter half right now. They're not really fighting for the podium. That is absolutely out of their reach. Even if you try and get those 10 points per game, it's not going to help you out. The lead is of 80 to 90 points right now for OG. So they're literally fighting for the second place, while the first 3 teams are eventually the ones who are going to focus on that.
I still believe that anyone in the top 5 can snatch away the trophy. That's what I still believe. Because, look, we have seen a bit of a downfall from the side of OG. That is undeniably there. Now, imagine the downfall from day 1 to day 2. From day 2 to day 3 can be even worse. And hopefully the graph is not going to keep on going down like that.
And again, we saw a few lovely influencers in the arena as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all guys are in Delhi NCR, as me and Necro always have been saying for the last 3 years, do make sure to drop by and say hi. You are here for the first time with us on the desk. We haven't messed with him even a little bit, right? We got to do something.
What do you mean by that?
I mean,
he's the new guy.
Fine, we'll mess with him tomorrow, I guess, since tomorrow's the last day, right? And everyone's going to be messing with each other, so we'll mess with this guy.
You want to watch it live in action, do make sure to drop by. Noida Indoor Stadium is where we are at. You can drop by from the back. You can say hi as well, meet your lovely influencers. And of course, enjoy the BGMI action. Enjoy the moment where OG eventually lifts the trophy.
But something that you guys are going to enjoy is also going to be the iQOO Neo 10. Let's not forget segment's fastest smartphone with Snapdragon 8 Series Generation 4. You've also got 144 FPS packed inside this device. A lot of specifications loaded in this one. What else do you want? Probably one of the best budget-friendly devices you can get your hands on. What are you doing? Just go, get one.
My man is bullying them out there. You know, one of the best things that you could do, and one more reason for you to hop in the arena, is that you've got the iQOO booth right there as well. So you can eventually test that phone out right there instantly, and I'm pretty sure they're going to bring the money out of your pocket.
He got his ban yesterday, by the way.
You know what? Another crazy thing about the iQOO booth is that there's also meet and greets going on there with your favorite content creators. What else do you want? Man, this land is stacked. We've got great pros on the screen right there. We've got an amazing competition. OG just outruling everyone. We've got favorite influencers over there too. Do meet and greet. We've got the best smartphone. What else do you want? Everything in one single land. But you know what, guys? It's time to get a little bit serious and actually talk about what's going to happen in the future. It's still a big question mark. Maybe the questions will be answered after this one short little break. Do not go anywhere.
A lot of people searching out for a lot of things out there, but quite a few teams out there in the bottom standing still searching for that consistency as we're talking about the day of comeback, which is going to come to an end, but one game still remains, and that's the map of Erangel where we started things off, Fixes.
Yeah, of course we did. And surely we witnessed so many comebacks today. The biggest one has to be Meta NINZA's. But let's not also forget that True Rippers, they're on the climb. GDR just recently got a chicken dinner. And I still feel that we have so much going on, at least even in the final game. So much storyline to tell.
Yeah, there's so much going on, of course. But the problem is that you can't follow a storyline long enough before you get distracted by the fact that, again, 34 points separate the first and the second. It's like you're running a 100-meter sprint. And by the time you complete the first 10 meters, the other guy is already at the 50-meter marker.
At this point, boys, I just really want to ask you, and that to a sprinting guesses as who's going to win this one map as we move before the game. Johnny first, Fixes then.
All right, I'm going to go for OG.
I'm going to go for REVENANT X SPARK for a change.
OG and REVENANT X SPARK, I believe. Fixes is a believer out here, ladies and gentlemen. But will that come true is the question which will be answered in the last game today. The map of Erangel as the plane boots up in the sky.
7 matches separating to who lifts that crown. A heavy one at that, and we have come to a final game of the evening, folks. It is the greener pastures once again, the map of Erangel, something that we love and adore, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Siverny heads on towards Sosnovka military base. Just in the previous game, we saw GDR picking the pace up, getting that chicken dinner, but so much for them to accomplish. And then we've got the likes of Team 8-Bit, who've rather been looking quite gloomy, especially considering how they engage really well in those initial fights just to get third party. So, yeah, even for Team 8-Bit, they need some resurgency there. But for Team OG, of course, the previous game could have been much better, courtesy to Aru surviving till the very end. And as a result of, in fact, Meta NINZA's and 8-Bit getting picked off early. So that lead is still maintained. But for OG, they still need that one big game, yet to find that in order to secure the championship for them. But now the time has come. Seems like maybe a drop clash is on its way. Vasista Esports and Team 8-Bit right next to each other. But Vasista Esports seems to have changed their course. And look at this circle. It is absolutely ludicrous. This is baffling. And Meta NINZA's are going to really enjoy this, given where they drop. Surely they need to capitalize on this. It's going to be an interesting affair. Team Forever, they've also been slipping a lot of places today. They also need to get themselves back a little higher up the order. But Johnny, this circle, I feel like it was destined to be, right? And, you know, getting this circle in the final game where you've got 50% of the zone submerged in water kind of takes you back to the good old Weekendy days.
You just had to bring it up, Fixes, didn't
Oh,
you?
why not?
I miss that map. I used to hate it when it existed in the competitive circuit, but you know what they say about life, right? You do not know what you've got until it's gone. That's Weekendy. I miss Weekendy. But anyways, it seems like gods for a reason. They have missed, an opportunity to just get a few early points. Always going for those split rotation. Reckoning Esports catching yet another team off guard early.
Yeah, it's all about gods for a reason, just trying to be notorious. It feels like they've come unprepared for this grand finals.
Yeah.
You do not see any sort of methodical plays being made. It was some honest intentions of trying to avoid some fights early on, get to their drop location, quite dandy, but that was denied. Reckoning, they've always been on the prowl, especially Viper as an individual, having secured a lot of finishes, but Reckoning still not finding their edge in terms of getting those position points, albeit even a chicken dinner at that. So eyes will be on Reckoning. Can they continue steamrolling and eventually get that chicken dinner? That's their storyline that they have to play along with.
Let's see though what's going to be the conclusion of this story. But hey, looking towards Pachinki, I am getting a little bit worried. 8-Bit, Vasista, True Rippers, OG moving in from Rozok as well, with Wizgod leading the charge. Opportunity to catch the direct competition of God. But Meta NINZA, that super early rotation in play. Again, they make their way towards Quarry Hills. Team Forever playing from the shorelines, gods for a reason. After having lost one player early inside of the game, they go for a 2-1 split. Soham, he is still north of Ruins. His other teammates west of Gatka.
What was Soham intending to do? Was he just searching for a vehicle? I'm pretty sure he's going to reunite, rendezvous, and maybe make his way in. But 8-bit, man, we need to talk about this, Johnny. Imagine they started this day off around 80 points and they haven't been able to amass enough. Just merely around 9 to 10 points, and that doesn't really make the cut for 8-bit. Overall, if you look at the entirety of the day, it has been absolutely disastrous for them.
Wow, I couldn't agree more. Not even able to cross the 100-point marker, which was something they desperately needed. And same goes for Meta NINZAs after those two amazing matches. Just not really able to capitalize on the momentum in the previous map of Miramar. But then again, if in this game they drop a 30 bomber, 20 finishes and the chicken dinner, it helps them catch up at least just a little bit to where OG is at. But there's one more condition to this hypothetical scenario that we are thinking about, Fixes. And the condition is that OG needs to exit this game with 0 points.
You know, one thing for sure, this is not the same OG that we saw yesterday. This is back to the old ways where they kind of are doubting themselves once again.
Yeah.
You could see that in them engaging in those fights. When you even talk about OG, there have been such silly mistakes being committed. You know, each player trying to be a little cocky, trying to act a little smart, and eventually, just in a jiffy, you could see the squad being eliminated. Yaket Situaru surviving there, trying to squeeze in a few finishes here and there. Does have that 34 points of lead, but for 8-bit, they're bleeding right now at this point, and even quite literally with Equinox feeling under the weather, then getting Insidious in, that's also not working out. Somraj really needs to do something here.
I mean, Samraj definitely needs to do something different because, again, this is not going to cut it. But as you were talking about OG, you know, it made me wonder how they've been doing today. They were able to secure 36 points in the last 5 matches they played today. That's an average of 7.2 points per match. Are we turning into Indian parents, Fixes? Because 7.2 points per game is actually a pretty darn good average. But why are we not impressed by that?
Hey, we're Indians, like you said, right? And we're never satisfied, no matter what. Because let's talk numbers, right? OG was averaging around 15 or 16 points per game. That has dropped down. So
Yeah, see, that's why I never topped my classes in my exam, never got 100%. Because once I get 100%, that's what my parents would expect from me every single time. Always keep them guessing, 50s, 60s, 50. Every once in a while, throw in an 80.
But then again, you never, were you even ambitious to be the topper in your class?
Oh, I was very smart.
You were very smart, but
Not
did your
anymore.
scores reflect?
Only in the finals?
Only in the finals. So he's one of those backbenchers who's really smart, and yeah, you're street smart, Johnny. You know your way around things, and that has worked out.
Well,
but
thank
for
you so
OG,
much for the praises. I'm
but
blushing
honestly,
right
for
now.
OG, they are completely opposite. More uptight, maybe like me sometimes. They want to have things done right, and when things don't go their way, they tend to panic. And
Throw
they
a
tend
tantrum.
Yeah, throw a tantrum. And they're not throwing tantrums really, but now they're seemingly a little bit desperate, to be honest. You know, they are hungry for those fights. They're going in, but that cohesion that we saw yesterday, that is missing. Yeah.
We just revealed a lot of personality details about ourselves right now.
I mean, pretty sure. I mean, so many people have been watching us.
Over the last 6 years.
So they know, especially on the streams. At least they know who I am. So you should stream more often.
Me?
Or maybe start streaming for once.
I don't know who's going to tune in if I stream. I don't think I don't know. I've been confused about it, but not as confused as Genesis is about this fight.
You never know till you try.
If Genesis wins this, I'll stream.
All right, Genesis, then we're supporting you in this one. But Genesis, even talking about them as whole, they've been, I mean, somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah.
They've shown signs of being a really good technical team, and they also possess the firepower to back it up. But you know, that's the thing with Gravity, right? When you have those words in the community, a lot of people are of the opinion that when it matters the most, gravity kind of tends to make those wrong decisions. And this time, of course, not under Reckoning's banner anymore, having joined New Boys, reuniting with Hunters. He's got a lot to prove, and anything less than a trophy would not suffice for him.
Of course. And at this point, it's already in trouble, but Wyld Fangs, they were undecisive, but now they are looking to surround the players of Infinix Esports. Goten, the first man put under fire. Trey's gone. He gets knocked out instead. And now Wyld Fangs left in recovery mode, and they do. 1 for 2. The trades are going to be in their favor, but Seth, he needs to fight his way out of the sandwich. There's a man in the backlines that get ignored, and Goten makes him pay the price. Sensei, the last survivor. I thought Wyld Fangs were going to win this, but Infinix Esports, hey man, rising from the ashes and burning the opponents to smithereens.
Yeah, Goten has always been an ace up the sleeve for Infinix Esports, especially again delivering when it matters the most. 3 finishes over here. They need to trigger that revive on Jatin, but Sensei, dying laugh maybe, and the echoes will be heard through the valleys as Wyld Fangs, they get eliminated. Infinix Esports, maybe this is the start of something new, maybe something in the making, because still dead last and 4 finishes secured. Infinix Esports, where do they go from here?
First of all, we have to talk about Wyld Fangs. Infinix Esports, yeah, sitting dead last on the overall leaderboard. At this point, they're just playing for redemption. Any sort of redemption would be nice. But second of all, I have to say, I love our production team fixes. They have put Cincinnati kids and Wyld Fangs right next to each other on stage. And I'm pretty sure every single time Sensei dies inside of the game, he looks at Juicy, Juicy looks at him, and smiles are exchanged.
That's a smile of disdain, right? In pain, both these players are, because...
You know, it's like, we were talking about exams. It's like when you do not do well and your friend also does not do well, you're just happy because both of you are failing at the same time.
And that's the thing, right, with both of them. You know, they have come up with big mouths, really loud, and haven't really been able to walk the talk. I mean, Cincinnati kids still, they did have a chicken dinner, and even Wyld Fangs did manage to get that, but that consistent run, that has been missing. But then again, let's not root them out, because even when you talk about their qualification, they made it happen in the final day. And at this point, being realistic, I think winning the trophy is no more in their reach. What they can still do is maybe fight for the top 5.
Yeah, I think top 5 is definitely going to be an option for both of them. And at this point, I think Juicy and Sensei have taken on the mantle of promoting the younger talent, finding new players, giving them the experience of what it takes to play in a circuit like this. I think that is what has been happening with both these teams, because both of them are good IGLs. But I think when it comes to the finals, it has been a very long, grueling history of them not being anywhere close to the trophy. And they might have just been like, yeah, if we are not going to win the trophy, we're just going to have fun.
It's just like K9 Esports. They're having fun right now.
Yeah.
They've lost out on Omega once again. But, yeah, you know, these band of boys, every single time, if they come into their element, they can spread carnage across the lobby. And we would want that to happen. But yeah, for Juicy, really, I kind of feel a little worried, because he made some really big claims that every single time he comes up to a LAN, he does not have the right players, right? This time he said, I've got the right players, I think we're going for the trophy, and still the result looks quite same. But for Meta Ninjas, man, boy oh boy, they've always been so much under the radar and so good. I mean, we were just talking about Dragon's journey, right? Merely 17, 18, had to change his role, had to become an IGL. And from that phase to this phase, where they are really competing for the trophy, I'm so proud of them, man.
Yeah, same here. We have seen the days, as even Necro was talking about it, back in the days, different lineup, different IGL. There was a player in Dragon's team known as Hesperos. He has gone away, left the team. Back then, he used to be the star player for the team. Then IGL Gokul formed a different team. And then you saw this team form up under a different banner back then. From then, you saw the evolution of every single individual. And when it came down to them just needing that extra bit of support, an extra bit of experience, a mind that could keep them calm, right in the nick of time, Beard Baba shows up at the start of this year. And I think this has been the perfect formation of this 4-man roster in Meta Ninjas. But let's see how things are going to turn out. Although God's Reign on our screens, another brilliant 4-man roster that has been struggling, and the struggles not stopping anytime too soon this time as well. South eastern edge of the circle, they have to face off Phoenix, OG, Revenant X SPARK, Meta Ninja, Genesis to get anywhere close to the center.
Godsreign have always been an instinctive team, let's be honest. But, you know, their winning conditions are so much, you know, they depend on the players. But hold on, as I chuckled my words, because Meta Ninjas, they seem like they want to be a little aggressive this time around, trying to force those fights. Phoenix under heavy fire, down to their last man, Owen. What does he do? He's just inside those containers. Beard Baba, Reaper, trying to circle around him, maybe just get a slight idea around where he's positioned at. But Owen does not want to buy out without a fight. There you go, his position absolutely out in the open, and Reaper just needs to reload, and there you go, the final nail in the coffin. Meta Ninja starting off really strong. Dragon lost though, but still, despite that, 4 finishes, I'm going to take that.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as well. It was just brutal beatdown, what we saw. But it is going to be interesting to see where do they go from here, especially with Team Forever charging in. There's one more team on the vicinity towards the sidelines. It's going to be Genesis. So Meta Ninja, back-to-back fights headed their way. They lob out utility, but no connections found. Team Forever, they're building up the momentum, but it's a 3v3 between the two sides. The one squad that I feel stands to benefit from this piece of action is going to be Genesis on the sidelines, but Meta Ninja, we keep talking about that 30-pointer. What if this is it? But we'll come back to that in a bit. Somewhere else in this beautiful land of Erangel, we have K9 Esports taking on LIKITHA Esports. They're all the way towards the edge of the blue, and K9 Esports are pretty much done for over here.
And seems like stars aren't looking that great for LIKITHA. K9 also, you know, both of these teams have somehow sabotaged each other. At this point, Inferno being the last man alive, and LIKITHA Esports still, I must say, quite a commendable performance, really. When you look at them in terms of the overall standings, they still are in a better position, at least much better than Vasista Esports, to be honest. But yeah, this game we were all looking forward to. If OG can get a chicken, if Meta Ninjas can get another chicken, and if 8-Bit can finally get a chicken today. So 3 of these teams, I mean, at least for 8-Bit, they're in a much better position. OG still around the outlines, and they have to get in. But Team Forever, this team, Johnny, yesterday they showed so much promises, but today seems like they got lost in the crowd.
Yeah. Talk about getting lost in the crowd. Genesis, they're trying to do exactly that. The problem is at God's Reign, their eyes are towards those storage areas. And eventually the push has come to shove, and God's Reign are going to move in for these frags. So Genesis, they need to be prepared, but LIKITHA Esports catch an off-guard Reckoning Esports. Max knocked and I believe finished off as well. The trade comes through. Inferno taken out from the side of LIKITHA, resulting in their elimination in this game on the 14th position. Not really a great position for LIKITHA Esports to be in, but not really the greatest of the finals as well for them.
It's fine, they're still going to learn, right? Initial rookie years of making a couple of LAN appearances, formerly SOA, and now under LIKITHA. I had a quick word with Mr. Sandeep Vasista also. He believed in also honing an underdog team, giving them all the facilities, all the amenities, and seems like they're getting better results, at least so far, if you compare it with Vasista. So, yeah, you never know. But what we never knew was the circle shifting like this. A northeastern shift, and oh my god, 8-Bit. That's a huge blow. They just lost S-Power.
And Equinox, 2 players vanishing off the map. And that's not really a position that 8-Bit wanted to be in. K9 Ninja Boy, he's trying to hide, but OG, they've drawn the attention of 8-Bit. Somraj, he finds the opening knock. Wiz got knocked out. AK moving in along with the IGL Aru. and they want to make this bounce. Somraj, he needs to clutch this 1v2. Both the players standing up, the jump shot not finding the connection, but finally Somraj falls. And now it's down to the last man from the side of 8-bit. He has an opportunity to lob the most brilliant nade of all times and find a little bit of breathing room to work with, but he fails. And I think 8-bit are done for in this match. Floodgates open for Meta Ninjas after this fight is done.
Yeah, even Reckoning round the alley. They're watching every single movement over here. They're just prepping up for that fight. You could see the Sharks around the northern side. OG, they have to be very careful. So far, they've managed to get the revive onto its Viscod, and Insidious having no other choice but to relinquish the spot that he was holding for quite some time. But does he know that he's going to meet Ninja Boy, who's going to make some good work of him? But no, Insidious instead goes for a swing, and K9, they're out of the server. Now look at this, OG, they've also gotten 4 finishes. Now a very prime position as Meta Ninjas, they initiate the fight once again against Team Forever, as Pro really low, will be brought down and sent back into the lobby as Meta Ninjas, they're still fighting. 6 finishes accounted for.
Yeah, and incredibly done as well. I got a little worried after that opening knock, but brilliantly handled by Meta Ninjas as well. And oh, the punish on the players of Genesis can come through, as Genesis little too eager to move inside the circle. Opportunity for Meta Ninja to find that knock, but spray whiff from Reaper. They're going to be stuck on 6 eliminations for a while. Cincinnati Kids, though, not letting go of this opportunity. Get 2 finishes in the back. Yash spotted out, another knock secured by Seraph, but no. While he was making a living hell for the players of Genesis, walks into a Molotov instead. And from the flank, the last man standing from the side of Genesis actually does a brilliant job picking off 2 from the side of Cincinnati Kids.
And look at this, even Meta Ninjas, they find themselves in a world of trouble. It's all down to Poco. The only last player surviving, Vasista Esports, in a mad frenzy over here as they also find themselves inside the zone, but a lot of teams around them, in order of which they will have to face the demons. But talk about Meta Ninjas, seems like Poco is being dealt with now. OG having such a good chance of building up a nice juicy lead as True Rippers trying to take the players of Vasista Esports as Kiolamau, he's on the flank. Hydro trying to draw some attention with those grenades, maybe find a knock and then initiate the push.
Vasista Esports though, Sahil and Omega, they're going to have to deal with this pressure alone, because from the back lines, look at that, the shift of the circle prioritizes Cincinnati Kids. But Vasista, all of a sudden, the confidence hits a new peak. They move in through Rippers, down 2 players. And Keo Lamau, he's trying his level best to stay alive. They get a knock on Hector as well. And Harsh and Keo fighting for their lives, swap their attention towards the players of Cincinnati Kids in the back lines. Eventually cleaning up. Vasista Esports finishes secured. 2 players still left in play, but where are they?
I
think they're done.
Yeah, they're pretty much done, but OG isn't, as they are now starting to spit fire inside the lobby. Look at how beautifully they just come in, get 3 more finishes, wipe out Reckoning for all their existence, and now seems like they're hungry for more. They've read the finish feed, they know Meta Ninjas have been dealt with, they know 8-bit has been dealt with, and if True Rippers, they fall down, things are gonna go south. And Juicy, he's just got a level 1 vest and no helmet. Maybe he wanted to show off his hoodie there.
Hey man, have you heard of the most amazing song of all times, Man's Not Hot? That's Juicy right now. Level 1 vest, no helmet, doesn't feel the heat of the moment.
Isn't that what he came up to this land for? Yeah, the troll games, they begin, and yeah, I love this outfit. And yeah, Cincinnati Kids do not really have the best of resources.
They've gotten 5 eliminations with all of that, by
yeah.
the way.
I mean, let them cook, right? At this point, just wait and watch what they're up to, as AKOP, barely he ever misses his spray this time. However, Harsh has been dealt with courtesy to Atanki, as OG look on ending this day on a really good note. Even GDR in their radars right now. AKOP catching the wind of it, has all the informations to play around. OG still around the northern territory. Cincinnati Kids, they are still fighting it out against True Rippers.
Let's see though, are they going to win this fight? Maybe not. From the distance, it is going to be REVENANT X SPARK igniting a spark for Cincinnati Kids. They find a knock and a finish. But Crew Rippers, they thought it was going to be their opening. They get punished. Jelly knocked out. Kyo, he's going for a revive. Oh, and an aid! Brilliantly executed. Skips finds the two-pointer. Hydro was the man going for a revive on Jelly. He gets picked off. His IGL follows up. We're down to the top 4. 12 players still alive. God's Reign, they're there with all 4 players. OG is there with all 4 players as well. REVENANT X SPARK and Cincinnati Kids, which is 2.
I feel like there's some drama incoming. I feel like GDR might just get a back-to-back chicken dinner. I feel like the boys are in the flow state. And for OG, they know that GDR, they've got the numbers up. REVENANT X SPARK down to their last 2. Cincinnati Kids even survived by the final 2 men. As GDR prepping this up, they know OG, they're going to be the biggest challenges here in them and getting the chicken dinner. And seems like God's Reign might find themselves between a rock and a hard place. Maybe RNTX could spew some drama. And GDR, they have to be very careful with every single movement they make. But for OG, they've got the momentums in their favor once again. 8 finishes. Still just driving their buggies around. Still maybe trying to catch a bait here.
I think so. They're just trying to draw attention with those vehicle sounds, but no one wants to commit, especially not God's Reign. Because when you hear too many vehicles, you are hesitant in moving in that direction. But ever so slightly, they're closing in the pictures. I think something's going to go wrong. I think they're going to get shot at from across the field. OG, they've sent one man on the flank, and he's just going to relay all this information to his teammates. But across the field, you have REVENANT X SPARK, Cincinnati Kid, the loose stragglers. You see those eyes turn toward God's Reign, and with shots being fired, you see REVENANT X SPARK, both the players, their heads turn, and God's Reign are going to be put under pressure soon.
They certainly are, and that is what OG is hoping, aren't they? They're just waiting for REVENANT X SPARK, somebody to take at least one man down from GDR, and that is where they initiate that breach. At this point, AKOP, he's starting to get restless now. Look at him. He's down to his last smoke canister. Once that goes off, things are going to look a little dire for OG. But Shadow, he's got such a nice angle. And he's really not eyeing out on the players of GDR. Maybe Destro knows that REVENANT X SPARK are positioned over there. So he's going to be keeping an overwatch. As even Ronnie, he's also atop the building. So it's all about that 8 circle forming, and then maybe we might anticipate some fights.
Oh, but look at this. Fight kicks off with Skips falling down at the hands of Ronnie, and Juicy is going to be the next one. 8 finishes for REVENANT X SPARK from this match. They find themselves in the top 3, but not enough bodies to commit for chicken dinner unless OG and God's Reign end up fighting each other at the perfect time, and REVENANT X SPARK with a third party just win it all. It can happen. All 3 of the teams are stuck towards the edges of the zone. They sit stage 7, closing in on stage 8. There we have it. Last zone of the game. After this, it is just the collapse of the blue.
It all rests on whom REVENANT X SPARK decide to strike on, right?
Drifting.
Oh, drifting in style. Why not? Seems like they're catching a wave that this game might be theirs, or are the ties really flattened out? But whatever the case is, AKOP still just driving across the lands. And yeah, OG knows that the hard work has been done, the lead has been built up, and are they trying to create something? Those burnouts, those tracks, maybe this is it, right?
Hopefully, I think... I don't know what they're trying to make, but I think it's just a celebration for victory.
Is that?
Celebrating.
It feels like an infinity loop.
Is it?
They're trying to build that, but Aru, he needs to contribute there.
Bad drifting coordination for OG, at least something that's not working out for them in this tournament, because everything else is just going their way, pretty much. At this point, if you guys are wondering why these teams aren't fighting, they're waiting for stage 9 collapse.
And look at this, you know, this is how topographically sound OG are. They know there's just one slight little ridge they can play across.
Yeah.
And it's inside the zone. Hence, they're not moving. They're just waiting. REVENANT X SPARK for them to make a movement there. Get a single knock, and then you see OG breaking through the doors and getting that chicken dinner. But again, if REVENANT X SPARK maybe take down the players of OG, even one, GDR could walk away with a back-to-back.
Yeah, this is going to be a swing and a miss situation if you fail to secure the opening knock from the side of God's Reign and OG. And of course, REVENANT X SPARK, they're just waiting to shove whoever survives down in the ditch and steal their chicken dinner away. Look at that, booster is being popped by Ronnie. Shadow has been sent to the smack center of the circle. And we are in the end game. It's the Armageddon now. The blue zone collapse, it begins.
We also need to discuss the possibilities of REVENANT X SPARK actually stealing this chicken dinner away. Imagine these two titans going up against each other, and when Ronnie is alive, never forget that he can spew some magic.
That is what I started with, Fixes. That is how I started the stage 8, basically. But I think Ronnie has been spotted out, so the chances of that happening are going to be quite low. And nade after nade in his direction. This one gets Shadow. Ronnie is going to be done for. Sliver of HP, the blue zone on his tails. And of course, the utility from the opponents as well. But OG and God's Reign, who loses the first man. OG going for the frags. They do not care. 9 finishes on the board. Ronnie gets 1 crate instead. God's Reign, they might just get the chicken dinner, but they're not going to have enough points. They just have 1 finish in the bag. If they get the next 3 as well, that's going to be 14 points on the board. OG have 9 finishes and a top 2 guaranteed in this game, but AKOP right in the nick of time kicks things off. Brilliant opening knock, but the HP bars are extremely low. God's Reign, they've lobbed too much utility towards the opponents. They're done with the nades. Now go the Molotov. God's Reign, the revive comes through. WizGod extremely low along with AKOP, and the wall of fire now blocks their way towards the center. Vehicles in play. AK goes down 2 versus 4, and it is now guaranteed the win, the chicken dinner for the players of God's Reign. OG WizGod, last man alive. A miracle can save him, but miracles are extremely rare, and this game is gonna be no different. The chicken dinner finally secured. There it is, another back-to-back win on day number 2.
The carousel of victory of the apes, stomped on by the gods that reign. God's Reign with a back-to-back now are running in the race of the top 5. But boys, let's be honest, this victory is pretty late, and I believe you already know who's securing that podium.
I mean, we certainly know for sure, but you could clearly see the dissent in Destro's expression there. He was not really happy about it. Feels like it's come off a little too late, maybe.
Also, OG still has 4 points. God's Reign get 15. OG has God's Reign get 14. OG has 15 points from this game.
All right. I mean, that's all right. But we need to address the elephant in the room, guys. 8-bit were bested by OG.
Yeah.
And then we've got Meta NINZAs also not having a great outing in this one. We began this day with OG having, what, 37 points lead. And now I think it's about 40. And let's talk to the players of GDR who are waiting. So, Ocean, over to you.
Destro. We meet again. 46 minutes पहले एग्जैक्ट हम मिले थे और वापस से मिल रहे हैं. उस टाइम यही कॉन्वर्सेशन थी कि एक और चिकन डिनर आपको कंटेंशन में ला सकता है. यू हैव टेकन दैट चिकन डिनर अगेंस्ट द टीम जो कि ट्रॉफी के कंटेंशन में है. Is that a statement? Did they get too comfortable according to you in the final circle? क्योंकि हम उन्हें ड्रिफ्ट्स मारते हुए देख रहे थे. Do you think they got too comfortable?
नहीं, आई थिंक दे डिजर्व इट. इतना लीड है उन पे तो दे कैन डू व्हाटएवर दे वांट टू. बस वही हम लोग अपने एंड से मिस्टेक्स कम करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं. दिस मैच इतना में फ्रैग्स नहीं मिले, बट वी गॉट द चिकन. दैट इज व्हाट इट मैटर्स.
एंड डे ऑफ कमबैक्स तो चलिए अब खत्म हो चुका है. कल होगा डे ऑफ केओस. उस डे ऑफ केओस में वी माइट जस्ट सी द ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट डेस्ट्रो बैक, जो आकर के सब कुछ हर किसी के नजरों के सामने से चुरा ले. आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट ऑन दैट फॉर टुमारो?
आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट अबाउट दैट कि हम अच्छा खेलने वाले हैं कल. ट्रॉफी वगैरह देखते हैं कल मैग्नेट काम करता है या नहीं.
Alright, well, all the very best. And इन्होंने तो कह दिया कि वो कल की बात है, कल देखी जाएंगी. But for now, let's get back to the desk.
Even a win is not enough to put the smiles on the faces of the gods now, because they know what the result has been. Both of the boys are holding out hands out there. Fixes, tell me the reason why that is.
Because only prayer can help other teams challenge OG now.
I mean, at this point, you just have to address the entire fact, right, that OG needed one good game, and they have finally got that. We're going to have a look at the MVP of the previous one. Meta NINZA had their chances, but they were eventually ruined by CK.
It's still fine, you know, when you look at Reaper. I think it's his second appearance in the MVP list. So, yeah, this player has been getting quite some eyeballs drawn out at him. But, yeah, still, OG, this is that game they needed, right? Take down 8-bit, deal with Meta NINZAs, 40 points plus lead already. That sort of sets them up for tomorrow.
That is absolutely true, right? And I think so this is possibly the best chance for OG to lift that trophy, Johnny, right? As we're having a look at the stars of the match as well, Atanki has still made his way inside of it. Now let's have a look at the match rankings this time, as OG still on top, just as you said.
Yeah, I mean, match works out in their favor. They get those finishes. And God's Reign, I was actually surprised that God's Reign only had like one finish when they ran into the fight with OG. Because from where they were, there was potential that they could have actually third-partied like 3 different fights and secured a lot of loose straggling points over there. But now this is their own doing. REVENANT X SPARK also 14 points. But on the other end, REVENANT X SPARK actually played well this match. Cincinnati kids, nice little bounce back. Meta NINZAs, 10 points. Ain't gonna cut it, boys. We are asking for 20-30 points per game.
Yeah, that's so easy, right?
Yeah. Easy,
Very
right?
easy.
Yeah, just repeat what OG did on day one. Probably you can bounce back in. But the big thing is, Fixes, which I wanted to address. Yes, OG out there on top. But every other team that's on the second spot, third spot, they had an early elimination that time. And I think so that's pretty tough on 8-bit.
You know, that's what we are reeling about, really, because 8-bit, I'll have to say, right, this day was absolutely shambolic for them. It's just that yesterday they played so well, as a result of which they're still in the top 3. Otherwise, you know, teams have really caught up to them.
Yeah, that's the most important part, right? There are other teams who are catching up to them, but there's absolutely no one who's catching on OG right now. 148-point lead, and the closest to them is Meta NINZAs with 109.
At this point, it's just like, we're going to have to double check this with Ocean afterwards, and we're going to be back with this information tomorrow. Or I think Fixes promised to post this in your broadcast group by the end of the night. What was the highest difference between the first and the second historically in BGMI at the end of the finals? Because I think that record is about to be broken.
Yeah, it has already been broken, and right now the difference is 39 points between them, which is, when you look at it, higher than yesterday, right? Yesterday it was 37, today OG have topped it up at 39, so I still feel they're in a much more comfortable position. I'm going to tell you who's not, right? Necro. He has to eat his words back.
Yeah, I would have loved to talk to him right now.
Yeah, can we have him on the desk?
I wish we could have that big boy on the desk, but I'm pretty sure he's trying to hide and avoid that exact conversation right now. But there's one conversation you all love, and that's the top 5 players out here. And AK is on top in that leaderboard.
I mean, he deserves to be there, man. He was so incredible. Even in the last fight of this game, they knew. I think OG just gave up. They're like, we don't need the chicken. Let's just go for the finishes. Just charge us forward. 36 finishes. Then on the second, we have S-Power. WizGod on the third. But as Fixes said, Meta NINZA is one player from their team that just makes it to the MVP list. Reaper is there on the fourth.
So I think out of the top 5 that we have, so Reaper is the new suspect, and he's been drawing so much attention lately, the way he's been playing, especially today. 2 MVPs in one game, and I think holds on a very strong reason as to why Meta NINZAs are on that second spot. We have seen them being very good in terms of their position, but those finishes have come all thanks to Reaper.
I mean, it's all thanks to Reaper out there for their position points, but it's all thanks to iQOO Neo 10 for making all of this possible out here. The best smartphone in its own segment. Snapdragon 8 is Gen 4, 144 FPS gaming. Dual chip out there to help you out. Even more Fixes. You've got 7,000 mAh battery for longer gaming hours. Probably longer than the entire match that lasted on the map of Erangel as we were waiting for the blue zone to collapse. But boys, OG on top. Before we close it all out, I want the last few views from both of you, Johnny. What do others need to do to try and topple them off?
Take OG's devices away.
Yeah, and 15 teams, all of them need to drop down on OG.
Yeah, someone gets them, at least someone, and don't shoot at anyone else but OG.
Just drop down on OG. 15 teams, the entire lobby.
Yeah.
On OG.
I agree. They drop on Rozok, you surround Rozok, and everyone just keeps shooting until you see the finish.
And really spare us the pain for all those dead silences that happen in the game, you know. Drop down, fight it out against each other, have very quick grand final matches. We love that.
Absolutely.
For a change of taste. Yeah.
Imagine all of them dropping all the way down there, but still maybe stumbling out. But will that continue? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find that out tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Goodbye.